get down with the trans thing. Here's how I would, because if you have friends that are at least willing to talk to you about that, what I would then ask is, so did they hear the Democrats? I would say, so can you show me where the Democrats were so down with the trans? Or did the Republicans tell you that the Dems are so down with the trans? And did they stay on that message? Because at the end of the day, which is something that I found out late in the game, was the transgender thing was signed under Donald Trump. He signed off on that. I wonder how many people who voted against the Dems because of what the Republicans were saying even knew that. I pretty much paid attention a lot, and it was way late in the game when I heard that or realized that he's the one that signed it. So I think with our messaging, those are the type of things we need to be looking at. When they can drill down to a specific issue that caused them to flip their vote, why don't we do more talking to them about whether or not that's even true? Because we know they're lying on the other side. That's the thing. We know that they're projecting. Yeah. We know these things, but we don't take the time to help them see it in that way, rather than judging them, rather than trying to make them feel bad. Let's talk about it. That's what I would do with my friends. Let's talk about it. Let's see who's really talking about the transgender thing like that. Because Democrats care about all people, right? They want they want things to be fair for all people. I never saw anybody getting down with the trans. I just have to say one thing too. You have to understand. I don't want to see anybody. One second. I don't want to see anybody hurt. I'm sorry. And let's talk about it. That's all I'm saying. Maybe we got to get better at that part of the messaging, especially when we know that that's not what it is. But if that's what's before them all the time, yeah, people are going to think that. We have to kind of help. We have to train ourselves to be better advocates and change our mindsets. We got to get better at changing how we respond to what we know our lives.
So, Mr. Finley, are you there?
I'm here.
So, you heard me speak, you heard Deborah speak. What say it?
So, this conversation highlights my frustration with the blue team. Because, again, you're absolutely correct. When a voter says that, I don't like X, Y, and Z, and you're being chastised for that, because I brought up the Obama when I don't even vote federally, but when he made the comment about men basically chastise men about how to vote, I felt the type of way because I'm like, that's not how you approach voters. And I recognize that there are a lot of low information voters out here, right? I recognize that, but the reality is you still have to formulate a message to get them to buy your product. Like I believe in electric cars, right? But if I scolded you and said you dumb and stupid for putting gas in your car because it's bad for the environment, you dummy, that is more expensive, you dummy.
You're not going to buy. I said that. I'm not saying you right now. What do you think about that going forward, sir?
I'm speaking to the global conversation.
What going forward, sir?
I'm not, Deborah. I'm not addressing specific. I'm not attacking global. I'm saying
that's all. That's not an attack.
Right, but I'm speaking to the global issue with the blue team. They have a messaging problem, and that doesn't work. They do have to simplify the message, and I believe that they need to take their eggs out of every basket, put your eggs in a few bigger baskets, and then quietly do your entire agenda. And the trans issue was something I felt they put too many eggs in their baskets. Because again, I vote locally.
Yeah,
that harmed them locally. It was one
You
that harmed
accept
them
the
locally.
framing. You accept the framing of MAGA. That's what.
I don't accept the framing of MAGA, Scotty. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking about voters.
I pretty much agree with you. I said, what if we do, and then I said, I agree with you. You're still talking about that part. I think we all agreed that we've already agreed the messaging was not good. I was making a suggestion for going forward, and First Lady asked, what did you think about that? You're still talking about the bad messaging before. I gave a suggestion going forward. You're still talking about what already happened. I agree with you. Can I just say one thing?
No, you cannot. 1 second. They're having a back and forth.
Restate your solution. Because your solution didn't sound like a one from the party per se. It sounded like a one for like person to person.
So it starts from person to person. I was talking about the situation with your friends. I specifically said that your friends you had a conversation with your friends, is what you said, and they told you why they flipped their vote, because they didn't get down with the trans issue. I was addressing that issue in particular, your situation, because I don't know who was talking, but I did say whoever that was. And then I gave a suggestion how that can go better in the future. It is if your friend, because a lot of times friends don't even talk about politics, especially if they don't agree. But if you're able to have a conversation with a friend and they tell you why they flipped from Democrat to the reason why is over the trans issue, what I'm saying is have a conversation with them, talk to them, say, hey, so let's talk about it. Let's get a little deeper into that. At what times? Who was talking about it? What do you mean specifically that they're getting down with the trans issue? What issue are that you're concerned about? Because at the end of the day, that's not true. But what happened was the Republicans made that be a Democratic issue. They talked about it, but some people not even aware. I was one of them, and I consider myself informational. It was a while before I even realized that Donald Trump signed the trans issue operations or whatever, surgeries in prison. That was on his watch. And so that could be an issue or a topic of discussion for someone who flipped because of the transgender issue. Were they even aware that was signed under him? Wasn't signed under the Democrats. So I am only suggesting that we not be critical, that we inform, that we get better at training ourselves to inform those who believe these things that are not true. And have a real conversation back and forth rather than judge them. They could still they may never believe it, or it might not change their minds, but we don't know that. But to allow them to say it and there's no response, and it doesn't have to be the trans issue. It could be a friend who had another issue that made them flip. If they're saying something that you know not to be true, why not talk about it? Not judge them, have an open conversation, show them the facts. In the trans situation, knowing that Donald Trump signed it could have been something that they weren't aware of.
Okay.
Right? But we don't know because we don't communicate. We got to get better at telling the real issue and not what the GOP tells us the issue is, because that's what they do.
But that's really
really good too that you have that information, because it shifts us out of having to be defensive when you actually have the real fact about that. That's really the whole point. I'm listening to this and I'm thinking about something that happened before the election. I was out having coffee with a relatively new friend, somebody who does not consider herself political. She told me that her fiance was Republican. She wasn't sure what she was going to do as far as voting. And we started to talk, and I was like really trying to get her on Team Blue. And I did something which I've always known to do, which is to find the personal, find the place where something really hits somebody in the heart. So we started talking about abortion, about women's rights, about women's bodily autonomy. And she's a very cool woman in her mid-50s who has a career and mom of 3 boys and, really empowered woman. But we started to have that conversation. And I'm getting into, abortion can be really, really touchy. And as we talked, her eyes started to well up. And suddenly she just broke down and she told me this story about being like 15 years old and some girl at school telling her that she was pregnant, and the girl coming to her, and this woman was from like a really super Christian family, and she didn't know what to do and she didn't know how to help her and she was terrified. And finally just her heart knew that she needed to help the girl, and she went to her mom and she got her mom to help get the girl the abortion. And it was like the dam broke. And it became very personal for her, the whole issue. And it's like that's where you have to meet people. It's more than just talk. It's more than what's in your head. You have to find the thing that really affects somebody and gives them the understanding that this is about them. People going back again to the manosphere and to women and emotions, when people tell me stop taking it personally, I go, I don't, there's no other way I want to take it other than personally. You can make it personal with people. That's the opening in my experience.
So, again, I don't know what law you're referring to that Trump signed, but that's not the issue, right? The issue is this perception, right? The things put off a perception that, I often say the Republicans are in denial about climate science, the Dems seemingly are in denial about biology. And that is the perception, right? And the reason, again, presidential elections are an individual thing, but it's a team sport, right? The red team puts up this perception that with respect to that particular issue, they're going to protect the kids, right? They're going to protect their daughter who plays sports from having to compete against a guy, right? That's the perception that they put up. I'm not going to get into the arguments about the fact that there's only a handful of them that actually compete, but that doesn't matter because their perception is their reality. And the blue team does a terrible job of, one, taking a common sensory position, number two, and two, dispelling this perception. That's a problem. And me having a one-on-one conversation is not going to solve that very macro problem that they have.
I have to kind of agree with both of you. But especially the lady Deborah, you're right about, having a conversation with people. But once they have certain things in their mindset, because if you knew, Trump's base is a lot of evangelicals, okay? And their whole mindset is Christian nationalism, okay? And so when you're dealing with that type of mindset, you're dealing with somebody's strongholds that, you could show people the evidence and they're still not going to receive it. You will be ostracized. You know what I'm saying? You don't even say that you're not a believer. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not voting about transgender and all the other stuff, because those are people's personal choices. Okay, we're not called to do that. Their whole thing is to make this nation a Christian nation. You know what I'm saying? So, you have to look at the behind the scenes and who Trump has there, like Paula White. And a lot of those evangelicals he had come up into the White House, and he's going to these evangelical churches. Those are all his base. You know what I'm saying? And so when they're trying to change all these laws and stuff, it's not about, even the part where they're taking services and stuff away from poor people, that definitely goes against the gospel. But they don't care. You know what I'm saying? They're seeing it as...
Yeah, they got a devil represent.
I'm sorry, I was talking. show them what he did and how you show them that he can't get totally rid of abortion, it doesn't matter. To them, he is like almost like their savior.
I'm surprised that you guys don't draw clear comparisons.
And they tried to say the same thing about Obama as well.
There's some clear comparatives between kings that are appointed by God.
You see, wait a minute. CC.
King David is one of them. And he was anointed.
What's going on? CC, nobody is listening to you because you was talking over someone. Wait a minute.
I was saying to the lady, they said the same thing about Obama. They said he was the Messiah, right?
Who said that?
When he became president, people were saying that we thought he was the Messiah. And people pushed back on that because we knew he wasn't the Messiah.
I never heard one evangelicals say that.
Okay. So when you're watching one, so what can we agree that the Republicans have a hell of a echo chamber? Like they are taking over the radio stations and the TV for the most part. When you go anywhere, you go into any public place, it's on Fox News. And so they have the airways, they have all of the airways, and they are winning the communication war. They are definitely winning that.
Man,
but if you watch it,
cable.
CC,
you're gonna go on UTC or I'm gonna kick you all the way out.
No kicking out. Okay, but can we at least like come on and slow? I mean, like fast it up. You know what I mean? Come on.
Okay, yeah. When they are winning the war on communication. So we have to start somewhere. What I said was not a one-all, beat-all. It's a start to train yourself to be able to tell the truth when they are speaking or believe something that's not. I'm not saying what the pushback is on that. I'm not saying it's going to solve everything, but if they only watch Fox News and that type of news, because there's some real news out there. There's some real news out there. And if they're only hearing that, then yeah, what else do you expect them to believe if that's the only thing that they watch?
So there's nothing that can be further from the truth to suggest that mainstream media is being dominated by conservative media. That's patently false. You can't name one other conservative news outlet on cable television besides Fox News. When you have ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, all dominating the airwaves when it comes to cable television.
So I said what I said, and when there is a trial, the reason why
wait a minute, he did not finish.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of like false equivalencies that's being perpetuated in this conversation. The suggestion that somehow Donald Trump can't be appointed by God. Thank you for muting me. Or that his followers or that his supporters or his voters are somehow in a delusion. When you look at King David sent a man to the front lines because he had adultery, had a baby.
Thank you again. So I'm not going to tolerate this behavior today. I'm not. Because as soon as we get opposing views in, y'all shut it down, and then we'd have the conversation no more. There's no way to move forward if you don't understand the voices from other people. If you can't have the conversation, that's fine. Leave. Come back later. But don't stop everybody else from hearing what the people have to say. If they don't want to hear, they'll leave as well.
Thank you.
But I want to be able to hear the people come back exactly what they say so that your voice can be heard, not the argument. The truth. Let the truth speak for itself. It will.
Yes, since we all know that TT gonna say some stupid shit, let him say it. Go ahead, TT.
Shut up.
I mean, everything that I've said is 100% factual. You can't point to any other mainstream cable news outlet that's conservative besides Fox News. You cannot disassociate Donald Trump from other kings that were appointed by God in the Bible that have done worse things than he has, and said worse things than he has, and they were appointed by God, and they were supported by God. So even in faith doctrine, we know that there are imperfect people that God points to positions. God hardened the heart of Pharaoh. He literally directed to restrict the people of Israel from being released. God did that, not Pharaoh. So again, the argument that God can't use Donald Trump or that God's providence is not in Donald Trump's life, I think you have to elevate yourself to the level of God to make such a determination. We know in Romans, the scriptures is clear that all authority is given by God. And then when you push back against the authority, that's exactly what Romans says. So again, I'll end.
Yeah,
What's going on? Chill back. I hear Lisa wants to get in there. I want to hear from Lisa.
It's gonna be very brief because I don't have time for this shit. I'm gonna get a facial and shit. Hey girl, Clubhouse got me on pins and needles, my nerves, my edges. I'm going to get a facial. So let me tell you something. One thing I do, my family is a follower of Jesus Christ. I have a uncle who's a great minister in the state of Texas, pastor of a huge church there, and my mother. But then the bottom line is, you cannot force. You can say whatever you want, and that's your opinion. You cannot force your religion and your values and what you think on others. Everybody in this country is not a Christian. There are Muslims. There's all kind of other religions besides Christianity. And for you to be able to sit here with moral authority and tell us we got to accept somebody who clearly does not, values are not aligned with mine, regardless if I'm a Christian or not, is the biggest hypocrisy, the nerve. That's why this is America. People came here to this country, these white people came here to avoid or evade religious prosecution. And now we got people coming here telling us we need to kiss the ass of Satan because in the Bible, we said God used people who were less than to pursue. That's fine. But this is a new day. This is not that day. We're not wearing sandals and trying to get across the Red Sea. We're here. This is 2025. We are technically advanced. We are free thinkers. We are educated. We are socialists. We don't give a fuck about this nigga. He's up there with all his crimes, and you're the one upholding a false God, a false prophet. It's you. It is you. If God wants to work with him, hey, that's between him and God. But don't force your shit on everybody else to have to eat and at the table with you and like it. That's what I don't like. Keep that shit out of it. First of all, the government and religion are separate. So don't come in here and try to make it one to suit your purposes, whoever the fuck you guys are. That's what irritates me. You just say that's what you think. Don't put it all on everybody else.
I want to completely echo what Lisa is saying. I want to echo what Lisa is saying.
One second, Dave. One second.
I'm done. Thank you, First Lady.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo
No,
what
wait a
Lisa
minute,
said.
Infinity. Do you have that? Wait a minute. There's already a class.
Should I just address
on the stage?
TC because I was the one that brought up the thing about
I wanted to just
Trump and how the Christian community as TC, I'm a Christian too. And some of the stuff I agree with Lisa. I'm one of those that believe in separation of church and state. A lot of times people always want to draw from the Old Testament. We are in a different dispensation. We are under the dispensation of grace. Okay? If Jesus said he did not come to judge the world, who are we? Yes, all power and authority is and God does use evil. Okay? But he said, I will use evil for good. Now, to elevate Donald Trump to the status that the church has elevated him to is wrong. Okay? He is a bad witness. Okay? When you have, like I said, unbelievers putting Trump on a cross like he's a savior, that tells me our witness is bad. I don't agree with transgender and all that stuff, but I do believe, what does the Bible say? It's the Holy Spirit that brings the conviction. Jesus told us to go out and spread the gospel, and whoever receives it, and who doesn't, don't. Wipe the dust off your feet and keep it moving. We cannot dictate morality. You cannot dictate Christianity. That's not how Jesus told us to do it. And again, I will say, Jesus walked amongst the most corrupt government, the Roman Empire. They had all kind of orgies, Caligula, and all that other stuff. If you look at the history, and he did not address it. He said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and render unto God what is God. Our service is unto God, and our response is supposed to be different than the rest of the world. Okay? We are not supposed to dictate our religious belief on other people. That's going against somebody's will. Okay? And even God won't do that. So when they start coming with this theology about, oh, well, David this and the king and that, I'm not saying that God does not raise up evil for good. All I'm saying to you is the church's response in elevating this man to a status in the church that they should not have. You have him going into all these different churches, and it's for political reasons. You know what I'm saying? It's the motive isn't even right. And I'm not pretending to say that I know it's hard. So wait, sir, wait a minute. We listen to you. I'm not saying that I know it's hard. All I'm saying to you is Jesus said you will know them by their fruit. And what is the fruit? Love, joy, peace, gentleness, kindness. Is all of that in Trump?
All right, so you just added all that on there. Lisa said what she had to say. I'm not sure. Are you going to respond to Lisa or are you going to respond to Regina?
No, I'm going to respond to both of them.
Place across the yellow line drawn on the ground. He will start.
In Atlanta, Georgia, paraded Kamala Harris on the stage and gave a whole speech on a Sunday morning. The hypocrisy, it stinks to high heaven. No pun intended. Like, you cannot sit here and lecture us that the church is taking an adopting some sort of idolatrous posture towards Donald Trump, and at the same time ignore what the black church has done for Kamala Harris. It's hypocrisy. And
That's a lie.
It's a Lisa.
That's another lie.
do not cut him off. Let him speak.
You just cut it
I
off.
agree with you. She has every right
Come on,
not
class. Come on.
not to have to feel preached to and lectured on about morality when her morals might not necessarily align with the next guy's morals. That's fine. That's fair. Where I disagree is when you said there should be a church separation of church and state. The government made sure the Constitution makes it clear that the Congress should pass no law, establishing a national religion. That's a separation of state and church. But our history is riddled with integrations and commingling of faith and government, where the church has an outsized influence on government. You can look at the writings of George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, where they regularly and routinely reference faith doctrines and scriptures in their writings. As government officials, they were sponsors of the church, and church was sponsors of their campaign. So again, I'm with you when you say, let's not force religion down people's throat and force them to adopt their moral perspective and tell them how they should vote because of it. I agree with you. Anybody that does that, they're taking advantage of you and exploiting their moral influence on your decision making. I'm not suggesting we do any of that. All I'm doing is responding when somebody said this man is evil, and that people in the conservative right,
27.
Elevating him is tantamount to some type of sacrilegious, exercise. It's not true.
Man, piggyback on that, First Lady. First Lady, man, piggyback.
I don't really
That
care
was
about this biblical.
I'm about to go with you. I'm about to go into
Seriously,
something.
not religious.
I just say 1 minute. I just say 1 minute. I'm about to leave.
Hold up.
I don't care about these fucking fake Christians.
I'm about to leave.
No, that's okay. You just got here. You wait.
I'm about to leave. Can I go real quick, please?
So what? If you can't go,
I ain't talking to you, bro. I'm
moderating the stage.
yeah, I'm moderating the stage real quick.
Oh my God, First Lady, I need a drink. I can't drink alcohol.
she's coming in here trying to
I have to leave, man. Please go.
I say this bullshit, mama.
Listen.
You can't go.
Chill back. Everybody just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath out. It's okay. All right? So, listen. Who said that they were gonna go at the TC? I didn't hear anybody say they wanted to go at the TC. So what's wrong with going to methamphetamine? The fact that he asked?
Because they hate me.
Yeah.
Shut up. You don't help the situation.
I'm such a victim. No, but you know,
I'm sorry.
let him finish his bullshit.
I have to leave. I'm going into a memorial.
We'll go to the memorial.
Alright,
come back later.
Come on.
Unnecessary disrespect for no
Class.
reason.
I got it, class. Thank you. Alright. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to almost reiterate what TC said in the sense that I agree with Lisa. I even agree with what Regina's saying. You should never impose your views on other people. So nobody should be imposing people to kiss Donald Trump's orange ass the way that Lisa said. So almost everything that TC said, I want to just highlight and reiterate because it's important to be said. If you impose your views or your religion on anybody, that is not in the likeness of Christ. That is not following the example of Christ. So anybody that's imposing, you're not following the example of Christ. And in terms of the separation of church and state, we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but TC, I completely agree with you. The separation of church and state is something that is not found in our founding documents. Congress shall make no law establishing one religion over another. Christianity is not a religion, it's a way of life. That was in our founding documents, they mentioned God, but I just want to make that clear. That separation of church and state is not a thing. That was something that was created in the 40s, okay? Not in our founding documents.
So, you know, hold on, because that's bullshit. You talking about founding documents? What was in our founding documents, Manfinity, that we don't practice today? You want to go back to the founding documents?
No,
Is that what you're asking for? He said the separation of church and state was not in our founding documents. It didn't appear until the 1940s. Okay, but what was in our founding documents?
Okay, so the term is wrong. Hold on, real quick. I got to separate. What the term was wrong. Stop putting the term for absolutely. But the separation of church and state, okay, is a term that came up about in the 40s to describe. Actually, it comes from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It came from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote, but it was not part of our founding documents. It was a letter that he sent to a group of Christians. I can't remember the context of this. I wasn't that. Why can't I finish? The term separation of church and state is not in our Constitution.
Dang, I went to the bathroom. Oh my God, I can't even.
Okay, so I agree with y'all. I gotta go.
Okay, good luck.
I can't even empty my bladder. Come on, guys. Here's the thing that's respectful. That people continuously come into the space, and then we have our weekend where it is just us, and we sit back, we kick it, and we laugh, and we kiki. But then when class is in session, why are y'all disrupting the classroom like this? This is very disrespectful. It really truly is. I understand we don't agree with their points, but we're preparing for the midterms. And all we keep doing is going into the midterms, hating each other versus understanding each other. It's not helping. It didn't help before. This is not Lisa speaking. You gotta stop putting my words.
I love that I'm getting mixed up with you because your voice is beautiful. Mine is ghetto excessive.
No, it's not, Lisa. You have to
I'm gonna go to side. I'm gonna go.
No, so, I just want to say, come on, guys. Get the classroom together now.
Let's be clear. I didn't interrupt him. When I said,
I don't know. I went to the bathroom. I waited for him.
I waited for him to finish, and when he continued to say, he said exactly what he said that I responded to. I wanted him to. I was actually having dialogue. That's what you call dialogue. What I was doing, I was asking him if that's the case, then what was in the founding documents that we no longer practice today, and why? Or do you want to go back to that? That's the question that I had.
Slavery should be respected. No man penalty will not do that. No, wait. We know man penalty will not have a dialogue. He wants to say his spiel, get it all completely out. We're not moving in space. Brooklyn, that is not the person to have a dialogue with, because he's going to stop, complain about being interrupted, and start all over again. That is the reason why First Lady said, okay, man, Kennedy, you're next. Everybody who's in this space knows for a fact, do not interrupt man Kennedy, because it tracks him off and he takes twice as long. It's not a dialogue person to have. Let him get it all out. I disagree with everything he said, including the periods, the semicolon, and the commas. But we need to let other people speak, because if we just argue amongst ourselves, we'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about how we hated what he said, and he's not even freaking in here. We need to be adults at some point and listen to the other side, because they will always hang themselves. Let them talk themselves up.
What's going on?
And on the left are off their mic for whatever reason. What is going on with you guys today? Is it happy hour? I know GA is somebody else.
Speaking like an infinity.
Oh my God, this is okay. I'm done. I'm getting done. You guys, he's back up. What is wrong with you, baby? Go take your medication.
All right, so thank you, GA. I appreciate that.
So I'm open to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless you were going to say something, not yet. Brooklyn, go ahead. You want to drop it?
It's not useful at this point.
So First Lady, if I may,
At some point, maybe after.
I just want.
Sure,
I'll just say
Brooklyn.
the part when these people.
No, go ahead, Sadie. I'll go after you.
Oh yeah, I just want to say if people bring up religion and their Bible thumping and all that, then they have to bring up the whole thing. They just can't cherry pick certain things to make their MAGA points. They have to bring up the whole thing: the feeding the poor, the welcoming the immigrants, and all of the other things that the Bible is very clear about, including adultery, which their leader has done several times, but they don't want to talk about that. They want to cherry pick to try to make their point and saying they are Christians. They're hypocritical Christian nationalists.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say real quick. One second. That was beautiful. Why aren't you able to wait to respond and say that so that everybody can hear it? That's all I be asking for. Well, when you sit in there, you start throwing it out, nobody's hearing it. It's just like the little chihuahua. But the point that you just made was absolutely brilliant.
We don't have the class that you have for
Again?
My voice so good.
Yeah. Number one, I want to second what you just said. That was absolutely brilliant and beautiful and spot on, Scotty. Just 100%. Just want to give the room a I'd say, which is I'm listening to this, I'm feeling all of this, and I mean, just fucking kudos, pods to manage all of this. I think what's going on here is that over the past 2 weeks, the level of cruelty that we have been witnessing between watching kids drown and watching people being snatched and watching the big fucking horrible bill pass, all of this stuff, we're getting more triggered as there's more cruelty. As the cruelty goes up, we get more emotionally invested and more triggered because we care, which is the good news. But it's also, I think, coming out in situations like this where somebody says something. I hear some of the Bible thumping. I'm Jewish. I get triggered. I believe in separation of church and state. Sometimes it's hard to not jump off the mic because we're triggered. So I just wanted to just say to the room lovingly, just, be aware of our own self-regulation because it's coming from a hard to good place, but it's coming out in something that makes it more difficult to share.
Exactly. And as your resident even in the room, I feel offended for the most part when people bring up religion and politics. It just really, it makes me sick to my stomach because it's like you're actually trying to make sense of something that is actually senseless, and you are definitely cherry picking it to you're using certain scriptures to build the narrative that makes this man look like he's somebody that he's not. TC, like it's like, why do you play in our faces on a daily basis, right? I'm wondering. I'm not going personal. I'll tell you something. Let's start right the fuck here. I am who I am. I talk how I talk, and I'm probably gonna offend people, but I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a regular New York girl that talks this way without any give a fuck about anything. I am not politically correct. I am incorrect in the motherfucker. Okay, let's just start there. So TC, like I was saying to you, sorry, the nerve and audacity of you to now this be your reasoning as to why. It's like you are a grifter to the highest power, TC, because you wasn't church and politics when you was Biden, and then when you switched over to Kamala, when you switched over because Kamala was up for grabs, you was like, oh, it wasn't about that. You was more about the men, the women not being able to run the country. But now here you are because you've seen all of the egregious things that your president that you decided to vote for has done, and now you want to make it biblical? Nigga, what? This is the problem that don't play in the faces of your people, TC, because as much as you want to not be black, you are, okay? And what you're doing is you're playing in our faces. We see you for who you are. It's okay. We see you for who you are, and you continuously do it. Stop doing it. Just be who you are. Accept that you made a mistake, and let's move past it. Let's try to do that. You've made a mistake. And that's just that. It's not going to end up, but it is. We're talking, and that's that. And TC doesn't get offended by me. We're friends. Everybody.
I just want to say one thing before I go to TC. You're talking about, David. God sent a prophet. We're not a theocracy. Okay? So unless God spoke to every single person in that voting booth, and send a prophet to anoint them. That's not how Trump was put in by God. Okay? So we're not a theocracy. The Old Testament, they were under a theocracy. Not all the kings around them got a prophet sent to them and anointed them to be an Amalekite king or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We are under a democratic society. We're not a theocracy. So that's where I believe Christians are getting mixed up. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to mix two types of organizations or whatever together, and it's not going to work because the way that our system is set up, it's like a system of Baal, and it's always going to go against what the Bible is saying.
So here's the thing for me. I don't even know why we all the way in the weeds with this. TC, you want him to be the king now? Is that what you're rooting for? Hello? I just want to understand it. Is that the direction that y'all are switching over to?
I know he ain't still on mute. I know he ain't jumped out yet.
I'm actually in the kitchen right now, so I can't
Reading the Bible. Oh, okay.
I don't think anybody's advocating for theocracy. We don't seek to be ruled, right? We're not looking for a king. But what you can't divorce yourself away from is the fact that the founding fathers realized that the type of strong executive they were implementing in Article 2 branch of government was going to be tantamount to a king. So you read the Federalist Papers, you'll realize that multiple references were being made from the Article 2 branch of government as a king. What? Giving him authorities and yes, like read the Federalist.
I told you.
Read the Federalist Papers. You guys don't take it from me. Listen, just maybe do a Google search or ChatGPT or
To the slave never thought. Why are you talking about those documents?
So because those are documents that
Those don't make sense, right? Why should I shut up? You've been talking all fucking day.
Because she asked me to speak.
I didn't ask you.
I don't know
So
who you are.
I'd like to finish. The reason why you would reference the Federalist Papers is because those were the documents that gives the intent of the founder when they were writing the Constitution and the Declaration of
I don't know who
Independence.
you are, but only
You understand, the intent is very clear. You interpret
We know the original intent of the document. We know what the amendments did, but there's another whole story. Layers and layers of this cake that we are now in our writing. I'm rolling. Hold on to unrolling. It's insidious.
can you guys still hear me?
Go ahead.
I'm doing three things at the same time, so I'm not going to be able to stay in the conversation as long as I want. I'm still listening, but I don't have to lecture you guys on history. You can read it out for yourselves. The founding fathers equated the president, the Article 2 branch, with that of a king. They understood that the executive role would be similar to, in nature and authority and principle, to a king, even though his powers would be checked. That's what people get wrong when they look at history and they look at the intent of the framers of the Constitution. Like, the framers did not want a king. Yes, they did not want a king, but they still gave the Article 2 branch executive the powers of a king. Only that those powers would be checked by two other co-equal branches of government. That's where the mistake happens. Yes, we have something similar, akin to, very like a king in the president. Sorry, you can't get away from that. No amount of virtue signaling or speaking over somebody will erase that fact. The Article 2 branch is the equivalent of a present-day king. That is a fact. That's the power that the Constitution gives the Article 2 branch. But it also gives powers to Article 1 and Article 3 branches to check that power. Now, if the Article 1 and Article 3 branches decide to cede those powers, which we know they have, to the Article 2 branch, you're going to see a larger expansion of executive authority. And more and more and more, the president will look, feel, and act like a king because those branches gave him those powers. And
So if I can respond quickly, if I may, go ahead and I'll go. Okay, yeah. Respectfully, TC, no. The founders hated kings, right? They absolutely hated kings. And kings are omnipotent. There is no check power to monarchs. That's not how that works, right? So I don't know what
is it me or is he in the Matrix?
Am I in the Matrix? Okay. Yeah. Like monarchs don't have check powers. The founders hated monarchs, right? They believe that amount of centralized, respectfully, they believe that amount of centralized power is easily corrupted, right? And we didn't. And most constitutional scholars will tell you this, right? Because that's what it was. And so you're respectfully, you're just wrong. Now, where have we gone wrong with this concentrated power, which started in the 30s with FDR? Although most folks would argue that he used those powers for good. That's what we started with, is giving the executive more power. It's just gotten worse in the last 60 years or 70 years, right? And so, but yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, respectfully.
I'm actually thinking about
I'm going.
go ahead and see. I was fine after you because I said I left.
Okay. All right. So, look at Federalist. I don't need to really go. Framework. Where you hear the author, Alexander Hamilton, speaking specifically about the authorities and the powers of the president, and giving those authorities, giving those powers akin to that of a king. So again, I don't have the document in front of me. I'll be happy to reference it when I get a second. But yes, those authorities were discerned what should be the powers of the president. The power should have the president. The president should have the power to pardon and to grant pardons that are irreversible and unchecked by another branch, because the king had this power. The president should have the authority as commander-in-chief of the military, because the king has this authority. They were given direct relationship between what power they give to the executive relative to the powers that the king has.
Point of order. Lisa,
They gave a strong executive.
Lisa, you are needed. Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa, emergency.
I'll yield to you, Jay. I'll refuse.
Okay, I hear you, but I hear other people talking. What's up?
You're needed in that another room.
Okay, so thanks.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, TC. Okay. I know you don't have things in front of you, but I only tap in when I have actual things to actually shoot at. First of all, Thomas Paine actually wrote in Common Sense in 1776 that monarchy and succession have laid not in this kingdom, not in this or that kingdom, but only the world and blood and ashes. Thomas Paine wrote that in 1776. Thomas Jefferson, in the Declaration of Independence, the history of the present kingdom of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having a direct object in establishment of absolute tyranny over these states. These are direct quotes. So I need to refute everything that you say. John Adams, thoughts on government in 1776. A man must be excessively stupid as well as uncharitable who believes that there is no such thing as Republican honesty in the world, the dignity and stability of government in all its branches and the morals of its people. Every blessing of society depends on an upright and skillful administration of justice aside from monarchy. That is James Madison. The Federalist Papers that you keep quoting so lovingly, number 10 and number 51 in 1787 and 88, the accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly and be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. That's James Madison in the Federalist Papers that you keep quoting. Alexander Hamilton, the farmer refuted in 1775. Literally says, he quotes, the sacrifice of mankind are not to be managed or among old parchments of musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam by the hand of divinity itself. They cannot be erased or excused by a mortal power for monarchy. And I can go on. Benjamin Franklin wrote against this. There was any monarchist sentiments in Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, James Adams, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and I can keep going, sir. Everything you're stating, including the papers in which you're quoting, speak directly and succinctly against everything you're claiming, sir.
And I just want to add, well stated, GA. I was going to add that GA pointed out specifically how two of the other authors of the Federalist Papers kind of pushed back against this idea of a king, number one. Number two, there are only 3 authors of the Federalist Papers, right? You're talking about compared to what, the dozen or so people that we call the key founders and the over 55 delegates that are at the Constitutional Convention, and you're quoting essays written by 3 people? Stop it, respectfully.
TC, I have a question for you. ahead. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are you getting your teaching from like Kenneth Hagin and all those type of teachers, or are you reading it for yourself?
Kenneth Hagin, to follow bonds of vice and vice the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the pure instant, so that the plague struck the Lord's people. Verse 17. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. Quick. As a king, that's what you guys are debating. What I said was the founding documents bends the position and the authority of the executive and gives him powers that would liken him to a king. And this is outlined in Federalist 69. And I'll read you, let me pull it up. Federalist 69. The president is to be elected for 4 years. The king of Britain is a perpetual and hereditary prince. Again, making clear and consistent comparisons, as I said a minute ago, to the king of England. They're establishing that the executive position is that of a king, but they're putting protections and checks on his power to ensure that he does not become a king. But make no mistake about it, when they were designing Federalist 69, Federalist 70, I believe they going into Federalist 72, when they're establishing the authorities of a president, they weren't looking to a legislative body. They weren't looking to like a Roman form of parliamentary government. They were looking at a king, an emperor, if you will, and giving him powers that would allow him to effectuate his responsibilities swiftly and effectively to protect the interests of the Union. And all I'm saying is, you can't get away from that reality. I'm not saying that the Constitution or the founding members established a king. I said exactly the opposite. They gave him the powers of a king, but then checked those powers with 2 other co-equal branches of government and put limitations on those powers, such as term limits. That's what I said.
TC, this is
You interrupted me, straw man.
And I heard you. No. I heard what you're saying, but this is where we fundamentally agree. You read the same documents I read, and you read them, and you interpret. Hey, we want him to have the powers of the king, but we don't want him to be a king. And all of the documents I quoted, and what has been said historically, and the other 10,000 documents that I could pull up, say all the founding fathers say, we hate kings. We hate everything about it. We don't want anything in our country to be remotely close to a king. We want to establish the furthest king from a monarchy that we possibly can. To the point that when George Washington actually took the oath of office to begin with, he didn't want to be the first president. Second of all, he felt so bad and had such an issue with the presidency in and of itself. When he actually took the oath of office, he whispered, and the crowd complained they couldn't hear him, simply because they had such an aversion to everything kingship as it is. You are drawing something out of a document that nothing in the documents that were written support. Because if you read their personal journals and you line them up with their personal diaries, line them up with what they said in public and their speeches, they hated everything and did not want anything to do with the kingship. And I'm sorry, sir, you're way off base on this. And you know what? If you're right, I'll agree with you, bro. But you're way off the left field. They hated kings.
He's coming from a certain type of teaching. He's coming from John Hagee and all those like Kenneth Hagin. I know he's one of those evangelicals. He's one of those evangelicals
of a king. Again, the power of the party came from a king. They literally likened it to King George. The ability to pardon, okay, to grant reprieves, to establish treaties. The powers of a king, okay? The power to be the commander-in-chief. The power, they get those authorities from a king. Now, they check those authorities, like I said, they check those authorities, but they got it from a king. They're likening the executive to a king. They didn't want just a parliamentary form of government. They didn't want a pure democracy. They wanted something that was a blend between a monarchy and a republic, is what they wanted.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. In fact, they were so...
I'm not trying to... Hold up. Let me just say this. TC, in no way, shape, or form am I trying to change your mind. I want you to believe in what you're comfortable. Everything that I stated was for the benefit of somebody who does not know the history and does not know the back end, so that they don't be misled. I am in no way trying to change your mind to convince you to think and follow this. Trust me, I know you are completely, to your dying day, gonna believe what you believe, especially from your background and how you've been indoctrinated with the people that you deal with. I'm not trying to change that. It was, my diatribe was for the people in the building that need to know how it's actually works. That's all. So I'm not debating with you. And
I appreciate the patronization. It's not lost on me that your soft, the soft punch there is not lost on me. Go ahead.
You're comparing. You're saying that they took some of the monarch ideas and instilled them into the president, right? The pardons. That's probably the only unilateral power that the president has. They cannot unilaterally sign treaties. They can't even unilaterally declare war, even though he is the commander-in-chief. The president can't, on his own, declare war. He needs congressional approval for that, right? So what you're doing is you're saying that because a bicycle has wheels and a automobile has wheels, they were trying to make an automobile like a car. Like a bike, and that's just not true. Just because they have similarities does not mean they were trying to make one or the other. They were so, again, to GA's point, if you read their personal writings, that they hated kings. It's one reason why we have this, because they didn't like centralized power. It's one reason why we have these federalists versus states' rights people, right? Because in our country's DNA, they're so worried about concentrated power because they don't trust it. It's in our freaking DNA. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna continue on because GA makes a good point. We're not gonna be able to change your mind in this, and so I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, there's no changing of the mind. Again, it's okay. Fine. Let me do what you're doing, right? Hey, folks, the founders resisted tyranny. TC is advocating for tyranny because TC is suggesting that the founders wanted a tyrannous executive.
That's not what I said.
So because he's given authorities like the pardon power that's not checked, that's the only example of how he can be a tyrannical executive. But TC is wrong. The founders actually resisted tyranny. Check your arrogance at the door. Again, you're debating a straw man. You're not debating any of my points. I've said it 3 times now, but you continue to do this as if you're winning some sort of argument. Nobody has made the argument that the founders established a king. The founders gave the executive king-like powers because they wanted a strong executive. They did not want a parliamentary system of government. As I said, that's the reason why we don't have a prime minister. We have a president. But you continue to go ahead and spin the narrative so you can get the applause from all of the biased people in this room because you're preaching the virtues of limited government and restrictions on the executive's power. I agree. There's no dissension. There's no debate. Founders did not want a king. You want a brownie, bro? I've said this now multiple times. But what I also said which you can't refute, is that the powers he was given in the likeness of the authority that a king would have. Such as the power to grant use authorities, such as giving him the commander-in-chief role of the military, such as the ability to enter into treaties. This debate is it's not even a debate. It's just simply grandstanding by Mr.
I'm not grandstanding you either. I didn't grandstand you nowhere.
Boy, that spirit of wanting to debate is gonna take you down, brother.
I know, right?
All of this, you said.
I'm in a position, First Lady. They either want to try to read you what I said.
Listen to what I'm saying. The fact that you were caping for this particular thing and saying, well, it's like him being a king, goes back to my original question. And even though you don't think you sound like that, but you're making an argument for it to be, knowingly or unknowingly, that's what you're doing. And people can't articulate that to you because they just gonna keep going back and forth with the points about what you're making. And I always tell people the devil's in the details, right? But let's get to the meat and potatoes. People are listening to what you're saying. People are trying to make sense of this, which then begins to create a vision of that possibly happening. And that there is how things manifest.
So let me say this, First Lady, and this is going to be the best example that I have to link to this conversation. Look at the anti-federalists of the time that Federalist 69 and Federalist 70 was written. If you look at the reputations and the criticisms of the Federalist Papers, and you look at the written documentary evidence that exists, you'll find the very same people that were anti-Federalist Papers were making the same arguments that I'm making, essentially suggesting, that Mr. is making and GA is making, because they argued that even Federalist Papers were giving too much power to the executive to make him a king. Again, you don't have to take my word for this. You guys can Google this. There were writings by anti-Federalists that criticized the Federalist Papers because they were saying that Hamilton, Madison, and the others essentially equated the executive to a king. That was their argument. They were saying, you give him too much authority. You give him too much power. You're making him a king. That's the best defense of anything I can say, because it just shows that in the context of history, even the people that were there when they were reading those documents, they had the same criticism, much power, and gave him kingship authorities. But I'm wrong. You guys keep telling me that the founders had no relationship between the executive and the king.
In the best case scenario, you make an argument of 3 founders, and there were more than 3 founders, and they were in the minority. Even if they were all in favor, they were in the minority.
Okay, so I read Federalist 69, and I read Hamilton's argument. What TC is talking about is what was called at the time elective monarchy, right? And Hamilton is reassuring people that his elective monarchy is unlike the monarchy in Britain. But TC is correct, he does equate it. What TC is not telling, or maybe he doesn't know, I don't know, is that his proposal, right, of elective monarchy was resoundingly rejected at the Constitutional Convention, right? When was it? 1787, right? He had almost no support for his idea of elective monarchy, I'm sorry. And other founding fathers did not share this idea. So, yes, Hamilton did propose elective monarchy. He got rejected.
Which is a more detailed, but that's a more detailed example of what I said. I said even if they,
I thought you weren't trying to debate, bro. I thought you were. Now you're telling me what you said. Protest too much.
I said earlier. I said you're giving the opinion of 3 people, right? And I said there were. What do we attribute? What, a dozen of the main characters as our founding fathers? I said, and the majority of them did not support that idea, the idea of the king. And then I said of the 50 plus delegates, the majority of them did. And I said, I reiterated, I said, even if all three of the Federalist Papers authors agreed with this idea, that was not the opinion of the majority. And you're asserting that it was.
TC, did you know that this proposal for elective monarchy was rejected in 1787?
I know that there were a lot of defenses of Alexander Hamilton's positions that were not adopted in the documents. Sorry, I didn't know you were speaking. Sorry. Yeah, I have to respond back to you guys later. I'm going.
Sorry. Are you withdrawing your position?
No, I'm not withdrawing my position at all. What I said was, I don't know how long you've been in the conversation, Ember, but what I said was, we were talking about the king, and I think First Lady said, you seek to be ruled by a king. And what I said was that the Constitution, or Article 2 branch, gives powers to the president that are checked by limitations on those powers, as well as the other two branches of government that would liken him to a king. Doesn't give him the authority to be, but it's likened him to a king. And so the reason, and this goes back to us referencing King David in the scriptures, and somebody made this point about we're not in a theocracy, and I gave an example that God supported kings in the scriptures and gave widespread latitude for kings that even transgressed the law and still resided with them and still supported them and still taught those kings up. I gave the example of King David. I gave the example of Pharaoh and some others in which God had a direct hand in directing their actions and their movements. That got down the rabbit hole to what we're talking about now, essentially equating the president to a king. And I said, as much as you guys don't like it, the president is the present day example of what a king would be.
And you still repeating this, Casey.
Can I? TC, you can equate in your personal opinions whatever you want to equate with, right? But historical record that you reference does not support what you're saying. So you can obviously have your personal opinion about King David and likening the president to King David, but the historical record that you presented, right, referencing Hamilton's idea that was rejected of elective monarchy for substantiation of your personal beliefs is historically incorrect because you didn't provide the full context. Specifically, it was rejected.
Now, did you say this is in the Constitution?
It's Hamilton's idea of what he wanted. Like he had a vision of
an idea that wasn't adopted.
Yep.
So I don't understand why TC even used it as an example. You see how you play in our faces?
But TC, wouldn't MBS and Saudi be much closer to being a modern day king than the president of the United States?
Yep.
He didn't answer. That was easy.
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer CEO. And I think that from the just move back to the conversation and put a stamp on it in the more words of Governor Morris, who is involved in writing a preamble for the Constitution. He said the magistrate is not the king. The king is the people. And that's the through line to all of the documentation that TC doesn't want to hold up to in that sense. He's trying to draw somewhere, so that's the stand on that. And the only thing I was saying to Virginia before is let's steer away from the religious conversation and let you actually understand and let you train in hermeneutics and theology, and you've been through dispensationalism. We have people, there's stuff that I hear people quote and pull up. It's so far off base because it's just like our laws and documentation. When you take a smidgen of something, like so we're saying, hey, you don't recognize the whole of it. time of it. It's just a trash piece of a train wreck of a 32 pilot car wreck on 94 in Grand Haven. It's bad. So let's just steer clear from that, because 98% of what I hear on Clubhouse is wrong to some degree. Let's just stop doing that.
Yeah, I think it's more like a 26 car pileup to be exact.
Somewhere in between 20 and
But the idea is this a new United point that's getting ready to come out and it's getting ready to start being discussed? Is this the idea we're playing around with this King situation? Is that
I
it?
think that's a tease. Sorry.
This is old stuff. This is old stuff because the conservative, the evangelical conservatives, was claiming King Caesarea. That's mentioned in the top 10. We were doing that when he was running. When the 200 evangelical pastors got together and prayed over Donald Trump, they were claiming that historical reference before.
Yeah.
So that's what the big thing is. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an old idea, but it's getting trotted out again in conservative circles. Like if you read their quote-unquote philosophers, right? Like this Hamiltonian vision of Caesarism, which is a few steps away from Bonapartism and a few steps away from fascism, right? The idea of Hamiltonian Caesarism and unitary executive is very much revived for Trump. So yeah, they're talking about it. I don't think it's reaching very much the liberal circles because it's, it's just talking points that are dealt with. I don't think it's reaching mainstream yet, but maybe it's normalized. Since TC is talking about it, maybe it's going to get normalized.
That's the danger in it, how I see it. But did he say, so the idea is in the Constitution? Is that what y'all saying?
No, it's Federalist Papers, specifically written by Hamilton. That's what TC was referencing. He was defending the idea because people were concerned. He was saying, like, I don't want a monarch. It's going to be like an elected monarch. It's going to have all of his powers, but it's going to be fine. And he's writing in defense of his idea, and later on his idea is rejected at the Constitutional Convention, so it's not in the Constitution.
So it's a non-segue.
Yep.
Just sending us down the rabbit hole just to talk about it. Ain't talking about nothing. So how do y'all feel about him removing this day on Martin Luther King bus?
For real? Wait, what happened?
He put it in a different area. The bus of Martin Luther King. Am I okay?
Where did he put it?
Is that not true?
Where did he put it? Oh, I don't.
Yeah, he did.
Where did he put it?
He put it downstairs.
He put it downstairs. No, see, she's not going to. She put it downstairs, facing the wall, behind some things, actually.
Laugh or cry. That one's crying. That was.
And my thing is this: why are we surprised? Why is this even shocking? I mean, I'm surprised it took him this long. I'm surprised he left it there this long. I'm surprised Obama's picture is still up. I'm shocked. I'm surprised that all of the White House staff is not, published certain definition. And I'm just saying, why does it take so long? That's how I'm shocked at. I'm not shocked at where he did it. I'm shocked that it took him so long to do it.
So does this make him a racist?
No, No, he's been one since 1946. So what are you talking about? He said, make it anything. I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm a criminal and I finally get caught robbing bank, did we get caught making criminals? So I was a criminal for the 16 decades before that. I just didn't get caught. That's crazy. I'm not black because I take the box. I was black before I take the box before I got the football. This isn't making anything. This is what people like to do. I'm shocked that we are shocked.
Speaking of Obama, did y'all read what Trump and Obama talked about at the Jimmy Carter funeral?
No.
You want to play golf?
Yes. Trump invited him to play golf. That's what Obama was laughing about, apparently, because Trump was bragging about how great his golf courses were.
Oh, yeah. Obama was like, nah, I ain't going to the golf course, man. They be shooting.
Well, Obama's in you state, bro.
Oh, y'all just go for my. Y'all just going to my.
No, I think it's more like even if Obama wanted to, as soon as he ran that idea about Michelle, she would look at him crazy.
Yeah. The whole Tiger Woods too.
Hey, Mr. Finley, how are you? I just noticed that was you.
It's all good to see you. I'm doing good. And I'm going to say it again. Yeah, Obama didn't want to get shot up.
That's not funny.
It's hilarious because they were shooting at Trump's golf course at Trump.
No kind of
Too soon?
Just about. It would be bad optics. I mean, shit, they were giving the Obamas hell for just being able to have a giggle with George Bush. You can only imagine playing golf 18 rounds, or 18 holes rather, with Trump.
I cannot believe how a president is trash as freaking George W. Bush is so freaking beloved today. They treat you like an old grandpa, and that dude was probably the worst president in my lifetime.
But Mr. Finley,
Until now, yeah. You remember we had a guy named Dan Rather too? That was
and then Mr. Finley, you gotta take this into account. Bush was nowhere near as dangerous as Cheney was. Bush was a patsy compared to Cheney, and we have never had this guy 45-27 to compare him with. Up until then, I say Bush was nonsensically not really harmful. Cheney was the problem.
Cheney was like that.
I actually agree with that. I think if Cheney wasn't the VP, Bush's presidency would have been very different.
Yeah, it would have been nondescript. We just would have gone past it. It would have been nondescript. But Cheney ran everything. He was a dangerous one. And we didn't have anything to compare them to because up until Cheney came around, there had never been a leader that had an office at the CIA, the FBI, had an office at the Justice Department, and at the White House. I mean, we never had that before. And at the feds, come on, man.
We had worse presidents, right? But we didn't have as stupid a president.
We had worse than who?
We had worse presidents than Trump in terms of, like their lethality.
I don't think so.
Andrew Jackson.
I don't know about Andrew
Jackson. The Johnson-Jackson thing, they are very similar to Trump, but I would think that Nixon was kind of bad too.
Buchanan was pretty bad.
I don't know. But see, my thing is, at least they were intelligent. I literally think at this point we have not had someone with a lower IQ. I mean, that's an issue. Somebody with a lower IQ and clearly is clueless about how government works. I mean, painful, obviously clueless about how government works. We've never been at this level of desperation before, clearly.
a clear nepo baby, nepo person.
I mean, we've had people with bad intentions, people that specifically wanted to screw out the country or had bad policy ideas. But we've never had somebody so woefully clueless about how government works and how the world works.
Wait, so we've never had a president do car commercials at the White House or do crypto scams?
But again, like I said before, that's woefully clueless about how government works. That clearly shapes the point. Is that who never anybody who was intelligent enough to know how government works would never ever put themselves in that position for the country. They would never do that. But you know how this thing works. Clearly he was not.
You know, I only got one thing to say. 2 Corinthians.
I got a question for y'all. Do you all think when people say we have to take pretty much like a chapter out of MAGA's book on how they stay on code, should we just become a damn cult ourselves? Should Democrats become a cult and left-leaning independent?
Absolutely not. I mean,
A movement, not a cult. A movement.
They need to stay on code though.
Yeah, but you see, this is my thing. I knew Mr. Phillips was going to say something. Because look, the reason they stay on code is because they're a cult. Left-leaning independents, Democrats, they don't behave that way. Look, we always critique government. That's what we're supposed to do as a people. We're supposed to critique our government. Not just because of that. Now, mind you, this is a kind of like an unprecedented, this is a different situation. I get it. We have to do something different because look at what we're up against. But competing against MAGA is going to be difficult. And it's shitty right now to be a Democrat and left-leaning independent because you're going up against a party who can do whatever the hell they want, and their people will side with them no matter what. That's different.
Well, you know what's interesting though about your point is that, like, if you ask MAGA what's the greatest strength of Democrats, we'll say their unity and ability to stay on code. So it's funny how like both sides think the other side is so great about staying on code. It's true.
CEO, fam, look at dude. I forget which senator it was. Dude said home for the bill, right? And then Trump said, "Well, you ain't gonna never get elected again," and dude resigned. And then people like Josh Hawley, who were huge critics of this dang on bill, voted for anyway. Then got on TV and lied to him. Then got on TV and lied to himself about how the bill's good. And I'm not saying that Democrats should do that and vote for, bad policy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about when it comes to electoral politics, stay on freaking code.
But so
pick some talking points and stick to them.
But listen, like, what part of this Epstein thing is on code? And you have huge different camps. Like Laura Loomer and Candace Owens are each other's bro. Musk is at Trump's bro right now. There's a whole divide around Bondi and all this and that. There's a lot of division right now. So the Epstein thing doesn't impact regular table shit that people are worried about. They're not worried about that. They're worried about feeding their family, getting housing, shit like that. The Epstein thing is just a fucking distraction. So you're talking about in terms of congressional votes staying on code? Is that what you're referencing? Like the congressional votes? What do you mean? I'm talking about running for office. Everyone stays on the same page. They like Dems don't know how to do that, and their messaging is trash. It's embarrassing. Even in conversation with Dems, it's like, oh my God, y'all sound like the elected officials.
That's just because they're afraid with a simplified message, and they all stay with those slogans.
And then Dems need to figure it out. because it's y'all got some of y'all got some good policies, but you cannot get the masses to support those policies because I don't know. Y'all let
Finley,
the simpletons.
You know what will happen, Finley, is that like if you look at it, Bernie and AOC do have it together. So if nobody else gets it together, then the messaging is just going to default to what they're saying because they are the ones who are speaking clearly.
But you know the point I don't get. You keep saying all this about the Democrats, but here's my thing. You keep talking about how much times has the Democrat lost? You make it seem like the Democrats have a history of not being able to get to the messaging. Do you understand this last election? Kamala had only so many months to try to campaign and all this and that. Like, do you not understand that?
I thought for the most part she, did pretty well. Given the circumstances, she had did pretty well.
She wasn't gonna win. History was not on her.
So you see, this is how you get people like this. We're not really come out. Look, you literally just said she wasn't gonna win because of history. So is it because
I'm not just talking about president.
She was a woman? Or was it because she was a woman?
It has nothing to do with being a woman.
Or whatever you just said, it keeps coming out new things.
No. So you guys are focused on one office. I'm talking about all the offices, right? Them they're getting their butts kicked, and they should not be. On policy, we're honest. They write way better policy and way better for the economy. They should not be losing to Republicans. But the reason Republicans win is because Republicans do a much better job of freaking messaging, and they do a much better job of staying lockstep to win. Democrats don't do that. And my reason for Kamala losing was the vice president. It's hard for vice presidents to win right after they were vice president. It's hard for the president to win. Things happen with twice in history. So that's why I was saying with respect. And then we were being a woman.
I do think Democrats need to fix their messaging, but I disagree that Republicans do so much better. Because I'm going to stick to they're a cult. They don't have to have good messaging. They just have to talk.
Well, yeah. Calling them a cult doesn't change their electoral outcomes, fam. Like it doesn't change. Right, it doesn't change anything because during the Clinton, but the same sentiment was during during the Obama years. The same sentiment. Just like the party that loses always or wins always eulogizes the opposition party, and that's is never going to be that way.
Well, I mean, in fairness to what JD's saying, is like Trump is the messenger. We're just aligning with it. So it's not like there's a ton of clarity voice. I mean, it's like Trump and basically MTG are the biggest voices in the party right now, right? Outside of that, you're not hearing any real original thoughts among the elected officials.
Right, but they're getting in line. Think about it. The Republicans have a line with a guy that's not even conservative. He ain't even conservative. That's lockstep. If I've ever seen.
I think I figured it out. This is the 5D strategy. Follow me. They want to deport immigrants. They want to devalue the dollar. They want to disenfranchise the middle class. They want to blame it on the Democrats, all authored by Donald J. Trump. That's it.
Fam, your rank and file voters in 2025 think Republicans are better at the economy than Democrats. They believe that.
One thing that's hard to get over, though, is that the MAGA versus Democrats focus on fears and hopes as opposed to facts and figures.
Wait, hopes? Because Drew Baby Drew sounds a lot better than global marketplace.
Vicariation wish list. I got it. What I want to know is why people who have X amount of hours during a week who are allegedly against MAGA don't want to spend time talking about MAGA, but instead want to talk about what the Democrats don't do or what they didn't do or why the candidates suck or why the messaging sucks. And that's their choice. when you actually have the choice to talk about how terrible the policies of MAGA, how the individual MAGA politicians are detrimental to our democracy, and all that, and so they want to talk about Democrats in 2020.
Well, Scotty, you can just say it. So, Scotty, there is a reason for that, though, right? It's just basically that I think there's a lesson that just tearing down the other side doesn't create winning. It's basically there's got to be some inspire. So there has to be an inspiration.
Yeah, there's also
right? Like I think Scotty, one second. I think that the Dems should actually just follow what Newt Gingrich's playbook was in the 90s when he created that contract with America. That was very popular. The Dems should just create some unifying vision like that, and they all run on it. That would be good.
No, see, you spend hours upon hours talking about policies and your job creation, and other people are uneducated, uninformed, and 3.4 million Medicare cuts. No, talk about all that boring crap that most voters ain't gonna remember in 15 minutes. No, that's a winning strategy. And then when people call you out for having a bad playbook, you say, "Oh, you just hate us and you like the other team."
You see, when you keep bringing that up, we're not the politicians. So when other people are, quote unquote, what you would say, chastising the other side, so what? I mean, we're not the politicians. Democrats ain't up there chastising black people for the most part.
That's what they do.
Chastising.
JD, I have friends with a bunch of elected Democrats, a bunch of them. I used to be lobbyists. Like personal friends, and I scream about this trash messaging and how they spend all this time talking past people and talking at people. I'm like, y'all, you can't win like that. There's no way you win like that.
Well, what is true about the Democratic Party is that there are plenty on the left, if you want to call them leftists or whatever. I don't think a lot of leftists are Democrats, but they want to eat their own in the Democratic Party, and they want purity politics, and that is an issue that the Democratic Party has in terms of being able to win in 2026, because you have people like David Hogg saying, if you don't vote a certain way on these certain things, we're going to primary you. And I don't think that's actually constructive for the Democratic Party, because there's a lot of people who, in this great country, that are not on the left. They're Democrats that win in their districts, that are purple districts and sometimes red districts. And they know who the voters are there. And they vote in pretty much lockstep with the people that they represent. And there are leftists or people on the far left in the Democratic Party who somewhere in another state are telling them how they need to vote in their district for their community, even though they are committed to the Democratic Party and voting along with whatever the minority speaker wants them to do, whatever the party wants them to do. However, they are chastised by a lot of people on the left saying that they are not really about that life, and that is a problem with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they are target boycotters, and that's how I illustrate the Democrats, right? You gotta do everything correctly. If you don't, we're gonna shoot you and we're gonna sink the ship. Target freaking passed the minimum wage $15 before any other company did, right? They were progressive. They were doing DEI before most companies were. They were progressive. They freaking banned the box before any other company did, right? Any major company did. They were progressive, but they don't do one thing, and then we got to boycott them and then sink the friggin' ship. That's the Democrats. That's the Democrats, and that's embarrassing.
Right, and I'm also saying, and I agree with you, and I'm saying that we can talk about that 20% of the time, and the other 80% talk about how shitty the MAGA politicians and the policies are. I don't personally believe in going after the voters, but I do think the politicians are fair game, even though I think some of the voters are stupid and unpatriotic, and going after the policies. And I spend 80% of the time doing that, 20% talking about my own.
But Scott, you're missing the portion about the vision again, about what are the plans, instead of like just.
No, I agree. That's
what's the proactive part.
No, there has to be a plan.
and I actually agree with you on the contract with America, there has to be almost like an alt government, like a resistance party with a vision that people can say, okay, I don't know what the MAGAs are doing, I don't like it, but this party over here is moving in this forward direction, and I can jump in with those policies, and I agree with that, so I'm on board.
Hey, Mr. Philly, did you vote Democrat?
I don't vote in federal elections. I've not voted in federal elections since Obama. I used to be a lobbyist, but I do vote state and local, and I vote for Republicans and Democrats.
Okay. Yeah, that absolutely.
Yeah, I don't believe. I believe in good policy. I believe in good policy, not good partisans.
Me too. So the question is, are you complicit with pedophilia and your alignment with Trump and the absence of Epstein files? I mean, where are you in relationship to that?
In fairness to Mr. Finley, and chillism, he's considered a Democratic chill.
I am. They do call me a Democratic chill. When I'm in more blue-leaning rooms, they label me MAGA. It's crazy.
Yeah, to me, so for those of you who haven't been here earlier, he was arguing us down that Republicans have been better to Black people.
Didn't say that. Did not say that.
No,
never said that.
In a nutshell.
Nope, never said that.
I'm just giving a recap.
You tell Democrats to stay on code, and you don't stay on code.
Yeah.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat, JD.
Yeah, you're literally saying Republicans are better.
And when I'm in chillism, they say that I'm saying Republicans are bad.
I mean, I'm literally like saying what you said earlier today. A few hours ago.
Yeah.
And now you switch it up.
No, I'm not switching anything.
It's just the messaging is bad. So I'm just giving a recap to the room because I realized that this is foolishness. And so I'm like disengaging. But no, I think
what happens is
hold on, family. I think Sam, what happened was I wasn't really listening. He wasn't arguing for MAGA at all. It was a question that was posed, and he answered it in the way that he thought a MAGA person would answer. So based on what he said, I also heard Black MAGA men saying those things. He wasn't speaking from his own perspective because he said it several times that he didn't vote in the federal election. He said it several different times. So he was, I think to your point, Finley, I think the problem is that you're in the middle, so you can see both sides. So you when you're arguing with say Democrats, you're arguing from the side of MAGA, and then when you're arguing with MAGA, and you're arguing from the side of Democrats, and that can cause you to be attacked. And that's just what happened. Yeah. Were you here when we were talking about Reagan and his policies and all that? I did. I was saying. Oh yeah. He was like that black men didn't care about that.
Yeah, mischaracterizing what I said.
He did say that, but he was speaking from the perspective of the black men that said that they don't give a fuck about that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fair in all of it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I've literally been listening, and I can say from my stand. From your view, my view is different. That he was here the entire time. Right, I've been here too. That's what I'm saying. The entire time, I didn't leave or anything. I've been here and mostly just listening. And when he was speaking, I didn't interrupt because I wanted to hear what he was saying. And when I heard what he was saying, he was definitely speaking from the MAGA view, like because I could have said the same things because I've heard them say exactly what he said. That's what I'm saying. So it was like you heard him speak, and I think another problem is with you, Finley, is you have the cadence of a MAGA nigga for some reason.
What does that mean?
And you kind of talk like them. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know. It's like something in your voice, and it's absolutely MAGA-ish. And I'm just saying that might be the issue. Like, he sounds like he's MAGA, but he's not.
play middle, that tries to claim to be the expert on both sides. It's unproductive. You didn't vote.
Because
But you're in here trying to tell me, no, hold on.
I do vote.
You come in here. Hold on.
Why are you screaming?
I said,
Why are you screaming?
I was in my car. Anyway, so the problem is it's unproductive. And you know what? There's a lot of independents. Look, of course I voted for Kamala because of for my dislike for Trump. So of course I'm going to be labeling Democrat. Trust me, I'm an independent. I am an independent. His views on how he sees MAGA, I don't agree with. But the problem is, when you talk to him, it's something like, no, he's the MAGA expert. That's why he's coming off as MAGA. Because he's pretty much acting as if he was MAGA. Because somehow he can be an independent in the federal election. He can be in the middle and somehow be an expert on what black MAGA and MAGA want. But me, who is a true independent, right? I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent. I don't agree with his points on what he's saying about MAGA at all. I really don't.
So how do you wait? I got a question. How do you call yourself a true independent, but I'm not? My biggest, I'm not a Democrat. I said I'm not a Democrat.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not a member of either registered party. So because I vote for both. Because I believe in good policy, not good partisans. So, and again, and this is my problem, right? With both sides, is when you say that we're struggling here, right? And I tell you, well, this is what your voters are saying and why they're voting that way, because I listened to them and I parroted that. They think they're my own. Yes, you don't listen.
What's my first name? What's my first name?
I don't know your first name. I just know your. No. I'm talking. So
she's a mother.
If people were listening, you would be able to understand my perspective. Because everyone heard everything I said, and she said it perfectly. I'm not a MAGA person, nor do I speak for MAGA. I'm just simply telling you what they're saying and why they're voting. That's it. And then I get pushback. I'm telling you what the customers are saying. I'm reading the reviews. All right, why are you giving me the pushback?
Hey, Mr. Finley, you need to keep coming in here because I only catch half the hell I normally do when you're in the room.
You're a little bit different though, CEO.
Yeah, we know.
We don't need any more middle experts.
You say stupid shit and then you run too on top of that. He stood down and stayed this whole time, even though people was yelling at him because they didn't understand his point.
I can yell for hours.
No one was not understanding him. Right? He switched his point, right?
Never switched my point.
It's always been that. That's what I'm saying. Like you wasn't really listening. Y'all was just really talking past each other. If you weren't listening, that's not what he was saying. It was basically the question was posed, and he was asked like, what could we do different and some shit like that.
At what point do Americans separate themselves from pedophilia? At what point do you separate yourself from being complicit with someone that is complicit with pedophilia? That's the conversation. Will you stop saying that? Stop. Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were talking about Epstein. We're not talking about that. Hush. Well, you should be. Trump said don't talk about it. Trump said shut up about it. You people are complicit. Okay.
I think that a lot of times that we be talking past each other and not listening. I'm even guilty of that sometimes. Because I be already knowing what some of these people gonna say, so I just, shut down and don't want to hear them, and I interrupt, and I have an attitude and do all of the things. But if you were really listening intently, because the only time I really interrupted was right. That's what I'm saying. We get it. Just finish. That's what we get. I'm just saying,
because she repeated it several times. I think the bigger question is this. You've seen me
You saw me ask them on stage, what is their opinion of lavender, and you saw them run. So I think it's only fair Americans ask MAGA supporters, are they complicit with pedophilia and Epstein disappearing? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
No comments is intact in that conversation now. I already just said no. Why are you doing it again?
I think I stand with
You should go in the chillers room and ask that question. Those are the ones that support it.
Yeah, give me a label. I don't know all the rest.
It's in the hallway somewhere. It says chillers room. It's there every day. And they're the MAGA supporters to the heart. So you can ask them that. I don't think none of us support Epstein, nor Trump, nor none of that shit.
So why didn't you tell me this earlier, girl?
I mean, context clues.
Yo, Brooklyn, I get jumped in there every day.
We believe that when we are born,
Oh, poor you. I don't even know in there at all. I will crash the fuck out, clearly crash out. I don't even
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't understand how Mr. Kennedy yelling. I mean, he just be like, but you know what? And I thought about it. And I thought, you're doing the Lord's work. You fighting.
I be bored and I enjoy conversation.
hey, this is Alderman Daniel Espada.
Yeah, I think you guys are getting close. Yeah, you're doing this.
Hey, this is Alderman Daniel.
It's okay if you do this.
All right, folks.
There's other places to have conversations.
I've been moving around a few rooms.
Technically, bipartisan ones, because at least it's other people that have an opposite argument. I can't go to channel with them at all. Like, even in here, it's mostly Democratic, but it's other people are allowed to speak whenever they're allowed to speak. Or sometimes I might bully them, depending on how I feel, but still, like, I at least give them the space to say the stupid shit so I can then refute it. So they don't do that over there.
I feel like it's the DMZ.
But that's the part of the thing that we've been talking about, how Democrats are more critical of our own party. Well, the party, and this is a part of the process of politics of the constituents. We get to judge and critique our elected officials. So I think it's fair, to be honest with you.
Hey, brother, that's what I was saying. It's going to be harder for us as, like I said, left-leaning independents and Democrats, because we've always critiqued our officials. We're not a cult. We're not going to just agree with 100% of everything we do, no matter what.
50 pounds per person.
Right. I agree with you on that point. Like, it's harder for us, because because we are independent, we're independent in thought, so we can see the bad things too, along with the good things. We can see the bad things too, so we're gonna critique it. But I think it might be time for us to kind of use some of their tokens, even the MAGA people. I don't know. During the election, some of them had critiques for Trump, I guess. Some of them.
But I agree with you. It's time to come to show.
Yeah, it's time to fight fire with fire.
Pick 3 or 4 central principled positions or political positions and fight tooth and nail for them, and fight the long game for them. The Republicans did that for abortion. They've done it with gun rights, and they've done it with taxes, right? and they are successful at those things, right? And they sprinkle in a little bit of, we're going to try to repeal the 14th Amendment here, and, we're going to ignore the Constitution there. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of racism. Like, they sprinkle in a little bit of the other stuff, but they are central to those ideals, right? Democrats can't do that. They can't do it. Like, healthcare, criminal justice, and freaking wealth disparity should be, like, central to like the Dems platform, and they should run the long game with those things and get it accomplished. And sprinkle in a little bit of, we're gonna sprinkle in a little bit of infrastructure here, and maybe deal with the the school funding problem there. Like, they can't, because they try to do everything at once, and everybody's all over the place, and nobody gets nothing done. And it's embarrassing.
But let me tell you what I see. Let me ask you this question, brother. Do you see this? Listen, what you just said was facts. The Republicans have been playing abortion yet ever since the 40s and the 50s because they could not sell. Just like they couldn't sell slavery, couldn't sell segregation. That's a hard thing to sell. So the way to actually move around that is to sell abortion. Because everybody can get behind that. I love what you said. Here's what I have seen in my 52 years. That the Democrats have been consistently, they can't focus on one thing and ride it out like the Republicans, because every other year they're fixing what the Republicans want. So they can never focus on an agenda. And what happens is the Republicans shoot us in the leg, the Democrats, for the next 4 years, trying to get that leg to heal. And when the Republicans come back, then they shoot us in the arm. Then we actually, the Democrats go back and try to rehab that arm. The Democrats never have an opportunity to develop an agenda and to play something a long game, because they are like, please like us while we fix what they want.
That's
and that has been the case for the last 20 years for the people.
But that's a good point that you made, and I was gonna go to what I was gonna say before you spoke. I was gonna say that part of the problem too that I think we all agreed on was the fact that when the Democrats do have a win, they don't boast about it, unlike the Republicans. That might go far. Like, a lot of people don't. A lot of the normal everyday citizens don't know all of the good things that Biden did, because they was focused on what Trump was talking about instead of the Democrats focusing it and boasting about it and speaking on it and praising themselves, patting themselves on the back like the Republicans do. They downplayed everything and let the Republican talking point go over all of their accomplishments. So that could be another thing that they can do to kind of help their help them win.
Well, another thing, and I agree with you, Jay, I agree with that point, but another thing Dems should do, in addition to fixing, so again, Republicans get elected in office, if they got 112 things that they want to get done, and they only got 15 minutes to get done, they get done 100 things in 10 minutes, right? Democrats will have like 6 things, and they got 15 years to get them. I'm being hyperbolic to make the point. They got 6 things, and they got 15 years to get it done. And they'll do one thing, one thing, and it takes Republicans no time to undo what they've done. And that is another thing that drives me bonkers. Like, and then they rig it. Then they try to rig the game so you can't like undo what they just broke. Like, fix what they just broke. And that's another thing that
do you ever think that voting in a presidential election means anything? For example, like, okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you why I vote in a presidential election. I'm a single issue voter. And that single issue is the Supreme Court and federal judges. And because of that, I've been voting Democrat my whole life. Because I found out that single issue vote actually matters, because the Supreme Court matters. So everything that you were talking about that you may be criticizing MAGA for because the Democrats are feckless and can't get done, a lot of that is allowed because of the Supreme Court allowing it to happen. So if you want to talk about Citizens United, you want to talk about abortion, you want to talk about rights for immigrants, you want to talk about health care, you want to talk about any other thing that has been happening over the last
40, 50 years is because of the Supreme Court and the fact that people like you are too much of a coward to actually vote in a presidential election for the one thing that could fucking matter for this country.
So let me respond to that by telling me I'm not a coward. Watch your mouth. All right. I'm tired of the. I've been nothing but respectful. I've been nothing but. You don't even know why I don't vote. Right? I spent 6 years in D.C. as a lobbyist, working with these elected officials that respectfully don't give two craps about nobody on the street. They do the bidding of the wealthy. That's why they would do this thing like immigration. They switch positions to sprinkle a little culture war in there so we can infight over the culture wars while they then continue to run this capitalistic economy that is not beneficial to us. That is the bigger problem than anything else that you said, because when people are crunched for money, they don't care about civil rights. They don't care about none of that stuff. The era in which, with the exception of black people, that Americans got the most done with respect to people's civil rights, like the 50s and 60s and 70s, the economy was amazing for everybody but black people. And I understand that to be the bigger issue. And that's why I don't vote federally. And I'm in a red state, and I'm like, it's not a swing state. And so I'm like, my vote doesn't really matter anyways. And so before you call me a coward, right, understand why I principally don't vote. Now, if I were in a swing state, I'd probably have a different opinion. But I'm not. I'm in a very gerrymandered, hyper-red state.
But you vote, though, right?
I vote state and locally because my vote makes a difference state and local.
Right. So why not move your finger with the little pen or stylus to vote in the presidential so that people can see that the margin is a lot closer because people like you have moved the stylus over to check the Democratic box on the same ballot right above the other people you're voting for. It's really not that hard.
We hear people say their vote doesn't matter, and guess what? Look what we're going through now. We're going through, immigrants being unjustly, detained and deported, and U.S. citizens, right? Look at all the shit that's happening, right? We got this big, beautiful bill that's now cutting off services to the people that are in most need. But I gotta sit and listen to how my vote doesn't matter. If your vote don't matter, then you're trying to tell us all of our votes don't matter.
I didn't tell anybody else what to do.
If everyone stops voting, guess what? I guess, you know what? We'll just do a free-for-all. Just let this shit free-for-all. You know what? Good luck. Let's just see what happens.
So again, this is where the you're not listening, right? I didn't say everyone shouldn't vote. I said this is why I don't vote. Just like earlier, I was telling you why certain people voted the way they voted. And instead of listening to understand, you criticize. Right?
Okay, so Scott,
That's not go ahead.
All right, let me just correct the one thing you said. You literally said, of course, you keep on with this. You're not listening to understand. You're listening to speak. Blah blah blah. All I said is you didn't vote, so I guess GUESS, all of our votes don't matter. Did I say the words? Mr. Finley said none of our votes matter. I said I guess. So you need to listen to understand it. You just want to come here and hear yourself speak. I got it. But you probably need to spend a few seconds listening.
The projection is not necessary, and the slippery slope is also not necessary. If I try to pick my words carefully, if I believe that nobody should vote, I would say that. I am saying this is why I don't vote, because I saw how the sausage was made, and it is a waste of time in its current conception, right? If you want to be honest, if the Dems were honest, they would undo Citizens United, but they won't, because Citizens United is more detrimental to a lot of their voters and a lot of things that they want to get done. Because they also need that they also want that super PAC money. They also want that super PAC money. They're not going to undo it. Right? To the gentleman earlier, I didn't cut you off, Scotty. I did not. I didn't cut you off, Scotty. But just like the gentleman said earlier, because here's where not being in either camp, you can see freaking clearly. The other gentleman earlier said, and I agree, I'm a Christian, I agree that evangelicals should not put Trump on this pedestal and use the faith for which to get votes. But I also agree that them shouldn't come into the church pandering for votes. I agree on both levels, right? But no one can call it down the middle like that because they're not going to ignore what benefits them. And so I'm not saying nobody should vote. I'm telling you why I don't. In Florida, it does not matter. We're a red state. All right. It's like a Republican saying, that's like we're saying in California, well, just one more of you voted, instead of losing by 5 million, we would have lost by 4,999,999. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, I want to call out the lie that you said Democrats are for Citizens United because they benefit from it. I want you to point to me where the Democratic president appointed Supreme Court justice voted in favor of Citizens United, and I will wait.
Doesn't matter if they appointed him or not. What are you talking about? Dude, this is how y'all can't see the forest for the trees. It doesn't matter.
You're not on the ground.
If they truly wanted to repeal Citizens United, they wouldn't accept the money. Right? They would not accept the money. Number one.
They would start at a lower.
Number one. And number two, they would cut. Number one. I moved out of your way, Scotty. They would start number one by not accepting the money, or they would do like the Republicans did, and every other session propose a bill to repeal Citizens United.
Right, that the president will sign. I get it.
Yeah, that didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obama. That didn't stop the Republicans from trying to repeal Obamacare when Obama was president and Biden was president.
You know why? Because Republicans like to waste their voters' time. They don't have a plan, so of course they will do all of this nonsense because they don't actually have a plan to help people. So the Democrats, in fighting to overturn Citizens United, which, by the way, they cannot take less money, and they cannot have a different playing field than the Republicans have. That's the reality. Of course they would want to overturn Citizens United. There's probably bills in Congress right now to do just that. But they're not going to get it passed because MAGA is president and because MAGA controls the other branches of Congress. So this is the reality. And you do not get to be on some moral high ground because you worked in D.C. or because you have friends who are Democratic politicians, you see both sides, and you don't vote in the presidential election. You are not morally superior than...
Never said I was.
Well, you certainly have some moral high ground because now you can see both sides, so you have the clarity...
I don't call it a moral high ground.
Because, well, no, you have this clarity that none of us have. Because we are too entrenched in our party, because we only fraternize with Democrats. Well, your opinion's wrong. Your opinion's your opinion. To be fair, your opinion's your opinion. But it's misguided, because we only fraternize with other Democrats. We only fraternize with people who think exactly like us. We do not have any family members, any neighbors, or anybody that we work with that has a different point of view. None of us do. That's why we are in a cult. That's why we cannot see with clarity what's going on in America. Only people like you who don't vote in presidential elections do.
As I said, it's my opinion, right? It's my opinion. It's based on my observation of watching Democrats move. And I know Democrats aren't going to give up the money because they benefit from the money. Why would they? Right? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like having a side chick and then promoting marriage. If the side chick ain't gonna say anything, why would I give it the side chick? You know what I'm saying? They don't even take a principal position because this is and they're being paid by the same big business folks that they do the same bidding for. It's a reason that guys like Manchin didn't fully endorse Medicare for all. It's a reason that a lot of our infrastructure bills are filled with pork. Like, it's a reason why Democrats still openly support choice schools when they're detrimental to the teachers union that they call themselves endorsing and loving, right? Because they're gonna play both sides of the fence because they're gonna dance to the piper that pays them.
Well, that's a fact. You're consistent in that you spend 99.9% of your time criticizing Democrats and then lying on them like saying that they're all for Citizens United and they're not going to do anything. So at least I really applaud your consistency in this room and in other rooms that you go into, bashing Democrats and really suppressing the future vote and anything that they can do in this country. Because this is what you people do.
You people?
You tell everybody how terrible Democrats are, how they're failing at everything, and you don't focus one iota on MAGA or Republicans, because that is just not the clarity.
I'm sorry, Scotty.
One second. Scotty, Finley bashes Trump and Joeism all the time, so that's just not an anchors.
Well, that's okay. I don't go into.
I literally hate the man as a man. I literally hate his existence. What are you talking about?
Okay, good.
Awesome. He likes to go in the opposite room.
Yeah.
No, JD, what I do is, if I'm talking to Jordan fans about Jordan's weaknesses, I can say on one hand he's one of the greatest players ever to play, right? And I can also on the other hand say he had limitations to his game, right? I can say that. But what Jordan fans will hear is you hate Michael Jordan and you like LeBron or Kobe or whatever GOAT player is they compare, they juxtapose to Jordan. And the same thing with LeBron fans. I do the same thing, right? And I'm just simply pointing out that your player has flaws. If you want to be honest, have an honest conversation, let's have an honest conversation. But that's the problem with partisans. They don't want to have an honest conversation.
I got it. You can list a million. You know what? I would believe you were having an honest conversation if it were just a few points. You've literally bashed like a million points about the Democrat. You hate the Democratic Party. Just point blank. You haven't named one good thing. You've literally, man, I can't even count on two hands what you bashed about the Dems. I can count. I need more hands. In fact, everyone raise their hands. I need to borrow your hands on how many points on the Dems that this man has bashed. You've bashed the Democratic Party so much, you clearly hate the Democratic Party. So maybe you're not a Republican, but you damn sure ain't left-leaning. You damn sure are more right-leaning.
This is hilarious, CEO.
Well, maybe.
I was just going to 5 minutes of being true.
You're looking for comfort from CEO.
I'm not looking for
Hold on, everybody. Get a hold of your britches, okay? Maybe, just maybe, we didn't have any MAGA for him to argue with. Matt isn't here. Matt Cool is here, right? And I know everybody hate Matt Cool. But this would be a perfect opportunity for a Matt Cool or a Matt Pavo, whatever the fuck his last name is, to come up here, any Republican MAGA people, this is an opportunity. You got somebody dead smack in the middle to argue with, Come on, let's go.
And JD, can you tell the truth? Isn't Brooklyn booty clapping for Finley?
You shut up, CEO.
Listen to this though.
I'm not booty clapping for nobody.
If MAGA came in here and was talking shit about them, yeah, we need to hear this side. We're listening to a man that has no side. So how is his opinion going to help us? He has no side.
I don't vote federally, sir. Stop saying I don't vote. I don't waste my time voting for elected officials that don't do the bidding of people. Why would I do that? I feel it's a waste of my time. So maybe for
you don't vote in the Senate races? Hold on, you don't vote in the Senate races?
No, I don't. No, the
Senate races are going to be closer.
So let me make you feel better. So should I tell you that they've elected a felon that isn't even qualified for office, that doesn't know what the hell he's doing, has no idea what the Constitution is, doesn't read the Constitution, doesn't respect the Constitution, or a Supreme Court that's not paid off, that's endorsing him and kind of moving out of his way and letting him do his will, and the fact that this guy is actually challenging the constitutional law like the 14th Amendment, that even during the most most racial of times, the Supreme Court said, hey, wait a minute, you're going too far. They were born here. He can stay here. He's a citizen. Should I start with that? Or the big beautiful bill that the party of fiscal responsibility, right? Remember that party? The party that claims to care about the budget and how leaving our kids and grandkids, they're going to explode it by $3.5 trillion by doing the greatest transfer of wealth to the wealthy in our lifetime. Should I talk about that? Would that make you feel better? Huh?
Well, Finley, you're not voting helps Hamilton win.
No. My one vote does not change. Does not move the needle.
Continuously speaking, driving the Democrats. Yes, that makes me feel warm and tingly inside. Right. So I'm saying that, and for him to say that his vote doesn't count, it's like really ridiculous. Because if everybody thought that way, we would be. That's why we're in the situation we're in now. And I'm listening to you guys arguing back and forth, and this is a very good example of why we're messed up right now. So if I can, I'm gonna wait for you guys to continue because I like to listen before I speak, and just getting a feel of the people who are on the stage talking. I'm gonna tell you guys how I feel, but I just want to break in and let you guys know that I'm listening intently, and this is why we're in the problem. Because she said, "Why is that but one vote?" Okay, so let's all say that. Let's all say that our one vote don't count. Let's all spread in that community that I'm sure.
You're not advocating for that.
I did not say that.
I'm not. You're making that choice.
Hello. I mean, first of all, you have no impulse control because it's really unfair that somebody who has been silent all this time, and then when they start talking, you just want to overtalk me and interject. But what I'm saying to you is that if everyone, I'm not advocating for it either. But if everyone had that mindset, just imagine what type of situation we'd be in our community with 12 to 14 to 20%. I don't know what it is because we don't even adhere to the census. We're not even serious about putting ourselves out there and letting them know our numbers. So if we all, the way we're being represented or not represented, the lack of representation because we don't want to participate in the governmental process. So they'll know we out there and we're big and strong because we're all sitting around with our individual grudges that we can't even come as a collective to be able to get representation as a group. No one even takes us seriously because we don't take ourselves seriously. We don't take the governmental process seriously, and our numbers are dwindling. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game in politics. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking and it's the numbers that's going to help us get anything done. So everybody subtracting 1, 2, 3 here. I'm not going to vote. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it like that. I'm not going to vote. I don't believe in it. It just diminishes our numbers. And when our numbers are diminished, no one's taking us seriously. So don't keep saying that because you have people who are in this room who think when they hear you say shit like this and the way you say it with such authority and so much like you have so much intellectual prowess behind it, they're like he don't vote. Why should I? No, everyone should vote. Even in the process, so we can have those numbers and we can move the needle. That's all I'm saying, okay? So I'm going to sit down and let the men talk and listen more, and then I'll give my what I really want to say after you guys are done. I apologize for jumping in at this time. Thank you.
Sometimes, Mr. Finley, I have a thought experiment here. Did you vote for anybody before this last election?
At the last presidential election I voted for was Obama.
Okay.
And I vote in every election I vote in every election but presidential elections. I don't vote in federal elections.
Okay, so for Biden, you did not vote for Biden?
No.
Okay, so here's what the thought experiment is. If we have to blame him for not voting for Trump, we have to, and that success, then we have to blame him and say he didn't vote for the success of Biden. Either way, that's a nil conversation. Move on.
Yeah, I'm people preach me about voting, not about voting, as if I don't understand how the game works. When I tell them,
well, I think
federally, they ignore the fact that I vote in every other election. And then I'm always giving a speech about the electoral process and all this stuff. And they don't realize that I've written checks. I've helped people get elected. I'm very well freaking connected, right? So with respect to my vote and it having influence, I have far more influence with my telephone or the fact that I can walk into a congressman's office, even today, than me casting one vote for one office in a very red state for a lot of red politicians that I don't freaking like. It's wild.
You did lose me a little bit when you said you don't vote for the Senate race, though. Why don't you vote for the Senate race, though? That's weird.
Because federally, they are so. I'm gonna say this when we talk to you. They are so entrenched in freaking corporatism. I feel it is a waste of time. And again, let me be clear. For example, I speak in schools, by the way. I don't share that message to young, impressionable minds. I don't do that. I don't tell people that vote regularly that are my friends don't vote. I don't tell other people to do. But if they ask me my opinion, right, of the kids, I'm going to share it. I'm very well aware of what I'm doing. I thought I was talking to people on stage that were very much well into politics and understood how this works and could respect someone for their position. But no.
This is an echo chamber.
But they do it in all rooms. They do it in all rooms that people that say that they vote very politically astute, they do the same thing. And I'm like, stop. Like, why? This is not working.
Well, you know what you got yourself into. This is an echo chamber. Everybody has a very specific way of thinking. So if you come in with your opinions that aren't in alignment with that, you're going to be attacked. There is no like, oh, why is this room like this? This room has always been this way. So I just think you need to really consider that. Brace yourself.
First of all, sir, hold up. This is what we're not going to do. Hold the fuck up. Let me stop this shit right now. Because because the minds are not speaking, you're getting a little loose and free. Don't come in here and label this room as nothing. You're not a motherfucking founder. You don't know what this room represents. It has never been an echo chamber. That's why your ass is up here. Because if it was an echo chamber, we would have locked the doors a long time ago and had the deacons throw your fucking ass out. So don't do that. If you get a room and you open it up and you want to label it as an echo chamber, you're free to do that, sir. But don't ever come in somebody else's property and start putting labels and signs up and shit unless, you're part of that and you've been a founder or at least a contributor that somebody in here gives a fuck and respects. So you know what I'm saying? How disrespectful of you. Just to make your point, you're going to try to diminish somebody else? You niggas amaze me. That's why you're in the situation you are right now.
You know that was damn, right?
I don't give a damn. I don't like that.
I just want to.
I know who it was. I just don't like that, First Lady, when people do that.
I don't like it either.
I don't know what the fuck was going on.
He's been showing out all week long. He can't stay off his mic. He just keeps on talking. Just putting the ideas out there. I don't know what's wrong with the guy.
I just don't like anybody disrespecting the work that you guys have put into this diligently. You come in and you provide the space every fucking day. And you put in your time. Like, your disrespect of somebody's time and energy that you just did was amazing. If you want to, you're not running the room. You're not giving your energy, your time, your knowledge, your voice, your spit, your hours. We could be doing something else. You think we don't have a fucking life? You don't think we don't have things we gotta do? But we know that this is important. And we're on this app not for entertainment, not for your entertainment. We're here basically to bring information and to bring knowledge and to educate. So if you thought this was the fuck off room and people just come in here to fuck off because they ain't got shit else to do, you're wrong. You're misinformed. Right? I don't open up my room every fucking day after I get off of work and helping people in the operating room to have you motherfuckers come in there and tell me that, I'm just doing it because I'm a clown on Clubhouse and I need attention. I don't need attention. I am attention. I get attention wherever I go. And I don't need to come on Clubhouse to get more of it. I need less of it. So I'm sorry, I to disrespect your space, and I'm not like that. But when somebody comes and say this is an echo chamber, you better know what you're at when you're that. I don't care how you were saying it, or you should have said "ha ha" after. Just kidding.
That's fine. We ain't gotta give him all that energy. I was gonna say something, but hey, Brett. Oh, somebody got my infinity block. Which one of y'all got my infinity block?
Hey, Lisa, that was a good line. I am the attention. I like that.
That was good. Who's got my infinity block? Who's gonna go first? Sam, JD.
It ain't me, lady. It's not me.
If you got him blocked, what's next?
Yeah, I was just
playing, lady. You know you my number one.
I'm not sure about that. I think somebody else is there, but that's fine. Yeah, he was here earlier, but something could have changed. I don't know. I was just asking. Go ahead, CEO. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was done.
I don't know what happened. Mr. Fenley was totally involved. Hey, Moosey.
I'm as innocent. Lady.
Oh, it's me. I'm sorry. I got somebody going.
Oh, so you gotta leave, sis. Hey, Matt. Hey, Marshall. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to everybody too.
Happy Saturday to you.
We got Matt, Marshall, then Infinity on his way, but apparently we're in echo chamber. Yeah, it's wild.
Amazing.
Your Marshall. I've been labeled a dim hater, fam. I've been labeled MAGA, Marshall.
From chillism, I'm very surprised.
I am too.
He's usually the dude arguing for the Democratic Party, believe it or not. Chillism is like watching Maury Povich. So it's not exactly like you can rate it high on the listen-omometer.
So I think if we did an experiment or paid attention to this past experiment, people listened to his cadence, they listened to some of what he said, and it automatically equaled and assumed something completely different. But when you take the emotion out and you actually listen to the words and the context and the message of what somebody is saying,
Lady, it was the cadence, wasn't it? I said it was the cadence.
Oh, you said
it was
that
the
too?
cadence. Yes, it was the cadence.
What the hell? Y'all making me sound up?
No.
I was saying
MAGA cadence, Finley. You have MAGA cadence.
Allegedly.
No, but that's the thing.
CEO got the same cadence, though, to be fair. CEO got the same. Yeah.
That's deep. So why don't we figure out a way to get to know what somebody actually says before we pass the judgment and respond accordingly? I think that's a good thing to start with. Can we do that? Can we start there?
That's very ambitious.
It's very ambitious. Oh. And the left, you've been really showing out lately.
Can I join the MAGA cadence group? I want to be a part of that group.
I want to know, did you eat some bad fruit? What's going on?
Well, I saw some bad stuff today on the streets of LA. Yes.
What happened?
Well, LA's got some things going on. It's just ice, baby. But there's also a Tesla supercharging station that is actually a 24-hour charging station, but it's a diner in a mood. What do you call it? A drive-in and a diner. So there you go. So my apologies if I jumped on anyone or anything. Also MAGA. I can't take MAGA, right?
What does that diner and a Tesla station have to? What are you saying? Is somebody blowing up, or you robbed it, or what happened?
The stuff stacks on top.
That's people saying about Biden.
FEMA.
Okay.
I tried to move those. So much of it. It was heavy on my mind, and then when I came into the room, I just heard all the MAGA sauce, and I flipped out.
MAGA sauce is crazy. I wonder
Well, I know I'm Matt Cool don't come to bed because he's scared of y'all, but Matt Cool, this is your opportunity and you just won't take it, and I don't understand.
PC is hard for me, and I hate to center people, but for someone who works so hard at trying to make his point valid and using obtuse references, and all of that, and you just want to slap him. Not him, but you want to slap the concept,
So what I can't understand is, instead of us being triggered by him, find a way to actually argue back with him with the intelligence and the facts.
I don't want to obliterate him.
Because obliterating is cathartic. Talking is not necessarily cathartic.
Okay.
That's true.
They always get beat in the fucking debate, though. That's nothing new. He just doesn't believe it, so that's really a waste of time. You gotta just stop him from spreading misinformation like he did earlier.
Well, I think we got to the bottom of that, didn't we?
Yes.
Exactly. And we found a way to do it without all the, calling names and stuff. I'm just saying your message is heard when people can actually hear it. But all that anger and stuff like that, it's not helping. And Mr. Fenley and what he was trying to say, what he's bringing, is what a lot of other people have been trying to say that's still kind of in the middle. But the more we keep pushing, you're pushing them further and further away. And I get it. People are like, fuck them. We don't care. But then it's like, but we need them. So it's just like, which way are we going? Are we going to be like, fuck them? Or are we going to be like, finding a way to actually have a conversation so we can find some way to negotiate? Or we just don't, we already at the point that we don't trust them. So we like how Israel don't trust Iran at this point. And it's up in the sky.
Stricter protocols and norms might help.
I don't understand that. I mean, I'm just saying, is it up and it's stuck? Is that what it is?
It's various ways that things can flow, and when you got a big group of people that wants to have talk about a topic, and they're all in the queue, and it's building up. There's a certain amount of anxiety and frustration that comes with that. So having private rooms.
That's a you problem. So
yeah, I have a lot of you problems. But what I'm saying, though, as a solution, you could have private rooms that you branch off into, and then they could resolve some of those really tight conflicts. Not everybody's interested in, the thing that's been the thing of the thing so many times before.
I don't get what you just said, but okay.
Ice, baby.
So did y'all see that they dragged some people, like they ran through the crowd, and the one person got ran over? Did y'all see that? Ice.
Yeah, I saw that first lady.
You saw it?
Yeah.
That was crazy. I tried to find a clip on it. I couldn't find a clip. I be scared to Google certain things, so that's probably why I can't find a clip on it.
I'm at the nail salon when I get home. Maybe when I get home, I'm at the nail salon. When I get home, I'll run it.
How many times you keep getting that stuff? What's going on?
What happened? What?
Why y'all keep getting your nails done like this? What's happening?
I haven't been in the nail salon in a while with you guys. But today, I went and done that station thing first. No.
I heard Mingling in the background talking.
Well, Mingling was doing something else.
Breaking news. And so Matt Cool joined when Manfinity comes in. If we've unblocked Manfinity.
Matt Cool is already here. Chill back. Y'all always want. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all be looking for the excitement. What's going on? Y'all want the fight. Y'all can't wait to fight. Everybody can't wait to get in the battle. Why y'all gonna fight? All the time? Dang. Can't even get rest on Sabbath. My. What's going on, Dan? You came to apologize? Or you doubling down? Which one is it?
The Lord says, peace, be still.
Amen. That's a fact. I can move forward with that.
Amen. That's a fact.
Damn, I like you. Oh, can I just say this real quick? I like you, damn. I don't have anything personal against you at all. I like you. It's just that it's just to me, and this is not my space, but it was hurtful because I know how much energy and time that these ladies put into this platform. So that's the only reason I feel like that. And I apologize if I injured you or something like that, but it was just a moment of
No, that's cool. My apologies too. I try to be careful with my words, and I think that was just a poor choice of words. That was a triggering kind of phrase, so I need to be more just thoughtful. So, yeah.
Amen. Look at God working. Don't tell me my God can't do it.
Can we go back to burning down democracy, please?
No, chill out. See, were you going to say something?
Oh, no. We responded to Brad and then chatted something.
Oh, okay. Hey, Brad. How are you?
Now, what Brad is this? Is this the white Brad that be talking poorly about black women?
Brad just wants to poorly about black women, and this is what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, that's what I asked.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Because then we put stuff out there on people. We need to be able to judge people by our own accounts and our own accord. Happy Saturday, Brad. How you feeling?
I'm tired. I'm exhausted. But I'm back home after a week of.
You been hiking?
No, I was down in Kirk County, and I've been down. I've been down Center Point.
I was just gonna say he's probably down to help rescue folks.
He's been part of the rescue effort in Central Texas.
Was that for work? Or were you hunting or something?
No.
He's literally just helping out. He was part of the first responder effort in Central Texas, Miss.
Oh, right. Kudos to you.
Thank you for your service, Brad.
Look at Brooklyn wanting to attack people that are helping them save others.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank those heroes.
I didn't attack him. That's why I asked what Brad is. Okay. And Matt Fool in the audience. Don't stop, because I got my matches for your ass, alright?
Oh, no.
Why the violence, Brooklyn? Why the violence?
For the record, if you would have said it's Brad, there's a Brad that attacked white women, you'd have been accurate, but yeah, he has a problem with it.
Yes. I wholeheartedly. Oh, man.
I now have a new group that I hate too. It's idiots that come down and do TikTok videos pretending that they care, and they're just sitting there with their little camera on their phone and taking selfies and showing how much they care. Then they turn around and leave without even so much as picking up a stake, a shovel, a rake, a chainsaw, and they don't even get dirty. They don't get muddy, but they sure look good on fucking Instagram or whatever.
They're getting their influencers, right? Influencers got that content.
That's dirty work, man. That is dirty work. That's disgusting.
So, do you know the toll now, Brad? Is there a total?
I don't have those numbers. Like I said, I just got back, and I see messages from time to time, and I was letting friends that I'm really close with, like, updates on here. The one that I was aware of that we found was Friday night, and they were deceased, and we pulled him out and found him in a debris pile underneath a bunch of crushed RVs. So that was the last I was able to do, and I learned a valuable lesson. For those of you that never think you're going to need it in life, horseback riding lessons.
they help. My ass is so sore because
You never lie.
pause.
The bragging booty?
All I heard was my ass is so sore, and
He's back in there. Somebody food break. Shout out to what's name, Ryan Lessons. Shout out to rural Florida.
One that there's some.
Hey, Philly. Astro Life. I don't know anything. But I would say horseback riding will help save you. I lasted 2 hours on one of those big dogs, and I had to get off. I couldn't do it. It was just too painful going over all those brakes.
What? There's a nature thing I can do greater than brag? All right.
I heard they were up to 121, but I don't know if that's changed. 119, 121, and 170.
How can 170 be missing, Brad? 170, that's a lot of people. I mean, have you ever been around 170 people? Where could they possibly be? Are these just people who haven't reported in to their family or they can't get in contact with? Because it almost seems like an impossibility to have 170 bodies. The number, 170 bodies that are missing in Kerr, K-E-R-R County, in that particular place, in that riverbed.
It's
several counties. It's not just Kerr. Oh, okay, I apologize.
And the river is like, what, 250 miles long?
250 miles long?
They could have been
It's a beast.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. A lot of people don't know, and it's slow going. Like on the first couple of days, you go through really fast. You're just trying to listen, and you're trying to poke and prod, just trying to find anything that's moving or you can hear voices. And then when you go to the recovery phase, then you start pulling back and you start doing more methodical searches and digs, and you got to get through the brush. So it's going to be a long time before a lot of those individuals are covered, because it's just, I don't think people understand, like, whole cars are just now covered in dirt and rock and trees. Like, it's their whole houses that are just obliterated. It's just, there's Center Point, the entire town is pretty much gone. There's nothing left there. And there's pretty much nothing along the banks. And the surge itself happening in 45 minutes, nothing was able to withstand that. Nothing in its path was able to withstand that.
You know, what I did what I did learn was that one of the first responders was actually in the river, in the flood, rescuing a lady, and he was summoning for help, and he was asking, what do you call those operators, the 911 operators, to activate Code Red, and she responded that she needed a supervisor to activate it, and that was before, I don't know what time it was. I think it was either 1 or 3 a.m. And that the mayor claimed that he was not aware of that. So when they do the RCA, you're going to find that there's a lot of, not just incompetence and failure to act and processes that are filled with holes. You're going to find that was evident because the mayor, for whatever reason, whoever the supervisor was not contacted to activate that Code Red, which definitely could have saved lives.
Well, should we focus on that right now?
Yeah, well, we're in recovery. When are you going to focus on it? We have a hurricane season coming up.
It's still 170 lives.
Yeah, and I pray and I wish, and Lord knows I pray that they recover that. But I'm a realist. I deal with code blues and codes and people who die all the time in the health field. Even though I pray for miracles, I know what the science says. I'm hoping for a miracle because that's what they need at this point. But I think we can chew gum and walk at the same time because we have upcoming hurricane season. So if they were failures and we know these events, we don't know if it's going to be at that extent, but could possibly happen again. Then we need to know what they are so that we can go ahead and plug those those failures of putting processes, update the processes. The FEMA, there's a national type of, I think it's called the IEAW, that was not utilized by Kerr County. I think the other counties utilize it. There's so much things that need to be fixed, and I don't know if you don't start looking at it now and updating it, these things are going to happen again.
Not just that, Lavon. I don't know if you can hear me, Lavon, but not just that. With us being in our profession, can you hear me?
Yes, Nolan, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, and with us being in our profession, we were having these rooms and we were talking about ignoring warnings, ignoring signals. When I have those monitors, when they have these warning signals and these buzzers and these alerts, they're put on for a reason. And I hear them all day, every day. And we have to learn not to ignore or to devalue when there's any type of warning systems that are in place. I know they tend to be, you consider them a nuisance. You consider them to be something that, I get them all the time, so I'm just going to ignore them. If I set up and ignored the little oxygenation warning buttons or the arrhythmia warnings or all the other things that are set in place in my profession, then I would get the same results as what they got that night of that flood at the river. So we have to, at least give your warning signal a second look or a second consideration. And that's why you guys ask for them. That's why they ask for the alerts for the children who are being abducted and the Amber Alerts, the this, the that, and that. You notice how we don't even look at that anymore. Does anybody else in here agree? And when they have our Amber Alerts and we look and we're annoyed and we just keep on moving down the road. But they were put in place for a reason. So anyway, it's going to be more if we continue to be apathetic about the ones that we have in place currently. Yes, they could be updated. Yes, they could be improved. Yes, they could be elevated. But at least the basic warnings, we should at least have consideration of the basic warning that are currently in place. Because it's going to take years, if you agree, for them to get to, and it's not going to happen next week. It's not going to happen next month. It's not going to happen before the next rainfall or the next flood. So at least you can be a little bit more diligent when we're getting alarms that we ask to be put in place that are currently available to us.
So there was something else with the alarms, right? There was also FEMA appeals. Buildings were identified, structures were identified to be removed or moved, and they were not. And there's a lot of that kind of backlog still exists. So I think that's another area that's not really being talked about right now. They were reducing regulatory oversight and flood insurance requirements.
Well, Kristen has this new thing. I don't know how that's going to impact recovery and help that unless they change it. Any expenditures over $100,000 he has to personally approve. That seems to me that would be every request because this is like millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of resources that they're going to need. That seems to be low for her personal signature signed up.
I think the people of Texas need to be more involved. This is a tragedy that affects our entire country. But, the people in Texas, I know that they are involved. And Debbie, I don't know if Debbie's in the room, Pastor in the room, all the people. Do you live in Texas, Lavon? You live in Texas, Lavon?
No, I'm in Florida. Texas.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were in Texas. But yeah, because the way that this president treats California or treated California, I mean, we wish we had these problems as far as getting any money whatsoever to help those people, those fire victims or whatever. But this is Texas need to do their due diligence and get their shit together. The people that live there.
With the climate problems we're having today, there has been over 20,000 buildings that have been removed from flood maps via appeals.
Now, this information, have you
What does that have to do with anything, Ella?
Okay, so there were buildings and structures on the Guadalupe River that were scheduled to be removed or to be moved, but they were not because that particular county decided that they wanted to have those buildings here.
Is my mic working?
All right, I hear you.
First thing, you got a hot mic.
Because I'm asking y'all a question. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, no, we couldn't. My bad, we couldn't hear you. You sound far away, like big echo.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out, Aleph, have you done the research? Have you verified that this is all true?
Yes, I'm putting a link in the chat. One of them is from AP News. FEMA removed dozens of Camp Mystic buildings from 100-year flood map before expansion.
Yeah, just FYI, Trump just released a new statement about Epstein. It's a doozy.
Oh, wow. Make my day. Make my day.
It is. It's long. All right, it's long. I'm just warning you now. What's going on, my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more? They created the Epstein files just like they created a fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on them to me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Okay, they haven't even given up the JFK or MLK files. No matter how much success we have had, securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, is never enough for some people. We're about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years. And we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to our complete priority. The left is imploding. Cash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals, instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Is misreading his face.
In the world because of crime.
First of all, you see how he threw in how the election was stolen. You see what I'm saying? And we ain't saying nothing about him and Elon stealing the election this time around. So yeah, he's continuing to rhetoric.
He's totally misreading his base. This is the first.
He's not misreading you all. You know that y'all stupid and y'all gonna fall for it.
Okay,
He knows his base. Matt?
His base is
Yeah.
facing me.
His base is retarded. We get it. He knows that.
I put the letter in the chat.
Now, you have to be careful with Trump because in that workplace, where was that? he was, where did he, was it Texas that he visited, right? Someone got arrested for posting something on Facebook saying next time, or that he would not miss. So, even on a platform like this, that could happen at one push.
No, what I'm saying is he's misreading his face.
Just play in y'all face, and y'all believe him. Look at you, Matt. Look at you.
His base.
Go ahead, Matt. I'm after you.
I mean, just take it for what it's worth. Yes, MAGA wants to know exactly what fucking happened, and he's misreading his base. And there's heads will roll, and Trump will be. This is the first, in my opinion, self-inflicted scandal within the administration.
The fact of the matter, I said I was after Matt, and you guys not hearing the ladies anymore in this room.
They muted for like 1 minute.
Okay. Well? No, seriously, if you want to go back, go ahead. I'll yield to you.
No. It's like,
let me know when you're done. I was just going to say that, if we just, that Trump message was just the more of the same. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know if it surprised you guys that he would come out and say what he said. We need to keep saying and keep reiterating that the reason there is this so-called list is that he's on it. And the reason there is an Epstein is because he was enjoying the fruits of his services that he was providing. He was there. It's been confirmed that he was there. There's pictures of him there. There's a court case that is trying to be buried of a 13-year-old, I was 13 or 15 child that was raped between him and Epstein. So, I mean, we can sit here and allow him to come and say whatever he wants, but we will fight back with facts and the proof, and we will continue to tell the truth. Sometimes people want to believe lies because it plays into your agenda, but also the truth will always prevail. So he can tell out whatever he wants, and now let's counteract it every single time with dates, with facts, with pictures, with proof, and let's keep it rolling. MAGA can say anything, and you notice how he goes, MAGA, they're trying to ruin our thing. Well, yeah, I congratulate you, MAGAs, because you know what? One thing you don't have thought process, independent thought, but you're good sheep. You're able to be told what to do, and you're able to continuously numb yourself to reality and intellectual thought and debate and follow anything that this person says for you to do. If he told you guys to meet up on the cliffs of California and jump off, I'm sure you guys will be on time and respond. It's all personal. Well, I mean,
You mean what? That's personal files.
You think it's false?
Yeah. Like you say to these people all this stuff or whatever just because they think differently.
They do think differently. But when I'm called on the Democratic plantation, and I'm called the Democratic shield, and I'm called one of the other names that I'm called because I feel one particular way about people that I consider to be important enough to have my vote. I mean, I don't know how else to respond to that. Am I just supposed to say?
But I'm saying, you always say that you want to have the conversation with the MAGAs, and
all the time.
You're taking the time to, insult them personally. That's all.
I didn't consider it a personal insult, but maybe it is a personal insult. No, I didn't really think of it as personal insult. I thought it was just being observational, but maybe it is personal. And I don't know, First Lady.
Well, that would be the majority of this nation that voted for Donald J. Trump. He won the popular and the electorals. And down ticket, he actually had.
That's not the majority of the nation.
What are you talking about? What are you responding to?
Well, you said that people that Trump are sheep. And they.
And you haven't called Democrats slaves on a plantation?
No, not that phrase. I've said other things.
Okay, so what makes your observation much more important or elevated than mine?
But you didn't say it in this conversation, so you trying to ask and to say something that I don't know. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I don't know. He's responding to what I said.
You know what?
He's obviously.
I think we should let Brad and Lisa interact. I've known both of them for a long time. They have different perspectives. They're both intelligent. Let the two of them interact for a couple minutes.
I don't know. I've never. I'm Mr. CEO. I do not.
I'm going to be.
I mean, if you get less than 2% of the majority, do you really have majority of the vote?
Because what I'm trying to do is have an actual conversation where people can actually express themselves, right, without the personal attacks. If we can't do that, then guess what? In the next 20 minutes, we're going to all be fighting.
Do you guys think it's a personal attack?
Well, let's fight. I don't want to fight.
You like the fight.
If y'all want to fight, go your own space and go fight. But that's not what I'm about. I'm not about fighting.
And personally, I apologize if it's seen as a personal attack. But when people say, and I don't know Brad, and I apologize if I hear dog is hollering right now, but when I'm just saying overall, when we separate ourselves into these camps, I have been as an independent Democrat or a Democratic independent. I don't know what to call myself now because everything is negative. But whatever I am, when we have these conversations with MAGA, they're quick on the draw of calling us, this, that, and the third. But I can't elevate the conversation at this point because I'm just trying to respond to things that are being said to us as a whole.
Right now, in this moment,
he was responding to something. What were you responding to? But Brad, what were you responding to?
I was responding to your own comments. I was responding to your comments that you called MAGA people. So you called MAGA people sheep, and that they would all jump off the building if Trump didn't. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. There's a wide variety of reasons why people back Trump. There's a plethora of them. But if you're not going to bother yourself to actually go and just say MAGA's on there, then
did you say bother myself? That's a personal attack right there.
That's not a personal attack. If you've never actually asked a Republican, conservative, or MAGA.
What did he say? What did he say, Lisa?
I said if she didn't bother herself to actually learn about MAGA and wants to talk about it, then she.
Let them two have that conversation.
Please.
Well, that's fine. Y'all can have a conversation.
But I got a clarifying
They're not having the conversation. Are we serious? They're having the conversation. I was asking a point of clarity. What did he say that was attacking to her?
Well, I took it like this, Brad. I took it like this. You said if I would bother myself, you don't know what I bothered myself. If you're asking me or telling me, it's totally different. So if you're saying, Nisa, have you ever investigated or whatever, but you're making a statement and an accusation and accusatory telling me if I had bothered myself, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with you, and you've never had a conversation with me. So let's just start out by this. I'm going to put down my shield. You put down yours. If you want to talk to me and we want to have a dialogue, you don't know me, say I don't know you, Nisa. And I don't really know where you're coming from. We should start from there. But other than that, I can hear where this is going.
And hey, it was Patty that said let them have the conversation. It wasn't Brooklyn, it was me. So if you're getting upset about that, I'm just telling them let them have the conversation because people were saying stuff in between.
Yeah, I was the one that was saying something because I was trying to foster the conversation so that the two of them can have the conversation.
Well, I got you. But I was just saying, let them have the conversation because it's kind of like, because I don't like when Lisa does this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why I'll leave sometimes. When Lisa do that shit to her own mind, I be like, yo, like this enough. I gotta go because I'm not gonna be in the middle of that shit.
Yeah, well, then that's the reason why the conversation goes to hell real quick. So if that's
right, and then that's when we can stop it.
Go to hell with it.
You can stop it then. You can stop that conversation.
No, but if I can foster it before it goes there so that an actual conversation can happen. That's how I
foster the conversation.
But if you want to come off the mic,
you got it. Lady, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. Okay? I'm not gonna argue with you. You can deal with everybody on this app. No, you came off the mic and got smart. I just said, yo, this is Patty. I was just telling them, let them have a conversation. Now, if you want to get feisty, son, because it doesn't move me. Not one.
Nobody's trying to move anybody.
You is really bugging right now. Like, I don't like when Lisa do that, I leave. When she do that to her own mind, like, you can have a conversation with them, I got it, fuck the conversation. But damn, like...
What exactly did you hear me say that made you...
No, I came off mic, and the only thing I said, hey, I'm back, and then I said, oh, let them have the conversation, because someone interrupted. Then you got smart, and I'm like, yo, who's she talking to?
What did I say to get smart, Patty?
Lady, chill, because I can talk, we can text each other. You don't have to do this.
Right, but you said I was getting smart. I'm trying to figure out when
I was playing to you and I'm playing.
She was talking to me, not you. She was talking to me, and that's fine. But when y'all done, can I ask my clarifying question?
Wait a minute, but the clarification is between Lisa and Brad right now, right?
Correct.
So, go ahead. Brad, you were responding to Lisa. Lisa was responding to you. Lisa, you want to pick up, or you want Brad to pick up?
Brad can go ahead, because maybe I am out of line. That's just my personality, but I can moderate myself. So, and I'm learning something from Patty because I wasn't really aware that was going on with me in my lives. But now that she's pointing it out to me, then I need to address it if I feel intensely. And I appreciate you guys. Sometimes we don't see ourselves when we don't hear ourselves. So I appreciate the correction. And, I'm waiting for Brad. I'm waiting for Brad.
Honestly, I forgot what we were talking about. I'm like
I think you're
Okay, so we can
talking about
move on if you don't remember, if it's uninteresting enough that you can't remember.
Y'all were talking about MAGA and are they sheep? That was the conversation.
Oh, yeah. So I'll apologize. I'll retract my statement of saying that you've never sat down with MAGA and bothered to learn about that. But I will state this, that even in the conservative rooms and in the Republican rooms and the MAGA rooms, I can critique this, that they're not open to definitive ideas. Like, we can take a look at this latest disaster. I will agree with some Democrats. I will agree that, the town council playing with FEMA funds and deciding on that, and the people advocating or against some of those, the ARPA designs that the gentleman spoke about there. I can see it too. And I have questions about it. If I was a resident, I'd be asking myself, because no one wants to spend, 100 hours out of the week searching for bodies of children. And there's a lot that it can be held accountable for this disaster. The same thing in California with the LA wildfires. We can ask questions and say, hey, there needs to be some criticism, because right now we all pay a shit ton of tax dollars, and we have an expectation that there is some kind of emergency management system that is going to be there to at least alert us or to help guide us in an event of a natural disaster or impending doom. And we should have that expectation, because we are the wealthiest country in the nation, and we should be able to rely on those systems, and they should be updated. That should be one of the first priorities of any elected leader. But currently, the only state that seems to get it done right, and it's unfortunate, but people won't like this, is Florida in response to hurricanes. They seem to have the ability to react and motivate. As soon as the storm's lifted, they are moving in. They don't care. Their warning systems are on par. The reaction times are good. They're going in with cleanup crews immediately. They're staged and ready to go. So maybe a lot of states and a lot of these areas, we need to start looking at lessons around the world, because there's other countries around the world that do a better job than our own elected leaders who virtue signal all day long.
Yeah, I'm at Florida.
Can I just
fun part.
wait? Hold on, Levon. I'm having a conversation with him, and I will be very brief. I apologize if I'm stepping in here, but I just want to get this over between me and Brad. So, Brad, I have a question. Are you a resident of Texas?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm a co-resident of California of part time, but do you guys have some type of warning about this particular event? Don't you guys have a warning system? And weren't you giving some, I don't know, I'm not going to argue the type and the levels. The question is, do you have warning systems in place for that area for floods, and weren't they activated at some level for that event?
Yes, they do have alerts and systems in place. Are they effective enough? No. I should retract that. I don't know if the most alert system in the world that I have seen in place would have prevented this tragedy, or would have spared maybe 1 or 2 lives, and that would have been worth it. It would have been, I don't care how much money, it would have been worth it. I don't know, and I can't honestly give you a correct answer on that. I don't have all the details. And again, I've only been working on the ground. I can only tell you what I see from the ground. I haven't been privy to a lot of the news. And even when we have leaders of other search and rescue organizations, politicians walk through, and influencers, and you got like fucking rappers and singers and country music stars and Instagram models trying to tromp through the area. I don't get much information. So the thing I'm learning is learning it on the fly. But right now, I don't know if any system in the world would have been able to do necessarily what you're asking in 45 minutes. 30 feet in 45 minutes. That is just that's a volume of water that you can't expect.
So last thing for me, because I'm learning, and after this I'll go on mute and listen. There was a report from the Hill. I think I read it from the Hill. I'm not at home, so some of this information might be spotty and less than a 100% accurate or helpful. But I read that 24 hours before the storm even hit, that the meteorologists in that area warned the community that there was going to be an excessive amount of rain and that the ground would not be able to absorb the amount of rainfall. That was the first warning. So with that in mind, within 24 hours, me, and maybe I am Tuesday night quarterbacking. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Tuesday quarterbacking here. That would have given some indication to a campground that if the meteorologist is saying that the amount of rain is coming, would not your ground wouldn't be able to absorb or support it. That we might need to activate at that point some type of contingency plan that have to do with campers and children. Am I sounding like I'm making sense, or I'm just babbling, sir?
No, I mean, it sounds good. And in theory, I do believe, from what I've heard here, that there were some people were aware of the alerts, others were not. Cell phone coverage is spotty. It's how those alerts are communicated. Also, I'm going to be honest with you, since I've been in Texas, the number of potential flash flood warnings that meteorologists give out that to no fruition is an alarming amount. It also comes in massive rains, like flash rainstorms. They come through and they drop for 2 minutes and then they just stop. It's the weirdest crap you ever saw. In fact, I don't know if that would help. If they reacted that way, maybe they got complacent. That's a very common one. Much like people dismiss a lot of alerts that they get on their phone and go out into the storms anyway.
I land. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. We can talk more about the political parties, I guess, in another situation or space because we're talking about the storm now, and I don't think people understand if we just start going back and forth. But I appreciate talking to you. I've never met you before, and I am going to apologize because I'm a whole grown adult, and this is a different day and a different topic. So I would like to, at some point in time, be able to have dialogue with you on what we originally started talking about. Okay, sir? So I'm gonna start following you. Yeah, I'm gonna start following you, and maybe we can get into rooms together where we can have that dialogue about the MAGAs and whatever. Okay, Brad?
Absolutely. And again, I apologize if I offended you, and I would love to have a discussion on the various sides of right-leaning on MAGA to conservatives to Republicans.
All right, thank you.
My heart is
Before any more apologies and throwing around, can I ask you a clarifying question, please? I'll go after you. Thank you. Brad, are you there, Brad?
Yes, I'm here.
Coming in. Do you happen to know a guy on the app by the name of Sig?
Yes.
Do you host rooms with Sig?
Yes, once in a while, yes.
Oh yeah, you're the Brad that I was assuming. You're the Brad, yeah. And I don't take anything.
Here we go.
Look at God. Look at God. Can we do this 200 million more times?
Hey, Brad, I wanted to jump into something you said when you talked about Florida. I'm in Florida, and I will tell you, we learned invaluable lessons from Hurricane Andrew. And if there's any state that could be the template, and I can't stand DeSantis, I can't stand him. I can't stand him. Even before him, all of our governors from Andrew, blue or red, Florida has an amazing response systems. And they activate and they don't hesitate. And to what Lisa was talking about being in the medical field, I can tell you, when we have patients, especially in the ICU, so many bells and whistles and alarms go off. You really can't sleep. And family, they tell the nurses, can you turn up the alarm? Can you lower the alarm? Because we set the parameters, right? The alarm, let's say, for instance, the heart rate, if it drops below a certain level, it's supposed to alarm and blink lights. If the ventilator, they have a low pressure alarm or a high pressure alarm, that not only alarms, it's going to blink. And I will tell you, if any nurse turns those alarms down or off and I find out, they're going to be fired. I will definitely write a counseling recommending that they fire, because as leaders, we have a higher responsibility to the patients that we take care of who are weak and infirm and under our care. So why am I saying this? As leaders and county managers and city managers, they're held to a higher standard. Yeah, we have something called alarm fatigue, and just like the nurses and family get tired of hearing those alarms all day. They're there for a reason, right? So yes, the population can have alarm fatigue, but the people in charge cannot afford to have alarm fatigue. They're charged with the responsibility of their constituents, and that's why I come down so hard on if there appears to be these gaps and delays. And from what I'm reading, there was definitely delay. The NAAS, and NOAA, they do their job. They send the alerts out. But when you have a first responder, and I'm talking specifically about your county, not the other counties, when you have a first responder calling in that they're rescuing something and asking for their, what do you call the person who answers the call, to activate the code red. And I know the dispatch operator. And I know they're following procedures, so my beef is not with the dispatch operator. She has protocols to follow, and she said, I cannot do that. I need to get approval. Okay, I need to get a supervisor's approval. Okay, from that point, push the damn buttons, make the friggin' calls, and get the damn approval. You can't have a mayor saying that he was not aware of that code red request until 45, 50 minutes later. We all know what happened.
So again, yeah, there's a lot of criticism to be had about the
systems and the operations and the guidelines that are in place, and those be critiqued. And you're right, everybody's right to critique them, especially the residents of that area and those that were directly affected. They have an absolute high priority to be critical of that. My only thing is I want to caution you is that not necessarily.
The fuck is a hypothetical?
The hypothetical is based on reality.
A hypothetical, which means the reason.
Why do you have to
doesn't exist? The war doesn't exist. You didn't have the 6-day war. You did not have the 6-day war.
Qué pena tu puta sucia.
Mira, pendejo sucio. Cabrón. Mama bicho. Cállate la boca, pendejo.
Oh, tú.
Feo.
Okay, let's go back to the conversation. What's the point of your question?
It reminds you of something in the
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Look at the flip-flops.
One at a time, guys.
You see it? You see my PTR?
I know you need attention from a tree.
No, look at my PTR actually. Look at it. Reminds you of something that happened a few days ago.
Amir Baba, how could you have a war? Amir Baba, how could you have a war? How could you have a war with nobody, Amir Baba? What does it mean?
It's a hypothetical, you fucking idiot.
If we wanted to, no, it's not a hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Now, according to the, as far as we learned about Amalek, right, because Netanyahu brought it up, aren't you supposed to go after the trees and everything, like, including whatever's left there? So let's say if there was no Palestinians, if there was no life, you're still go after the trees,
No. The answer is no.
That's what I heard.
The trees then comes from your Quran, not from us. The Jews hiding behind the trees and the rocks and the trees cry out.
No, that's maybe you don't know the Torah very well.
Let's look back then, by the way. That's not for every Jew. It doesn't say every Jew. It's for combatant.
And Amalek.
Yeah, it's for combatant. You gotta go learn the.
I did. It doesn't say commandments.
Absolutely doesn't.
In there.
Ask a scholar.
In the Hamas charter.
Yeah.
The Hamas charter doesn't say that.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Edward, if you
trees and the rocks.
If you actually look into the Torah, Edward, and you look at what the Amaleks did compared to what's happening in Palestine.
No. That's an old charter. The revised charter doesn't contain any mention.
That's what I'm saying. Like Amalek, that's what they did.
That's them. That's literally.
Yeah.
Say again.
You're the Amalek. You're the Amalek. You are your people are.
No problem.
Tell me what did they do? Tell me what did they do according to the Torah?
I'm not going to teach you Torah.
Yeah, I'll teach you Torah if you want. I can teach you.
I study with the rabbi now.
According to the Torah, the evidence. Yeah, but according to the Torah, you guys are the. According to look at my PTR. Okay, look at my PTR.
You have to cleanse yourself.
Look at my PTR. Look at it.
Look at it. Go near it.
This is the end of all of you. Look at it.
You're unclean. You are unclean.
Look at it.
You are unclean.
Look at
you
the
are
PTR.
Amalek. Okay.
We're unclean. Have you seen yourself in the mirror?
Right. Yes,
Have
I
you
do.
seen yourself in the mirror?
Every day.
No. Wednesday, you can't get back at him like this. According to his book, he is him.
Yeah.
They're the Amaleks. It's them.
Right. You are
the Amaleks. You are the
Let's talk about the name, man. Forget him.
I wish things happening. I wish the Romans were alive again. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we have it says, hold on. There's 74% of Israelis back war ending deal to free our hostages. Now the issue here is you got 82% of Israelis that want to expel Gaza. You got 70% of them they want to. No, it was a recent survey.
Which the one with 563 respondents?
It was done from the U.S. University in America.
563 surveys in that survey, Amir.
No. It was a one survey.
63. Yeah, we got 563 people responded.
And 56% of them, they want to expel Arab Israelis out of Israel as well.
You didn't even get the 600 people.
Norma, back in 2016, there was another survey done from Pew Research that says 48% of Israeli Jews want to expel Arabs. No, you see what I'm saying? No, that's not accurate. Do you want the Pew Research?
I definitely do.
Do you want it? Okay, it's from 2016. It's not even after 7th October. Let me put it in the chat.
Definitely put it in the chat.
Sure.
I'll have a look. So what's your question?
They're bleeding, bro. They're bleeding. Nobody's getting expelled. They're getting expelled. Yeah, you're getting expelled, bro. You're getting expelled. History repeats itself. You already made it into the death trapping zone inside of Gaza. Similar to 2014. Do you know what the death triangle is?
Okay, no.
Go look it up. That's the reason why you guys are facing a lot of losses in the last 10 days. Yeah, but I'm just letting you know who you are, you fucking scumbag terrorist son of a bitch. That's what you are. I'm talking about you Amalek. Yeah, Amalek.
And they got in the death triangle in 2006 by the Hezbollah too.
Yeah, they made it to that zone. You know that?
I put the survey link. Can you go read up the survey really quick?
Talk about your question.
Talk about your mother, you fucking scumbag bitch.
The question is, according to the Amalek words, after you get rid of the Palestine, you got to get rid of the trees as well. It's not just one-way street. So they do have some olive trees or not. They just stole olive tree, by the way, in the West Bank. I heard about it. So are they going to steal them or burn the olive trees down?
I cannot follow what you're asking.
I said Amalek words talks about, the Amalek words. Yeah, the Amalek words from your Torah.
The Amalek words or wars? W-A-R.
Words. Words.
What is so bird?
Yes, it talks about Wednesday, there's a lot of noise on the microphone. Mike. Okay. So the Amalek, it talks about you want to go after the trees and a whole bunch of other things. So once they get rid of the Palestinians, they want to go after the trees and whatnot. And then you do have these surveys, the Israeli community agrees on this. The recent was 82%, 2016 was 48%. You see what I'm saying? So there is some sort of there's a hatred in Amalek and you and
your people.
Yeah, it's a fact. Look at
You and your people, you fucking scumbag. You and your people.
I know you feel guilty.
You're the Amaleks. You are, according to your book, the Amaleks. According to your book. According to your book, it's you. The reference is about you fucking idiot scumbag terrorist. The reference is about you. You fucking scumbag bitch. The reference is about you. Yes, your book is talking about you. Yes. Corruption. Yes.
We're our own people.
It's about you. Yes. You're the Amalek. You read it.
I see. Okay.
Read it every day. Tell us what's the definition of Amalek. What did they do?
You'll have to read it.
Tell us. Tell everybody here. What does it say? What did the Amalek do? You fucking pig.
I don't teach Torah.
Tell us and then connect it. Tell us and connect the dots. Tell us. You can't. You're a coward, bitch. You're a coward, bitch. You're a coward, bitch. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to kill you. Fucking scumbag, bitch.
Getting kicked out of Spain right now.
You fucking nasty.
You're getting kicked out of everywhere.
Actually,
read it. Tell us. Educate us. What's Amalek according to the Torah?
Everybody's yelling at once, Samir. Is it feeding time at the zoo? Is it feeding time at the zoo now? I thought you wanted to have
They're feeding you in San Yunus, you fucking scumbag.
You got some nerve to be your fucking guy. You think you're a fucking handsome guy?
Is this what you want?
Get out of here.
So,
is it feeding you? I'm talking over you.
You tend to project these things, right? For zoo, look, just because you come from the zoo, stop projecting.
I'm not projecting. Everybody's
getting your wife on. Feeding them for your wife.
Are we having a conversation or are people cursing like that?
We're having a conversation about the community survey and whatnot. They align together with the Amalek, when it talks about, it does.
So normal, you're the only Jew that's going to make it Hollywood, man. Wait, what is that?
So the only Jew that's going to make it Hollywood. Related to the Amalek, how many people are religious Jews inside Israel? What's the percentage?
I don't know offhand. Every Jew is really religious, though. Not just
Okay, how could an atheist Jew be religious?
What?
You can't be.
Yeah, we are though.
No. The reason why I look, if somebody's an atheist, they deny the word of God. How could they be atheist? How could they be religious?
That's not the way the
No. It says in your scripture.
No, it doesn't say that. You're wrong.
It makes them a kafir. And anyways,
correct. We don't have coffee.
Yes. It does. The rabbi will tell you that it makes you a kafir. In Arabic, we call it
I'm a
kafir.
rabbi, Amir. You're wrong.
Okay.
That's not how Jews work. We're not Muslim.
Yeah, how do you guys
I didn't call you Muslim.
How do you guys
believes that Judaism is a fucking religion. You guys are the ones that keep on trying to say it.
Anyways, no, you guys are all converts. You have to believe
Stop
to be
trying
a
to make us believe that
It's not the
Judaism
same for
is
us.
an ethnicity and a religion.
I never said
It's
that.
not.
I never said that. I said we're a family, a tribe.
You're not even part of that fucking tribe.
We're a
You're
family.
fucking European.
No, just we were in Europe. Just the same way you're in America, but you're from Puerto Rico.
You're getting sunburned in Israel.
Nobody's getting sunburned. We were
fucking allergic to olive trees, you fucking big. What the fuck are you talking about?
You have the highest rate of skin cancer.
So remember, I do have one question.
You're supposed to be indigenous. Your life expectancy is nothing. You're the one who the land is full of. The land is bidding you out. Look at that.
We saw that. We saw that.
The land is bidding you out.
United States. That's a country. United States.
Hang on. We don't believe in your book. Your book says it's figuring it out. That's what's happening to, they're leading to Cyprus, right? You heard about it? The Cyprus officials are pissed off, right? They're mad. They're tired. They're like, these people are coming in, taking over land, stealing the land, freaking buying the land. Yeah. That's
Doing that stuff in America too. They're kicking the whole community.
Can you not shout, please, guys, not shout, man. Yes, and then
So what's your question, Amir?
Wow.
Let's have a talk.
Okay, what do we do about that 2 Palestinians that were beaten, that were killed by the settlers? What do we do about that?
When, where, how, why, where?
In the West Bank.
Where?
In the West Bank. Where? Why does Israel get a free pass here? You can kill as many Palestinians. Good thing that you guys didn't know that he was an American. So America will get it about. Go look it up. It's available in the Times of Israel.
You want me to look up what's in your mind?
If I put the Times of Israel, are you gonna read it or are you just gonna blabber?
Look at everything, Amir.
Okay, let me put it in the chat for you.
Look at everything. Okay.
A Palestinian American gets killed by the highest entity.
When?
This was a couple days ago.
Okay, I haven't seen it. I can't help you. You don't seem to know about it yourself.
Yes, I do. I read it.
So it happened in Judea and Samaria? What town?
Yeah.
What town?
Not Judea and Samaria, in the West Bank.
We don't have a West Bank. That's a Jordanian town.
International university. Everybody knows it's actually the West Bank. Nobody knows Judea and Samaria. That's your understanding.
Palestinians don't call it that, Amir.
Yeah, read it. It's Palestinian American. Go read it.
No, it's a Palestinian.
Your news calls it Palestinian American. Go read it. That's Israeli newspaper. Israeli newspaper calls it Palestinian American.
One of them was born in Florida.
I don't know what you're trying to
go read up this. What happened to this?
Okay, Amir. So you don't know where it happened still?
Read it. I gave you the article. There was 3 incidents.
I know. You where?
Okay.
Free Palestine.
Free parking in Palestine.
Free your rules, free your fucking...
Let's go Palestine.
Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened? What's happening in Khan Yunis? Did you look at my PTR happened in Khan Yunis? Look at it.
I'm not interested.
Look at it with the flip-flop. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at it. Look at it. It happened in Khan Yunis. Look at my PTR. Look at it with a flip-flop. Look at it.
You want the attention of
Look at it. This is what happened. You fucking bitch.
So the settlers are killing. Hold on, the settlers are killing Palestinians, right?
Okay.
They've been doing this for a while.
Is that what you think?
Check the link in the chat. I posted it.
Okay, where did this happen?
So are you gonna? No, just read it. Read it
I'm
yourself.
asking you. You don't know.
Oh my God! Let me give you the city name. You want the city name? Or you want the area name?
Did you read the
Yes, I did.
Okay,
You want the area name?
I'll go to the flag.
Okay. I'll give you the name.
The person's name is Muhammad Rizq Hussein al-Sharafi, 23, for the 10th died after being shot, during the attack. He had to bleed for hours.
Where did this
I'll
happen?
give you the name. He was born in Florida. He was born in Florida. I'm about to give you the name. Just say it was north of Ramallah. A village north of Ramallah. Say again? A village north of Ramallah.
So you don't know the name?
It's I showed you. North of Ramallah.
You
Oh my God! I just gave him the name. Just say it.
Area A.
I asked
Area A. You said something happened, and I said where, and you don't know. What is there to talk about? You don't even.
It doesn't matter. Area A. Settlers are coming into Zone A. Doesn't the whole fucking thing is occupied by your Zionist entity? It doesn't matter. Zone A, Zone B. I know. On paper you have Zone B. Half of it is occupied by PA. Half of it is occupied by the settlers, but it's not. The whole fucking thing is occupied by the Israeli settlers.
So wait,
the whole thing from Zone A to Zone C.
Charge in Area A?
In charge? Okay. Let me ask you this. If one of those hold on. If one of the Hilltop boys comes down and attacks a house in Zone A, can they call the PA?
Yes.
No, they can't.
Sure, they have a police force.
They can't. No, they do not have jurisdiction over a fucking settler. They call the IDF. No, when they call the IDF comes around. IDF fucking protects the motherfucking settler and protects the protects the settler and arrests the Palestinian. Just an idiot, man. Just an idiot.
You can't get into Area A.
What's the story you said about him shooting in the air to some Palestinians?
You can shoot in the
And
air.
Zone A?
Oh yeah. Norm, what are you talking about the story about how the Palestinians are in Area A and
No, not Area B.
No, Area A.
No,
you said they were on the border of. You were on the border, and you were not in Area A. They were in Area A.
You're incorrect. You
No,
got it wrong.
this is what you said.
No, that's not what I said. Remembering, I know exactly.
Oh, okay. Why don't you tell the story? Tell the story.
No, because
they rode to our village.
Oh no, they came up to you
in the air.
they never came up to you. You're such a fucking liar, Norm.
I'm telling you what happened. I'm
You're
there.
a liar, bro. Everything you
How am I
say.
a liar?
It's not what you said. It's not what you said when you were in Israel.
Yeah.
And you were proud of the fact. You said, "Oh, I can't wait to get my gun too." And they were in Area A, and you were on the border. Because I asked you, I said, "Are you on? How are you in Area A?" You said, "I'm not. I'm on the border."
That's right. The village is on the border. The entrance is in Area B.
Yeah, this guy is a waste of time. He's a piece of shit,
I think
man.
so too. I mean, I don't know.
He's a piece of shit, man. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking big. Go, you fucking big. Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you. Give me a headache on that one. You're a very dishonest person on this app.
Daniel's down there?
Daniel's here.
Okay,
if you want to come on up, Daniel, I'll send you an invite.
Daniel, in the other room earlier, Yael was talking.
And Dave, if you want to come on up, I know China called me. They said, where's Dave at? They were asking me about you, Dave.
That was the one that everyone has those pictures of her.
Yeah.
Her right naked pictures.
Yeah. She was saying, how.
By the way, I know those that's a boob job, but that's the worst boob job I have ever seen in my damn life.
So so Yael was saying how it's how the Israelis on here are embarrassing, and how and Galilean too and her were talking about how when they talk about children and doing things to children and raping animals and Galilean was saying how somebody earlier today wanted to stick a gun between her legs and kill her kids. But the thing is about children, and they both said it, that's a red line. Daniel comes up and says they're anti-Semitic. And Yael is Jewish. And by the way, Yael, thinks Palestinians are disgusting, so she's not like, but she's anti-Semitic. And about the children, he said, well, what about the children in the IDF that have to serve every day? Those are the real children. So he's conflating soldiers to be the children, not the actual children to be the children and would not speak up against threatening children or raping children or doing anything to children. So to Daniel, children are not off limits, and he has a very skewed perception of what is and is not a child. An IDF soldier is not a child.
And come on up and, if you want to defend your position and relate to the children, at least for the sake of children, you shouldn't be saying these type of things. And look at this Chinese Dave. China called me. They said they will tell you to come back to China. Majority of the Chinese, they support the Palestinians. They don't support Israel. I don't know where the hell how could you find a Chinese person in this time supports Israel? I don't know, man. Unless he hates the Chinese government.
Why do you need support from the Chinese?
I don't need support from the Chinese. We have Dave down in the audience. He supports Israel. I didn't say I need support from the China.
So, who do you need support from?
I don't need support from anybody. Everybody's looking at it. They're going based on the evidence. They're doing it on their own. I'm not begging anybody for support. Do you see me begging? I did talk about the news and whatnot, and the recent news. We have the Smotrich, right? I think Smotrich basically runs the fucking government. There's an article from. It was posted in New York Times. It was posted in Times of Israel. Smotrich, the finance minister, and what's that? Ben Gavir, they're getting in the way to destroy the peace and ceasefire.
I'm with you on this. As a Muslim Ummah, where's Saudi Arabia for you guys?
What the fuck?
Are you Muslim? Hold on, are you Muslim? Are you Hindu? Idol worshiper? Are you idol worshiper?
Oh, atheist?
Are you idol worshiper?
No. I'm Charlie Hebdo.
Okay. Who are you?
Okay. What do you need to know more? When I said Charlie Hebdo,
I don't know Charlie Hebdo. I don't know.
Are you a walking dildo? I thought I heard he was a walking dildo.
Okay.
A butt plug for gay men. No? Okay.
Anyway,
cows, by the way, cows are better
So you are a butt plug for gay men.
okay. No, so.
No. I've asked you a simple question about Muslim Ummah and
Is that what a drunk Indian sounds like?
So we have look.
I think he needs to just admit the fact that he's a butt plug for gay men.
We're not asking what.
It sounds like it's now full of.
Nobody's shaming the Indian. We're shaming the person, Islamophobe, piece of shit. I come across a lot of Sangis, and these fuckers, they hate Muslims. They like to oppress and suppress not only Muslims, even from Christian. What'd you say, Azim?
Yeah, that's right, but.
okay. Which Muslim? Is it a Sunni Muslim or a Shia Muslim?
What do you want to ask?
Well, how do you pronounce his name?
Bro, let's focus on what happened today, bro. They killed over 128 Palestinians so
I
far.
wanted to say what kind of butt plug you're seeing.
Most of them are
Hang on. Hindus hate the Muslim,
bro.
the Sunni Muslim.
Get back to
Thank you. I'm done. Your voice. Look, we're going to pivot. So let's talk about the news. There's a lot that came out. I think the ceasefire, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, right? They're working on it. And this particular article about the Palestinian American allegedly beaten to death by settlers, there's two of them. And this is the thing we don't get is how do they get a free pass to kill any Americans?
I think it's one of them was an American emir, not both of them. But two were killed.
Yeah, two were killed. One of them was actually, Palestinian American. It's not just one. It's not the first time. It's multiple people that have gotten killed. And that's what I don't get. How do why do they have a free pass and America doesn't even investigate? Daniel, if you want to come on up, I did send you an invite. Hey, what's up, Omi or Chucky? I'll send you an invite as well if you want to come on up. What else? 20 else want to come on up? Any other Zionists want to come on up? We can have a conversation.
And what happened in Gaza today?
They killed over 128, and most of them are women and children. And they're targeting all these children and women that are going to get help from these 8 sites. As soon as they make it there, they just bomb them and open fire at them, you know? So far, at least, it's over 128, but I think the number is a little bit more than that.
Wow.
But also, on the other hand, Khan Yunus is actually teaching them a very good lesson so far in the last 7 to 10 days. Like, even a few minutes ago, there was a serious incident that happened there, but I'm still waiting for some information on it.
Good. See, those are not children that the Hamas are going after.
No, they're not. They're terrorists.
We know the difference between a child and an IDF soldier. Daniel thinks that.
I think Daniel should fly out there and join the fight.
Well, Daniel said that the children are the IDF soldiers. Those are the children.
Let Daniel, he talks a big talk, right? Let him go out there and fight against Hamas.
Daniel showed up when Iran bombed the Shmuli's dildo shop, and the dildos went flying everywhere. And that's when Daniel showed up there.
He get hit in the face with all the dildos, didn't he? He loved that.
So, Daniel, that was the case after Iran did the attack, and the other one was the orgy one. Did you see the video about the orgy thing? In the bunker, they're talking about they want to do orgy and whatnot. It was crazy.
Who's talking
People
about?
on the other side, in the bunker, the guy's literally recording and butt naked, half naked, and they're talking about how they would do an orgy and whatnot, and they're all freaking half naked. They're about to do something,
These people need to be neutered, like my cat.
I don't know.
They were pumping
Daniel,
everything.
you seen that video? I can put the video in the chat for you.
Daniel, why do your people keep pumping everything? It's crazy.
Because they're going to get wiped out, so they want to try and reproduce quickly.
Let me see if I can put the video in the chat, Daniel. You want to see it?
Yeah, they're shooting bullets at them.
Yeah, you see, Azim, you see this bitch, his Islamophobia is coming out.
Throw him out.
Hashtag go on my blood place, fucking bitch. I hate Islamophobes in this fucking gang. Get lost. Get away from my room. Get lost. Yeah, I need to.
I had a question actually, because it was mentioned before. What is Holocaust porn?
They made the Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's the Israelis did that. They made a Holocaust porn to mock Holocaust.
Like a porn, so it's based around the Holocaust, and it's a porno.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I didn't know until Lee brought it to my attention. And this is the problem, man. A lot of these Israelis that live in Israel, right? People look at what happened to the Holocaust, but a lot of them, they're not from the Holocaust. I don't know where the fuck these people are from. The Holocaust people is less than, I would say, maybe 300,000 living inside in the slums of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I wanted to ask that yesterday. I forgot about asking it when somebody mentioned it. I'm like, but that's crazy. And killing.
Sam, you want to come on up, Sam? No, not today. You changed your picture, I think, right?
128 Palestinians that wanted food were unalived. I mean, these people are so sick.
Yeah, simply for waiting for food.
So sick.
Using food as a weapon is disgusting.
The food is actually the sick thing too. Is somebody is getting paid. Like somebody had to get money from the Israeli government, whatever government, whoever paid for it, and pay this private foundation, and they're getting paid to render these services. So they're making a profit out of this. And they wouldn't even let the Palestinians get food and water out of it. But they
said that it looks like a mouse trap.
it's like a maze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn up the hand raising if anybody want to come on up. Just unmute and come on up. Alon was not here. I'm on Twitch. And guess what? This is a kind of crazy. You have the several IDF troops hurt in Gaza fighting as Palestinians reported killed at each side. So they're killing the Palestinians and their IDF troops are getting hurt. I think it's the same thing. Remember what you shared yesterday, Edward? They're ambushing some of these IDF soldiers, right? They're trying to take them in, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they're not willing to come out and say that, look, this is what Hamas is doing now, taking our IDF soldiers. So we have to be careful. So now they have to be worried about their own safety,
Yeah, they are. The IDF soldiers, they're worried about, and you know what they're worried about? They're worried about if Hamas ends up touching one of them, their squad mates or whatever, or company, whatever they call them, will say, oh, Hannibal directive, and shoot the Israeli soldier dead. So shoot their partner, whatever.
So one of the worst Israeli IDF losses that took place in 2014 is happening near the areas that the IDF are getting into nowadays. And they call it the Death Triangle. Look it up, it's very interesting. And they're making it to that area right now as we speak. And they're bleeding, they're suffering badly, They don't speak about it. Now recently they started posting a few videos. I think they're jealous that Hamas is getting more views than them, so they started posting videos. But yeah, this is what's happening.
Yeah, and they're not saying how many, are being killed either.
No, they don't publish that.
But in the videos, you could clearly see that, it's more than what the Israeli government is saying. By the Hamas videos. It's more than what the Israeli government has been saying. That's been a pattern since the beginning of the war. And then they announced December 2023, end of December 2023, that they'll start publishing casualties in real time. And then Hamas started hitting them really hard. And so they didn't publish them in real time. And from January until June, the numbers pretty much stayed the same, 2024. And then they went up, one here, one there, and that's it. But, thousands were killed. The IDF chief now, before he was chief of staff of the IDF, was on TV and he said 5,900. And that was in the middle of last year. So, wait until all the numbers come out. That's when the Israelis are going to go crazy.
Not that anyone gives a fuck, but I'm very curious to know what the numbers are.
So, I forgot who did the counting. I was going through, this is the beginning of 2025, or when the ceasefire happened, February 2025. I was on YouTube, and someone went through all the videos that the resistance posted, and they counted, I forgot what the number was, 10,000 something or 11,000 something that were killed from the videos.
Edward, what about that commander? The IDF commander came out, he said it's a 5,500 some change, and Yaakov tried to debunk it. He said he had somebody read the newspaper in Hebrew, and it doesn't mean that. Do you remember it said 5,500 and some change?
No, 5,900.
Lost the memory.
Yeah, 59. I read the actual, he said it on TV. I read the actual transcript and what it said. And it said 5,900.
He didn't say number of soldiers. He said number of families involved. It's not, but maybe it's too difficult for you to understand. But it's not the same. Because
number of families that were affected was 5,900.
Yes,
You wouldn't count the families. You would count.
this is very. You have you don't know your enemy. That's one of your. Maybe it's our.
No, if we know you, we wouldn't be able to kill you so easily.
I will tell you why.
We know you well enough to kill you.
I will tell you. I know exactly because every soldier who fought, who died, we know about it. There is no possibility in
No, that's not true. Not every soldier that dies, you know about it.
To hide the dead
You literally wipe off people off the record. You wipe off soldiers off the record.
The number IDF published are the exact number of soldiers who died. The exact number to the one. There's no one soldier who is not published. In every public.
So is that why they have them? That's why the government has them have group funerals. Yeah, group funerals. And they tell them to keep them quiet. That's been reported last year.
He's on you do not understand your enemy.
We don't understand. I understand this. Israelis are dying.
It's not possible.
Great.
You believe Hamas lies?
The whole world understands who you are now, bro. It's not only us.
No, I didn't say I believe Hamas.
We're not even talking about Hamas, bro.
You don't understand. You are stupid.
Your mom is stupid. You fucking scumbag son of a bitch.
And if we're stupid, why is it that your soldiers with all their technology are dying?
Your mom is stupid. Your whole family are stupid.
Your soldiers are dying. Get out of Gaza. Get out of West Bank.
But the number is exactly the number which I publish.
No, you look at the videos. That's not true. If you look at the videos. If you look at the videos, you could see that that's true.
You're fucking Hamas.
It's on video.
Fake.
Oh, these videos are fake now?
You don't understand your enemy.
These videos are vetted by so many groups around the world, and you're saying that they're fake.
You accepted the videos on October 7th. Now they're fake.
Yeah, exactly.
It will lead you to hell. The belief of you in your own lies.
Our lies. Yeah.
Ego. We see. I mean, the videos are there.
If you are an intelligent person, check it about this issue of number of soldiers. Check it deeply, and you will see the time correct.
Ego, you never checked the videos, though. You never looked at the videos.
So let's draw an analogy right here and give an example. Ego.
Every soldier is published in all the media.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So let's say the IDF says they've killed 20,000 members, right? 20,000
I'm talking about Gazans. I'm talking about
No. I'm not drawing a number.
The numbers about Gazans are not exact for any.
Okay. Whatever it is, everybody on this side.
Just about the number of Israeli soldiers.
Can you listen to the analogy, please? Egal, can you please listen to the fucking analogy? They killed over 60,000 people. Hold on. Bro, can you stop? Listen to the fucking example. Like, what is he on about? Are you on fucking crack?
I do not know the number of.
Oh my God! This idiot keeps on speaking out of his ass. I don't know, man. If the 60,000 are Palestinians are dead, 40,000 are Hamas, or 30,000 are Hamas.
I'm talking about this, you idiot. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the numbers of Israeli casualties.
I just told you. I'm not talking about analogy. Oh my God, this guy. And they end up killing each one of them. It's 5,000 right there. You know, it's a 40,000 Hamas. I just don't get it. This idiot is not able to understand. 60,000 people are dead. Out of the 60, they always claim 40,000 is fucking Hamas.
No one.
You idiot. We're going based on the Hamas casualties, the amount of Hamas killed according to the IDF data, you stupid fucktard. Oh my God. This old man, I hate cursing at him, but this keeps on speaking out of
You have to look at the you have to look at the Hamas videos.
Very intelligent you are. How you do not know about anything about this?
Okay, if you're intelligent, why do you only go with one source and not verify?
Every source, every possible source.
No, not every source. The Israeli source. The Israeli government. That's one source.
Every source. Check
no,
every
the
source.
Israeli government. That's one source.
Not Hamas source, but every other source.
Okay. What if there are videos? What if there are videos? Listen. What if there are videos for the operations that Hamas has?
Are you crazy?
Okay, what if you take the videos that Hamas puts out, and you could see the battles, and you could see from the videos how many Israelis were killed? That's not a source?
No,
that's the highest source.
For numbers of...
actual video showing them. That's the actual source. That's like the original source.
Videos
right there.
Can be manipulated. You don't
but they're not. They're vetted. If they're manipulated, people would...
You are talking nonsense. Checking is a serious source.
Okay, if these videos were manipulated, like you say, you can't. No.
About videos. Check the serious sources.
If they're manipulated, then Israelis, all the pro-Israelis anywhere in the world, and anybody with a computer and knows about video editing would be able to tell you that they are manipulated.
Hide any casualty, not possible.
So how come no one has come out and said that they...
You don't understand Israel.
I do. I heard what you said. Israel said that.
The same way like Hamas attack Israel, thinking that they will be able to destroy Israel.
That's not what they were thinking.
Gaza is destroyed.
No, that's not what you... That's not what you're thinking.
The same way of thinking.
No, that's not what they were thinking. If Israel... Okay, if these videos that I'm talking about were fake, wouldn't you have heard that they were fake a long time ago? But the videos show how many people were killed.
Not
they
how many people
yes, they do.
Bullshit.
They do. Everybody's seen them. They've been doing it for 2 years.
Hello everyone. Hello, Edward. Hello, Amir. How are you? Hello. So I have quickly 2 requests from you people and brothers. First, Amir, since you are here, the host of this room, I highly suggest you to not, allow people to interrupt in this way and to heckle the conversation, because that would never lead anywhere, talking this way. And just to remind a lot of you, and I'm sure a lot of you are aware that a lot of Zions here, they are not here to discuss, they are not here to hear the reality, they are here just to heckle, to stop, and to bully people spreading reality and talking about it. I know these bastards, I know a lot of them, I know it normal. I hope that Daniel downstairs is not the same Daniel on Tandem, because I've been, debating Zions with other people for a large time, so I know these bastards to the heart. So again, Ego, you are here, you keep denying reality, which is something that a lot of Zions do.
We know the names of every soldier who died.
No.
Exact name of every soldier. If you think we can fake it, you simply don't understand Israel. You simply don't know.
Give it a mic out to it. Let him finish.
Every name of soldier died.
Let him finish. Can you please let him finish?
Stop until you shut the fuck up. I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Good, great. So that's the point. I highly, it's your room. You are the host, and people who are more who come here more commonly than I do. You are. I know that you are a group of people debating and trying to spread the reality. It's the objective of everyone here. But I see a lot of them. They come here, okay, with all this nonsense, denying all your arguments, and they are not really. They don't come here with a good intention and good hearts to just have an honest talk, an honest debate, or maybe a real conversation. It's just something that they do, okay, and they keep doing that. It's just a whole tactic. Okay, they talk to the rooms. Hey, go to the other room and heckle them, and try to deny or to doubt or question all their arguments, all the info they are presenting. Just like you yourself, you can see that. You came just with a bunch of numbers, a bunch of info and arguments, and they just keep denying, and then they will just make the conversation not working by interrupting and doing all the shit they are doing here. So
like since you are the host, I think maybe you can keep them like aware that someone who's trying to do that here is not welcomed. And unless you are an honest guy wanting an honest conversation with everyone and respecting everyone here, you better stay like among listeners. I respect that. It's just a suggestion. I'm not lecturing you what you should do. Oh, no. It's not my business. But again, it's just advice. And since I presume that all of you, at least by this time, know these people.
Tariq, brother, we know these people are not here to have a genuine conversation. I look at a lot of them as punching bags. So while we're going back and forth, people in the audience, you never know, from the pro-party side or pro-Israeli side, they're learning about the facts on the ground, because I talk about the news as well. Even the Zionists, in their own rooms, they don't even talk about the news. I talk about the fucking news inside Israel, outside Israel, because inside Israel, it affects the Palestinians directly. Anything happens in the Knesset, it affects the Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? And when we're debating that back and forth, people in the audience, they're learning from these, that what is true, what is not true. And when they get cooked really badly. You see what I'm saying? Like he gets cooked multiple times. He's an elder. I don't like cursing at him, but sometimes he curses at me. I curse at him. He just I don't know, man.
No. If someone curses at you, just ask him to behave. All right. It's not our values as Muslims to curse others.
I believe in tit for tat, Tariq. I believe in tit for tat, brother.
Brother, let me just
You're better than most of us, so.
Actually, I went to the stage to condemn the settlers who killed the Palestinians. That was my intention.
Oh, thank you.
But yes, I think they are criminals.
He's genuine on one point. Wow.
But then you started to say such a nonsense, which so ignorance about Israel.
How could you do that, Tariq? Why you say such a nonsense?
I think I was talking about me.
I'm just kidding, Tariq.
I'm talking specifically about the numbers of soldiers. Israel is a small country, and every soldier who died.
Go look at 2014.
Is published.
Stop your bullshit. Stop your
bullshit. I am talking about.
You literally have military censorship.
Please allow me to speak, and then we can go back and forth. Go and finish. You see, I'm an honest person. I'm giving you the mic. You need to mute up when Tariq speaks. Okay.
Every soldier who died in a war is published in all the media. The name, the full name, the place where he is from. There is no possibility. It's not the way Israel does, because it's not possible to hide the death of a soldier. It's not possible, because everyone knows the names of all the soldiers who died. It's published openly. And it's the exact number, and you check it in every serious source that you will see that that's the truth. That's
except for the mercenaries and other Jews from other nationals who come to fight for you. You can't publish their names. Let me finish. We've heard about soldiers from Italy, Spain, France dying during the fight in Gaza. They were declared by their countries, but never by the Ministry of Defense of the Zionists. They didn't declare that. They kept it secret and announced it. Bring me a name of a European citizen who was declared, or at least published, or his name was published by the
I can give you names of soldiers who came to serve, of Jews who came to serve in the IDF, and then their name were published. I can give you a list of those soldiers. There are no secrets here. Look, there are no secrets in this case. No secrets. You are if you think there are secrets, you do not understand. You do not know. You are ignorant.
I really can't understand you because
That's a good point. Tariq, I learned something. That's a good point. People that came from
He is part of it. Every soldier who is part of IDF is published, no matter where.
Edward, that's a good point, right? Because people that came from outside of Israel, they weren't reported.
They are reported. They are reported.
Wait a moment. They are not published because they are not, soldiers. They are mercenaries.
No, they are soldiers. Only soldiers participate in the war. No, there are no civilians who participate.
No. Sorry. Hey, look. Italy, France, Britain, a lot of their MPs,
Please welcome Fawad Jalani is in the room. Welcome Fawad Jalani.
Thanks, Fawad.
Yeah, they asked their governments and their parliaments, to sue citizens from their countries who went to fight, in Gaza, without permission or any, or any communication, with their authorities. So they are considered to be mercenaries and not soldiers.
They are part of IDF. There is no outside units. All of them.
Right. Yeah. Just for you, it's all in paper. Yeah, we since he's a Jew, even he's a French guy, we can just add him to the list of the reserve army. No problem. Yeah, right. You got it. Let's have the crap. Okay, bring me the names.
Did you just hit your hand on the table, Tariq? Did you just hit your hand on the table?
Oh, for this guy? Never. Come on.
Okay. I thought he hit you. You got mad at Tariq.
No. It's my hand on my desk.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Igal.
Fawad Jalani, do you want to say something? I think he's busy. Okay, he'll say it. Very good. Welcome, morning. Welcome, everybody. Daniel.
Hi guys.
Assalamu
I want to say a great hello to Fawad. I have a secret crush on Fawad, and I've had it for a while. So, what's Fawad?
Did you say hello to Fawad, man?
I don't know who Fawad is. Oh my God, Wednesday. She's so lovely. So. Really? Who is it? I know you're not talking. Hold on, I'm going to DM you.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's Fawad Jalani. But Igal is here. Edward knows who Fawad. Edward, do you know Fawad Jalani? Did you say hello to Fawad Jalani?
Who is that?
It's a new guy that joined us.
I haven't met him.
He's not old. He just got renamed.
Huh? He's like morning and he's just like.
Oh,
So-
great.
I think we were having this issue with Igal versus Tariq. Igal is saying the numbers are less than 1,000 people, 1,000 IDF soldiers. Tariq is saying it's more than 10,000, right, Tariq?
I don't know
IDF soldiers that were killed.
the exact number is the number which IDF published. That's all. This is.
But Igal, you don't think it's a lie?
You are. Oh, fuck you.
Come on, be honest. You're leftist. You can tell nothing else.
Fuck you.
You don't think it's a lie? The IDF number is a lie? That was funny. Fuck you. See, I didn't push back at him because he's a. See, Tariq, sometimes I don't feel like cursing him out, It's like whatever. He's Israeli.
Should not. Should not. Ask him to behave himself.
expose. I want the whole full on. I don't mind getting.
Okay, brother.
Freedom of speech, limited freedom of
What's the
speech.
expose? And the expose.
So Tariq, you came from a different app. You know Daniel from a different app. Daniel, what are you doing going on a different app? I thought you were attached to Edwards.
I hope.
And I heard you.
I hope he's not the same. I'm shocked. Danielle, that I know. Because there's someone, okay.
Is he gay? From Germany and Israel?
No. I think he claimed that he's from the US back then. And actually, we all knew that he was lying. And then he said that on the 7th of October, when Hamas, attacked, this, the settlements around Gaza, he said that he was there, and he wanted to secure his, sister, to protect his sister, and killed like 3 Hamas mighty commandos with his pistol, something like that. Okay, so he came with his nonsense all over the days, and he was like there just heckling and talking with this, he was like he had some sound, voice like a gay sound, something like that.
It doesn't sound like Daniel. Daniel's never talked about being in, in that area, and he's never talked about it.
Well, why don't you come up and maybe if he hears his voice, he can say yes, it's him, or no, it's not him.
Yeah, if I really am talking, I cannot. I would never forget that sound. No.
There's a lot of things.
Like, do you remember it? Definitely remember this Daniel's voice.
So I do want to tell you guys one thing. So Daniel has replaced Edward with Mikhail. So Daniel, this is a big news. Daniel was attached to Edward. They were debating on a lot of points. Edward is a Palestinian. Daniel is a genocidal maniac Zionist, right? And they used to do this, back and forth. And I think when they parted ways, he realized Edward changed on him. So now he's grooming Mikhail. Are you grooming Mikhail, Daniel?
Of course.
Or Mikhail is grooming you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can I give you my hypothetical? I honestly think Daniel's attracted to Palestinian men. Matt really more handsome than Israeli men. So, he has a type.
Well, I could tell you that I have a type, and it is not men at all. And I just want to make that clear for the record.
Yeah, but it's a crush. You can't help who you crushed.
Oh, but you can, though. Like for what?
No, I wear my heart in my soul.
Oh, yeah, I think Edward loves Fawad. No, but Fawad is good.
For what? Edward, do you know how hard Fawad is? Do you know?
Fawad has never actually said he was straight, so we can't assume.
I don't know if I don't hear his voice. I wish he would come off mic. Haven't you heard him morning? Oh my god, that voice is just.
Oh my god. Not this, please.
I've heard Fawad's voice before. It's very manly.
Listen, Morning Wednesday and I are willing to share one man. That's how much we love
Fawad is probably gay. Fawad is probably gay. He hasn't denied or he's not refuted that someone is saying that he's gay. So he hasn't refuted it. So what's that tell you?
I think you're jealous of Fawad. That's what it tells me. Just relax yourself, please. Relax.
Fawad, stop projecting, Andrew.
Nargis, next time Mikhail puts you down in the audience, I'm not going to bring you up and defend you.
Stop projecting.
Huh?
I just fucking my fucking couch after Fawad, who needs it.
Has Daniel
Oh my god.
was straight as an arrow? Like I heard he was a clubhouse whore.
Like these women just showing their vaginas and breast system.
For what? No way. Are you kidding me?
I don't know if Daniel knows that.
What is gay and he does certain things to cats. We shouldn't speak about it though.
Wow, you see, we just gave a heart symbol to.
Thank you for what?
If he was gay, he would give you a heart symbol, a heart emoji. I know, Edward.
I don't know why we're doing this. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing
So we gotta go back to the numbers. Okay, let's talk about the numbers. Now, in relate to the numbers, right? Numbers. General, did you say hello to Fawad?
Good evening, salam alaikum to everyone.
Okay. Right.
Salam Fawad. This is really
You need to mention Fawad by name.
Shalom, Fawad.
Shalom.
I knew it.
Anyways, going back to the numbers, this was very interesting with Tariq, and Tariq brought up some new point. I didn't think like that, Tariq. You planted some new questions in my head today, and relate to questioning the whole freaking narrative that people that came from outside of Israel, like Turkey, more than 10,000 Turkish citizens have served an idea about the 7th of October. Now, were their names posted? There's even some Indian Jewish people that actually served in the idea. Were their names posted after they got killed? Or did they get killed?
And we don't know if they, if all these mercenaries are all of them Jews actually. After all, mercenaries, they ask just for money. It's not really, it's not like they don't care about religion or your ethnicity or, they don't care about that. They just, all what matters for them is money. So basically, Zionists, they can recruit any, mercenaries from the US or, Africa, or we don't know about that. After all, even if they did, they won't even talk about it. And they won't even show any of these soldiers or, so, we know for fact, these are facts. It's like there are a lot of, Jews from the US, Europe, I don't know about Russia and Eastern Europe, but from mainly Italy, Spain, France, Britain, US and Canada, they went to fight in Gaza, and some of them they were declared as casualties by the governments. We've seen politicians, calling for legal procedures to stop these people are going fighting, overseas for other governments. I don't think that the Zionists would just say no. We didn't ask them. No, they would say they are Jews. They are fighting for the people. And even if they were not, as the previous guest was suggesting, even they were not, from belonging to their IUM, they would just hide their names maybe, or just keep it quiet. And like a lot of countries, they lose either soldiers elsewhere, and they don't really declare them their names because maybe they went for special operations or secret operations. So like for instance, as it happened with some members of the SIS in Britain. So to come with the argument that the Ministry of Defense in the Zion state cannot hide casualties. That's just absurd. That is just nonsense. They absolutely can do that. It's not really rocket science.
Yep, that's true. Apparently, some Iranian person texted me yesterday. Texted me Pallywood and Gazawood videos. The videos that are actually Pallywood and Gazawood is owned by Zionist entity that created these, movies, right, with kids with makeup on or whatever, and they've streamed it on Twitter and a whole bunch of other places. They even opened up a website called Gazawood, Hollywood, and it's all owned by the Zionist entity, right, to spread their bullshit narrative. To discredit anything that comes out of Palestine, that these people are still living good life and whatnot. There are some Israelis that are like anti-Zionists. The Haredi minister dances to anti-Zionist song, drawing bipartisan calls for his firing. I mean, there's a lot of people, not a lot, there's a small minority number of people inside Israel, they're anti-Zionists. And they don't really get a voice, and they have to be really careful what they post on Instagram and this and that. They can get arrested. Even on this app, some of the right-winger Zionists, they're after Amos. They have Amos' information, and if Amos makes any other wrong move, they're recording it, Amos' room, and he can get arrested for, the so-called democracy that they have. It's all filled with nothing but bullshit.
I mean, you mentioned something very important in your initial remarks with regards to the so-called Bollywood and Gazawood. If we go back to Nazi Germany and the rest of the world to an extent, they were denying what was going on in the concentration camps. They were literally saying that the reports are fake, that the Jews are being gassed. This is exactly the fucking same. They're in denial about the murders and genocide of the innocent people of Gaza. They literally are saying the same shit the Nazis and the rest of the world were saying when the Holocaust was being committed. This is fucking insane. I really can't get my head around how these Zionists want to be accepted as humans. I don't understand.
Apparently, they're claiming today's news was senior Hamas official killed in targeted strike on Gaza hospitals. ID and license offensive. I think they would call anybody like a senior official without naming any names, right? Without giving us any details. How he was connected to Hamas.
They're trying to show their people that they're winning. And
that's a good picture.
He actually says something very
important. I'm saying about his picture. He's got a good PTR. Watch it.
My PTR is actually something that happened 3 days ago in Gaza, by the way. You saw that, General?
Yeah, I seen it.
You saw the video?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're trying to shape that they're winning and have control over Gaza, and no one inside of Gaza can do anything. But look at what's happening to them. They can't admit it. They're losing. They're bleeding. We're suffering a lot from our side, which is not going to change. Like, we will suffer a lot, but at the end of the day, they are losing. It's slow, but we're gonna get there. We're not going anywhere from Gaza. That's what.
Yeah, but remember, I don't want to say this, but when they say that the Zionists have always come out with, the Palestinians are paying a heavy price. The free world paid a heavy price against Nazi Germany. The Soviets lost how many million people to fight this scum? And the world is unfortunately paying a heavy price to deal with these scumbags in Tel Aviv and this Zionism, this cancer of Zionism, to be fair. But the world is waking up, Delulu. But actually, it's woken up. And the politicians are going to find it very difficult to keep spreading the same bullshit that they've been spreading for 70, 80 years. They can't fool the people anymore. They're having to change this. But policies are going to be changed. Don't worry about that. The Zionists, they can either wake up to a very terrible dream, or they can wake up to a very terrible dream, because there's no other choice for them now. They can keep fooling themselves.
Okay, I mean, just, for public knowledge and to everyone here, whenever, a Zayu comes to you, like our previous guest, and claim that the numbers published are true, you can just refer to them to, a declaration made by Zamir, the new, chief of staff of the IOF, he made a declaration back in February 2025. And it was published in new magazines, like, for instance, here, MSN.com, which is like an online, it's like Google published news, the Cradle, and the new Arab UK. So he made this declaration saying, there were at least 5,942 registered bereaved families. That means families who lost at least one member in war as a soldier since the 7th of October, with some likely having more than one family member killed in the war area in Gaza. So these are the declarations of Zamir. Here again on MSN, IDF chief admits army's losses way more than claimed. So, these are published in news, that it's a declaration made by Zamir itself. It's not. It didn't came from an anonymous source or maybe someone who leaked info. No, it was a public declaration by the chief of staff himself. Just following his coming to the rank as the chief of staff. So to hide that and to go into denial that numbers are correct and so on, it's just nonsense. Without forgetting that back in December 2023, her parents published this investigation or this claim made by Israeli hospital, Israeli Zayum, Ministry of Health, saying that there's a big disparity between the number of wounded soldiers reported by the IOF compared with hospital records. So to contradict this and to deny that, it's just nonsense. The proofs are are overwhelming, and the guy, when we asked him, I asked him personally, not just to come with an argument that would how can I say this, would support his claim. I asked him just to come with some names, or few names of non-Zayus or European Jews who fought in Gaza and failed during fighting. He wasn't able to answer me, and I've been waiting for him, and he ended by assaulting everyone and leaving. So again, I can just send you the links, guys, if you are interested, and you can check that out by yourselves. So it's up to you, whoever wants that. They are here in front of me.
Right. So I actually asked ChatGPT, right, to see what the AI is going to tell me about the numbers. It's the same fucking thing that we're talking about here, right? The accuracy of IDF soldiers casualties in Gaza has become a matter of significant debate, with claims ranging from widely accepted to deeply disputed. The official figures versus disputed estimates, right? Official IDF reports as of mid-2025, Israeli officials reported 431 IDF soldiers killed in Gaza, of which around 29 were due to friendly fire, over 2,600 wounded, right? This was in Wikipedia and a bunch of other sources. Reviewing 2024 figures, the IDF acknowledged 363 soldiers killed that year, bringing the total since October 2023 to 891, right? Former Chief of Staff's claimed ex-Chief of Staff Herzi Halabi stated on camera that 5,942 soldiers were newly added to the bereaved families list in 2024, far higher than official public counts. This disclosure implies a significant discrepancy, over 6 times more than IDF's publicly acknowledged losses, raising suspicion on underreported. And now it says, why the discrepancy, right? Public morale and political imperatives underreporting may serve to shield domestic support and maintain political stability. Number 2, accounting methods. IDF typically reports combat deaths. However, the bereaved families list may include, how do you say this word? Bereaved or bereaved? Or how do you say it? General or anybody? How do you say it?
What are you trying to say?
Bereave is bereavement,
Bereave, right?
like lamenting, crying stuff.
Oh, thank you. Bereaved families list may include additional categories such as missing soldiers or non-operational death. Number 3, friendly fire and non-combat fatalities. Up to 70% of casualties are reportedly friendly fire or accidental, many of which may not be clearly communicated in mainstream briefings. Number 4, data opacity and internal versus external records. Discrepancies may stem from different bureaucratic records, e.g. Internal Defense Ministry versus public IDF statements. So is the kill count accurate? Public IDF figures are verifiable, consistent, and credible on their own, yet internal testimonies, notably from Halabi, suggest a far greater toll that hasn't been publicly reported. Analysis conclude that there's a credible likelihood of systematic undercounting, whether due to classification, inclusion criteria, or international omissions. Bottom line, the official reported figure of 430 to 900 IDF soldiers killed aligned with public IDF communications. However, starkly different internal figures suggest that the actual number may be significantly higher, potentially thousands more. And this is, so that's where I end with this, the report from the ChatGPT. So Daniel, even ChatGPT disagrees with the numbers. It's heavily disputed. So I just don't get it. How could it be only 800 or 1,200 soldiers? It's been, more than a year and a half? I just don't get it, man. And he knows. I think a lot of Zionists, right? They know that their government is lying to them. Even about the 40 beheaded babies. They chopped off a breast of a woman, and they were playing, and the Hamas was playing with like a soccer ball, and a whole bunch of crazy shit that they've said, fucking bunch of lies. And there's a guy on this app. His name is Tom, and he believes in this. He came in here. I'm like, fuck you, man. And then I had to kick him out. I'm like, stupid fucktard.
In fact, they lied about a lot, not just the number of losses. Even regarding the number of casualties among Zionists on the 7th of October, as you said, that most of them they were civilians, and then the number of soldiers among those casualties kept raising and until most of them actually they were soldiers. They acknowledged that Gaza division, which is basically the main unit that was attacked by Hamas on the 7th of October, was destroyed, and most of its soldiers, and a lot of its soldiers, therefore as prisoners of wars. And just reminding everyone here, me neither, I know that, but I had to check this. That's the division in the military, vocabulary. It's basically a military unit, that includes 10 to 15,000 soldiers. So to say that it was destroyed when the number of casualties it's 1,200, it's really unlikely that most of these people were actually civilians. No, I would say even that maybe some of them were civilians, and probably these were killed by the IWF itself, because then when they reviewed all videos, all the data from that day, they spotted that a lot of Apaches, they were deployed, and they actually attacked the area of the festival. A lot of videos leaked from the helicopters were showing them firing at everyone. They didn't even know that they were civilians or Hamas militants. And there's this story that was leaked then, of that Merkava tank that shot, or bombed
a whole house, where some females, women, okay, with their kids, they were not kept as hostages there, but they were kept there, and some Hamas militants, they didn't want to hurt them, they just went them to hide, okay, and instead of negotiating with these militants, okay, or asking them to release these women, or maybe to leave the house where they can fight elsewhere. The tank commander, I can't even find his name now, he just asked his soldiers to fire on the house. He destroyed the whole house with those militants and the civilians, and and 2 kids died because of that. It was basically a decision by the IOF itself, and not Okay, so again, I can bring you now like the exact data if you want to, but yeah, there are a lot of rights to discuss here. Just
yeah, we want to see the data. Show us the numbers, man.
The data what?
The data about the day, about like those attacks and how Zayu civilians were killed by the IOF itself.
You mean 7th of October? 7th of October?
Yeah, on the 7th, yeah.
Yeah, that was Hannibal directed.
There's like, okay, maybe they were given the directive, but
yes, they were ordered Hannibal directive. It was an Apache helicopter that has a capacity of 200 bullets.
I'm referring to the Merkava tank that destroyed that house and killed these women with their kids. And
that's what I'm saying. They went from they were in a Merkava tank as well. They did a whole bunch of shit, man. These Israelis. And there's even testimonies from the IDFs, from the Israeli side, right? They saw Chopper. We had Shalomi in here. So Shalomi was a captain under Hamas. Do you know they killed about 200 Palestinians to save Shalomi? Can you believe it? One hostage, they killed about 200 Palestinians. He said, and I asked him about the Hannibal directive. He said yes. He did see Apache helicopter shooting, bullets and whatnot, and it has been applied multiple times, and that means, look, Hannibal directive doesn't just mean shooting bullets. It means they can go from different houses as well, and if they have to kill their own, they can kill their own, so they don't get taken as hostage. You see what I'm saying, Tariq? Yeah. So the Hannibal directive gets applied on everything. Kibbutz, not kibbutz, outside, inside, it doesn't matter.
Hannibal directive is not denied even by high Zayu officials.
So the first time it was applied, I believe in 1987 or 86, and then for 13 or 15 years it was on silent mode until somebody that was a reservist. He was a doctor or something. He went to go serve in the IDF and whatnot. He found out that there's an option called Hannibal directive, and then he told Haaretz. When Haaretz wrote a story on this, Haaretz newspapers, one of the oldest Israeli newspapers, they wrote a story on this, and the story was out in the open. A lot of people, right, they saw the news, they were like, okay, whatever, they agreed on it. The Israelis, they actually agreed on it. Instead of getting taken as hostage or whatever, right, by anybody, you'd rather just kill them. And this is the way people think. There was no objection. If there would have been some sort of objection or something, they would have stopped the Hannibal directive. But they believe in that. Just like they have the Samson option. Samson option they were going to apply it, I believe, in 1973 or something. And they do have nuclear capability as well. But they don't allow any inspectors to come in to inspect the facility or anything. Samson option means take everybody down. Los Angeles is on their target. New York is on their target. A whole bunch of cities and countries are on their target. So if they go down, they're going to take down a whole bunch of other countries. You see what I'm saying? And this entity needs to be controlled. We need a big control on the nuclear and this whole Hannibal directive bullshit or whatever they believe in. We got to stop that. This entity cannot have a fucking nuclear plant. It's dangerous for America, dangerous for all the nations. And how do we do that? you have to get in there and get rid of the nuclear program, or damage or something, because we can't have this disgusting criminal Zionist entity to have any type of nuclear facility inside Israel.
I highly doubt that they would give up their nuclear arsenal. I think the war on Ukraine taught everyone lesson about about how when you have a nuclear arsenal, you should never give up on that. Personally, look, out of this context of Gaza war and everyone and everything else, I highly believe that if there will be an end to this Zionist entity one day, it won't be done by Muslims or Arabs or any other entity. It will be the Jews themselves who would destroy the nation or the so-called nation, because it's the problem.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, the problem is beyond nuclear weapons and having really control over them. The problem is that out of the context of this war, Israeli the Zionist society is so unstable. If you see now the argument between religious Jews and secular Zionists and all of that nonsense. Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, or Sephardim, all that's this how can I say this? It's a heterogeneous picture and society, with different political, conflicts, and there's a lot of hate, and there's a lot of plots who would control the future of that entity. Would it be like a secular state or a Jewish state? And the religious Jews, they play their part of the game, their nasty game, and so on and so on. So I think it won't really matter for if the Zionists have these nuclear weapons. After all, there are no use for them. Just look at the war, the last war with Iran. Tel Aviv never witnessed such a destruction. Never witnessed such how can I say this? Such failure, and the whole world was just watching, that unbreakable army, falling down in front of these missiles and these attacks from Iran, and they couldn't do anything about it. Just flying a couple of aircraft, a part of the Iranian territory without being able to do much. So it won't matter. I don't see how would they be able to deploy those weapons. And maybe I would agree with you in a single case. There would be a single scenario where it's really dangerous. Yeah, and maybe I need to realize this. Maybe if some crazy bastards, just like Greer and Smotrich and all these guys, someday they come to power, they would nuke, maybe they would use a very stupid idea,
Bro, they believe in Greater Israel Project. It's disgusting. Ben Gavir, Smotrich, they even believe taking over half to Saudi Arabia.
I know that. And they would be sufficiently stupid to do so. Because no one will be able to support them.
But Tariq, I'll give you an example. Look, this argument that nobody will support them, I'll debunk your argument on this. So, in 1947, when the UN partition plan, when they denied it, right, they went from different villages to ethnically cleanse them. The Jewish militia, they went from one village to another, right, to ethnically cleanse them. And people didn't agree with it, right? There were some Jews that didn't agree with it. Guess what? In 1948, when they established a state called Israel, do you know the ones that disagreed, they agreed with it? They had a majority vote that, yes, we agree on the state of Israel. Okay? So, and some of these Jewish people, they even sold out their Arab neighbors to the Jewish militias, right? So it's the same argument. Let's say tomorrow Ben Gvir Smotrich takes over the office, okay, and they want to do a greater Israel project, whatever. Even though you'll have people like Black Rabbi and all of these psychopaths, they might disagree at first, but once it happens, once they take over these places and these areas, they will all side with each other. And this is the problem I have. This is the way of being. This is how they think. First they condemn it, and then they start becoming buddy-buddy. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of leftists were involved in creation of the Jewish state. You know, the leftists are anti-Netanyahu, and some of the leftists, they don't agree with the settlers in the West Bank. They don't agree with the occupation, some of them. But again, when it comes down to Israel, and when Netanyahu was attacking Hamas, aka babies, they all agree on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, lefties. Zionists claim to be lefties. I'm really.
Not all, Tarek, not all.
Yeah, but because
Shoki is on the right, Harry Bolzek is on the right. You have Shimi, that idiot that comes in here, genocide maniac, is on the right. I think Daniel supports Netanyahu as well. The Al Normo supports Netanyahu. Yaakov, I don't know about him if he supports Netanyahu or not. I got a whole bunch of these people. They come in here. Caleb is anti-Netanyahu. But when it comes down to Netanyahu fighting Hamas, they all support it. They all side with it, and that's what ended up happening in 1948 after the creation of the Jewish state. Majority of the people that disagreed, that condemned these terrorist mofos, they started siding with these people, with the Jewish militia and all these. The leader. Oh yeah, we have our own state now. We have, according to the international law, after 1945, you cannot take over somebody's land and call it yours. It was in violation. The state was created by force. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's the same type of story here.
But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but can we at least agree that all these names that you mentioned are a bunch of psychopaths on Clubhouse, and they're
all genocidal maniac because they all side with Netanyahu, including leftist people on the right, centrist. I want to talk to Amos's brother. Edward said Amos' brother feels bad for the Palestinians. He supports the Palestinians. I actually want to have a conversation with Amos' brother, right? I want to see what his take is and maybe ask him some questions and what does he think of this plan. It's better to talk to new people, man. I'm getting tired and fed up talking to the same disgusting Zionists on the side.
As for the crazies, the guys you are referring to now, I guess maybe the way to deal with them is just to to change the rules for them. Okay. If you just don't behave, you would be silent, and that's it. I don't see any other alternative, to be honest. It's just maybe it's better to not, give them space when they try to heckle and to to bully and to assault and to do all this nonsense, especially this gaslighting stuff. As for the part of what happened in 1948 and other events maybe I'm not aware of. Okay, what to say? To be honest, I got nothing to say here because you see the point is, Amir, is look, if you take for instance Irgun, it was recognized by Britain as terrorist organization. When they go into net and white Irgun, okay, and said, okay, you would find as a terrorist organization. It's well known. But then when you learn that all the members of this, the terrorist Zionist militias, they merged to form the Likud party, which is not the leading party in the Zion entity. You would learn that the world is really going crazy. Not going, but it went crazy since 1948. and to ask the Jews to oppose that. Jews like basically consider that a lot of them they went through a lot, even the anti-Zionist Jews. Whenever you hear them talking about they are opposing the establishment of a Zionist state or Jewish state because for theological reasons, because the Torah denied them that right. They would still acknowledge that a lot of Jews who supported the Zionist state and all these terrorist organizations, they were like hopeless at some point of history. They just went through the Holocaust and all this criminal or European criminal history towards the Jews. So I guess maybe I'm not here saying that that maybe it's an excuse for them or no, but it's just a context to understand what happened back then, and to say today that maybe someone like Smotrich or Ben Gvir comes to power, with his party, and we will have just an extremely fascist or like government in the future. People having access to the most destructive weapons on planet Earth. And this would explain why we should be disarmed Zionists from nuclear weapons. That makes sense. But to be honest, if you how can I say that? If you project that on the current political situation around the world, the American influence and the influence of Zionist lobbies in Europe, in the US, you would find that it's quite a big challenge, and there must be an alternative to asking just to retrieve the weapons. Now, I think if some of you like here living in the US, you would know that a lot of Americans know that they are becoming aware that AIPAC is taking over the country and controlling the politicians, the congressmen, the White House, and so on, and yet they can't do anything about it. They can't. They are American. They are, citizens. They can't speak loudly. They can't even, change the history through elections, and yet they can't. They can't do anything. We've seen a lot of, people in the media, in YouTube, and on your podcasts, asking to recognize AIPAC as a foreign organization, as lobbying for foreign power, and no one could do anything. It's like no one is listening to them, or even if they listen, they won't even answer that or react to that. So things are like from a realistic perspective, I think it's way harder to even suggest that such a thing might happen. For them, like the Zionists, today they got these weapons. They won everything. We fooled everyone. We got all countries to help us, from France, Norway, all of them contributed in the Zionist nuclear program. And today, like, everyone is heckling Iran to give access to its nuclear facilities, But when Iranians say, hey, we would agree with that, unless you do the same with the Zionists, well, they are not even answered. They are not even listened to. So I don't see like how such a thing would happen. I hope maybe one day someone would have the courage to put that file on table and, hey, people, let's talk about this and discuss this. But I highly doubt it, at least in the next 5 or 10 years.
Hey, what's up? Welcome, Andre.
Anybody else want to come on up? Just unmute and come on up. We're just talking about how you have the psychopath in the Knesset called Smotrich and Ben Gvir. They're actually anti-ceasefire. They want to continue, kill more people. Smotrich even came out with a statement that we don't care about the hostages. We're gonna kill everything and this and that in Gaza. It's a disgusting. It was reported, I believe, in Times of Israel, and he's a disturbing person. And he's a government official. You had the Herzog. Herzog said something as well. Even though he's not a government official, apparently the president of the United States, president of Israel, is not a government official for some reason. I don't know how that makes sense. An American president is a part of the government. And even he said it, that we lost our focus on hostages and whatnot. I went back and forth with Daniel last time on this. And, if you hear a statement from a government official of a country and you see their actions that are going on in Gaza, you would put two together and yes, make it sense that it is what's happening to them is actually what the statement is saying. And even the IDF commander, the Yoav Galant, have said it, no electricity, no this, no that. And it's like pretty much everything is coming true. Everything that they said. And they're still saying crazy psychopathic shit, in relation to the ceasefire with Trump, even when Trump was about to take office, Smotrich and Ben Gvir, they thought that Trump will give them West Bank on a gold platter by annexing the West Bank, because they look at West Bank as Judea and Samaria. State of Arkansas in America passed a bill. They call it Judea and Samaria, right? There's a bill in the Congress as well. It might become real or not. We don't know about that. That bill says that to call West Bank on paper Judea and Samaria, not the West Bank. And it's very disturbing. So is this a Jewish state or is this a Christian state or is it what? I thought we started with the Christianity. Is it becoming Jewish? Is this country? I just don't get it, man. Because of Judea and Samaria,
Who said the president's not a member of the government official? Who said that?
Israeli president, Daniel said it. Daniel was here. I debated him last time. I found out by searching, Israeli president is not a freaking part of government. And I was in a shock. I'm like, how could he be president? No, he's not a government official.
Head of state.
Yeah, he's a symbolic head.
Countries where presidents have executive powers, the US and France being prime example.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. Yeah, it's a symbolic. So that's what it is, but it's sickening.
I'm reading here on the Knesset. It says they sign laws and things like that. That seems like a pretty powerful position to sign laws.
No, actually, in the Zaire entity, the president has no executive power. The executive power.
He's similar to the royal. He's similar to Charles.
Yeah. It's actually like a monarch.
Yeah, he's more of a traditional head of state, as in just signs and looks pretty.
This is the Knesset.gov.il. The duties of the president include signing laws that the Knesset legislates, fulfilling the duties assigned to him in the basic law, the government, including the role of assigning a member of the Knesset who agreed. Yeah, so he has to sign laws. So our king doesn't sign laws.
He does.
Actually, he does.
Does he?
He does, yeah.
So they are a government official. They're signing laws
by the House of Lords to an extent.
Yeah, so it's not just a figure. They actually have power. That's what I'm saying.
Sovereignty lies with the king in Parliament. That means the king, the House of Lords, the House of Commons.
Yeah.
Most of the actual power lies with the House of Commons. The king would never not sign a law unless advised so by a prime minister. If there is a flying change of government between the law being passed by Parliament and the new Prime Minister coming in and advising the King not to sign it. But that hasn't happened in recent history. So no.
Does he do it directly or not? Does someone tell his power?
Actually, it's a commission in the House of Lords that does it on his behalf. That the royal assent is proclaimed, and then it's summarily kind of given assent through letters patent, by the King and Privy Council.
So my question is, what's the definition of a government official then? If someone signs laws like the President of Israel, or not Knesset,
He's the head of state. He's not part of the government.
How can you be not part of the government if you sign laws for the country?
No, he's part of the parliamentary system. And I don't know whether the President of Israel appoints Prime Minister or whether election by the Knesset is enough. But he's not part of the actual executive branch in a sort of, at least not de facto, de jure perhaps, but not de facto. I mean, you do have people like Shimon Peres who were both Prime Minister and President. But basically, it's completely separate.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what I was debating last time with Edgar, with Daniel as well, right? And it's interesting to see a president of Israel and not be a government official. But then I moved away and I used this political statement to say that he wants to kill everybody and this and that. The house didn't really matter, you know. And that was crazy, man. Anytime you want to look up anything, yeah, Edward, you want to speak?
You could tell that the Israeli government is really disorganized, and because when you have like the Minister of Heritage or the Minister of Education saying genocidal things, basically going outside of their lane or their purview to say publicly like things that they want to see happen to the Palestinian people. To me, that's an indication that the government itself is really dysfunctional. Because you don't really, like in America, you don't really have that. You don't have the Secretary of State coming out and telling the Secretary of Defense what he wants to, to accomplish in a war. So to me, it's a sign of dysfunction. And it's been getting worse. It's like all over. Donald Trump does say lots of crazy shit there. Yeah, well, Donald Trump can though. He's the commander-in-chief. Well, Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, so he's not crossing boundaries. It is within his purview.
He's crossing. Come on. when he turned, independent organizations, including the CIA, from being independent to like people working like organizations that follow the orders of the White House. That's not really correct. I don't see like how that would be, respecting laws and so on. Trump at some point, maybe now he's like busy with all these conflicts and all these geopolitical changes around the U.S. But when he would be done with that, he would keep the job going. It started with changing, removing all this independence for some organizations. Again, including the CIA, and God knows what would be the next step, right?
So my point wasn't about Trump. Trump
can go to whatever department or agency he wants and do what he wants, whether, you know, anyone is going to fight him on that legally or not is a different matter, or if it's ethical or not is a different matter. Netanyahu could do the same thing. It doesn't mean it's right. But what I'm saying here is the agencies themselves are not going to go outside of their purview and their responsibility and interfere with another agency's responsibility, especially, you know, the equivalent of ministers, which will be the secretaries here in the U.S. But you have in Israel the minister of heritage and the minister of education and minister of, I forgot what the other one was that I read a few weeks ago, that are, you know, talking about destroying Hamas and what, you know, wanting specific methodologies to be implemented in Gaza. It's like, that's not even your job. That's not even your purview. That's not, you know, your job is heritage, your archaeological sites. What are you talking about, you know? And that's what I mean by dysfunction. So they're not in their own lane, so to speak.
I don't think that was really, for instance, dictating some other minister, you know, what should he do, okay, or what should be like the policy of the state. But I think it's rather like, you know, a populistic declaration, like, hey, all you far right, I'm the, you know, like the bloodiest, you know, future MP or maybe minister or even, you know, like prime minister that you can elect. I think at some point they have this some sort of competition, like who sounds more radical, who sounds like more crazy, who sounds like more Zionist and bloody and anti-Palestinian. If you see the level of craziness, and it's not just among the ministers, even like among like the Israelis MP. Like this one, I call her the crazy witch. I don't know her name. I just mentioned her name. Like she's I think she's like she's a lawyer.
She's the one that says there has to be a winner and a loser, and you know, either we have a decisive victory, and you know, or not, and if we don't, then it's a failure, and everybody's. This was last year. Everybody was like, all the Zionists. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It was that one who called to starve Gaza, you know, population in order to have like, you know, people who you know, deal or give information to the army. Gosh, forgot him. I have it here. I hope I can give you. I think she's Iliad or gosh, she's always, you know, screaming and yelling at the Knesset.
That doesn't narrow it down. They're all screaming and yelling.
Yeah, I call her the witch. I don't know what is her name. I call her Jewish witch. Oh God. So yeah, like these people, like you know, like they make all these crazy kind of declarations. I think for their future elections, or maybe to mark some political goals, I don't think that they are trying to interfere, or maybe to provoke.
Brother, sorry, were you talking about the human rights lawyer?
No, she's not a human rights lawyer.
She's in the, sorry, I missed like almost most of the conversation. Is she in the Israeli Knesset?
Yeah, she's an MP in the Israeli Knesset.
Maybe it's not Rosolio or something like that?
And I found her picture, but I'm trying to find her name. She's crazy. She's insane. Oh my God. She's always yelling.
Doesn't narrow it down then, is it?
What?
They're all fucking crazy.
Okay. Her name is Tali Gottlieb. Yeah. She's like the same kind. She's from the Likud Party, but but she sounds like just like Gvir and Smotrich and all of that. And then I think following the 7th of October, she called to nuke Gaza and to nuke Iran, and she's insane. She's crazier than that minister of heritage. So I think like all these declarations are not pointed. Like
is the minister of finance, right?
Smotrich, yeah, the minister of finance.
But you would think he was a minister of war. I mean, you would think he was a minister of defense. The way he talks and he interacts with the government and the people. Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Smotrich.
No, Smotrich is the minister of internal security. Like he's basically controlling the police and the Shabak or the.
Isn't that Ben Gvir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smotrich is the finance minister.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Smotrich. But he's a finance minister. But the way he conducts himself and the way he's able to threaten to remove his coalition from the government, he's conducting himself as the vice
defense minister.
Yeah, like the defense minister. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's finance.
First, you should not forget that he's like his position as a minister of finance. It's not really negligible. Like he's the one who would say no to the minister of defense if this one asked for more weapons or more finances to recruit more soldiers, and he did it. Like at some point he said like we don't have like enough money, so he has the like he's so audacious like to say that, and his authority allows him to say so. So yeah, like he has like his word, and the fact that he said, okay, I would resign from the government, it's problematic because if Smotrich goes, like Ben Gvir would do the same.
But they came out today and they said most probably he won't go.
Sorry?
They came out today with a statement saying that he most probably won't leave the government.
Of course, I mean, he'll be nobody if he did.
Because Netanyahu is doing what they are asking for the war to go on and to not stop the war. And that's not what you want. Netanyahu wants to keep fighting and to keep, killing Palestinians, and prolonging this war, make it as long as possible and to last as much as possible, because he's trying to just avoid that going to court for his, corruption like cases. As for Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they still are fascists. They are terrorists. They would love like to watch the show going and like they won't care about how much soldiers they would die. Like none of them, including Netanyahu, none of their kids, for instance, or nephews, is fighting in Gaza. They won't care about that. He won't care. And these values, they are sufficiently and hugely stupid to not even question. Yeah, you are, we've seen, like the leader of Hamas, he's like the general leader, okay, like falling like down, okay, or dying as a fighter, while you, okay, you are not even like you are not willing to sacrifice one of your 3 sons, and all of them they are elsewhere, even in Israel, So it's just crazy. Like it's just that. Like the situation like suits everyone, and they are okay with that. And people like they are not opposing to it. Their own people. So yeah. And the US, if Trump, believe me, if Trump, like he was not, he didn't see that opposition from the MAGA movement, okay, and people around him questioning his policies, why like all this money is going for a war in like overseas, and people like are suffering, like we have like over 800, like nearly 1 million homeless American people. We're like at least I think it's around 20 million people with no access to healthcare or without, without insurance covering. Okay, and you are like spending all these millions, or maybe billions. I don't know, to be honest. They didn't publish like all numbers. Like seeing that, like it was like hesitant to keep going with Netanyahu. At some point, he asked him, you gotta stop this. So, the thing is, like, it's supported by a lot of people and a lot of congressmen and congresswomen until now, until this day. And despite all, protests that all your people talking in the media and on podcasts, about the evil, role played by the US in Gaza, you stop saying, hey, I'm supporting Israel. Because they are working for the back. And it's like a win-win for all these, monsters. So to question now, I forgot the beginning point. So, yeah, the point is, it's suiting everyone, okay? And the situation would never change unless, the war may be like something big happened, like just like these last events in Khan Yunis and so on. Maybe such event like would be repeated. Maybe that would push people forward, like would make more pressure on Netanyahu to stop the war and just to accept, hostages, and stopping the war, and that's it. I don't see like how things would go in. I don't know.
He would have to stop the war. There's nothing left for him in Gaza. The army said there's nothing else to do. They all want out, and he wants a win or two. The illusion of a win, so that he can go to early elections. And I think he's hoping by the end of this year there'll be in elections. He definitely wants to go into early elections before the new budget, which is I think in February of 2026. So way before that. But he needs a time where he is, or he perceives himself to be the most popular and the best chance of winning. And I think that would come after all the hostages are released from Gaza, and then he could claim victory. I think that's when he'll go to elections.
I don't think they would allow him, to be honest. If you look, for instance, the people like they have that they can get to that position, like on the top of the list, Lapid and Olmert and others. None of them that we would accept, Netanyahu to come back to
Well, I didn't say he would win, but I'm saying that he wants to pick the time and of when to dissolve the government, to go to elections, because they have to go to elections by October of next year. I mean, that's when the elections are scheduled right now. It's in October of next year.
And that's okay. Do you think somebody who is as ruthless as Benjamin Netanyahu in protecting himself and his interest is going to respect the Israeli democratic framework? Do you think he's not capable of actually, prolonging and worsening the conflicts around Israel and then just impose martial law? What tells you he's not going to do that? Because he's certainly going to lose no matter what. He's going to lose, like Winston Churchill lost after World War II. And he was not quite as bad of an asshole as Netanyahu, and he still lost. Because people want the change for the change's sake. They know how corrupt he is, and we know there are alternatives. So I think he might actually just turn it into an autocratic state before he gives up that power.
I don't know if that's going to be that easy to do in Israel. There are too many people, too many factions in Israel. Right now, Trump wants a win too. I think, in my opinion, that Trump has bribed him. The U.S. will be giving Netanyahu something in order to end what's happening in Gaza. And Netanyahu does need to choose a time, the best time for him to go to elections. And if he waits until October, that's too close to October, 7th. So he doesn't want that. And people are blaming him for the failure on October 7th. So he doesn't want any elections close to that date. So, which means that he has to go soon. It has to be, it has to be some victory for him. Something that would make him popular temporarily. And I think getting back the last hostages in Gaza, that would be the prime of his popularity. And that would be the best time for him to go to elections.
Or he knows he has no way or no path to victory, and he's going to just leave and go back to the US and live there, settle up in safety under Trump.
When it comes to his criminal charges, that's a different matter. But when it comes to path to victory, there isn't a path to victory out of Gaza. But that's why I said the illusion of victory. He can, and those that are around him will spin it in a way that, taking failure and making it look like victory. Look at the Zionists, the way they do not question the Israeli government or the narrative. It's not that wouldn't be hard to do in Israel. They don't question anything about Israel or the Israeli government. They'll protest when there's something that they don't like specifically, but as far as they're concerned, the Israeli government doesn't lie, doesn't withhold information, doesn't do what other governments around the world do. Israel's immune to that. That's how they think.
Yeah, Edward, so you really think that at some point they're going to agree to a seat?
No, definitely not. I completely disagree with that.
I think it's highly.
They're not guaranteed.
I think it's highly probable that they will. As a matter of fact, I think they've already agreed to a ceasefire. It's just a matter of.
Henry, if that's the case, Netanyahu just come back from America, or is he still in America? They killed over 120 people today at airstrike, and they've been doing this for the past week. So you really think that there's the want to calm down the aggression in Gaza?
I didn't say that.
What I'm saying is, if someone has the intent to do a ceasefire, you'll notice the difference in behavior, right? They wouldn't be continuously killing people.
The question was, do I think that there's a chance of a ceasefire? My answer is, I think the ceasefire has already been decided upon between Hamas and Israel, and Hamas and the United States and Israel.
But they're already talking about the ceasefire thing collapsing.
Yeah, I think it's already done, and this is all just a theater. They want to release it when it's convenient for Netanyahu.
Okay, I'm just curious. So you're saying that Israel accepted that leaving their whole IDF leaving Gaza, all of Gaza?
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know the.
Because this is the obstacle they're facing.
Well, actually, we don't know if that's even the obstacle. Like, we don't know exactly, because at this point now, the Hamas is dealing with the U.S. directly. And they are not saying anything, and they're only releasing very little information. And it seems like they're releasing these little tidbits and saying, "Oh, we're almost there. We have X amount of points, that we don't agree with. Now we're down to this amount of points, and now we're down to these issues." And it's like it's all orchestrated. So I think
what do you think? I think actually
I think this is definitely the obstacle. I'll tell you why, Edward, is because Israel wants to take over more land, and they want to displace and get rid of Palestinians from Gaza. That's their goal from the beginning.
if he's the one who's acting.
So you're saying the U.S. and Israel, and those that are in power here in the U.S. and those that are in power in Israel, all have the same motivations.
It's not. No, it's not about
If you can't say that, then your statement can't be correct.
But they have no choice.
But your statement, them, if the U.S. and Israel is one thing, one unit.
Yeah.
They have separate motivations, and they can't be one unit.
In a way that the U.S. is not going to go out there and put something on the table that Israel doesn't approve.
No, they're like two brothers, one's older than the other, and they continue to fight. The other brothers think that they're potentially more experts.
They get the approval.
They just constantly fight it out. Trump tells Netanyahu to return the footage and not bomb Iran, so he does it. And he listens, and then he's out in America thinking with Trump today, he's still bombing Gaza. He's talking about ceasefire, but he's still bombing Gaza. Of course, you don't want a ceasefire if you're still bombing people.
You know what I mean?
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple. I think they
Trump had a whole. Trump had a lean on Netanyahu. Trump would have said, if we want talks, we want peace, we want ceasefire, stop the aggression. Once the diplomatic talks happen, diplomacy ain't more than really go.
You're assuming that Trump wants the best for Palestinians. I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming Trump has his own motivations, and Netanyahu has his own motivations. Well, no, but everybody has separate motivations. I mean, we can't say all the, two different human beings are exactly aligned. I mean, what two human beings are exactly aligned? That's not
Trump wants Gaza for himself. He said that we'll get it, but we'll cherish it. He wants it for himself. Maybe that's what they're arguing around the movement between him and his guy.
But he says crazy things like that, and that's up. And he's walked that statement back multiple times at the White House. And I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think he has bribed Netanyahu. I think Trump's interests are not with the Palestinians, but he needs this to end because his interest is with the Abraham Accords, and that's where Trump is going to make money. That's where Kushner is going to make money. So that's where I think his interests are. But the Gaza war is in his way. So he and to the point where he's talking to Hamas directly. And you have to be in a very precarious position and in a weak position to go and talk to Hamas directly.
Realism is a mind virus. Wake up from the mind virus. You're all massacratized.
America's being ran by a fucking buffoon, an idiot, and Trump's a pedophile.
There's no indication of this. That he's his messenger.
There's no indication of that.
That he's his messenger to Hamas. No, there's no indication of that.
No, not messenger. I think the two cheeks of the same ass.
They both have their motivations.
No, what's interesting is, with what Delulu said, we've got to be really naive to realize or think of the contrary, simply because you have to look at American policy. America will not do anything to jeopardize Israeli security, so-called Israeli security, or Israeli interests. They will burn the U.S. to the ground if it means securing this entity that they have in the Middle East. We've got to be naive and realize.
Burn himself to the ground.
He would.
No, he wouldn't. He wants money.
10 years to live.
He wants money.
Yeah, but you've got to understand who is controlled by.
Wait, his motivation.
What happened in the last few weeks? The facade and the theatrical performance to tell the world that he was having a bit of it with Netanyahu, it was all an illusion as a prerequisite to attack Iran, to put them on the back foot as a false sense of security. Everyone was thinking they were having a fallout. And overnight, as soon as they started attacking, they're back to square one again. Do you believe
Is
any? Well, is there any indication that they did not have a fallout?
Is there any indication that they did?
Yeah, well, because their objectives were aligned. Trump's objective is calm in the Middle East so that he can go ahead with the Abraham Accords. A war with Iran would be the opposite of what Trump wants. Same thing with Gaza. A war with Hamas would be the opposite of what he wants. So I'm just going by what their motivations are.
I don't know.
I think Trump doesn't care about Hamas, but he doesn't care about Hamas.
I didn't say he did. That's right. You have to understand. I said their motivations.
We have to look at the war. If you look at the war hawks, even the war hawks in Tel Aviv, do they really want a war with Iran? Personally, and if you look at the parameters and if you look at the stats, I don't think they do. They simply want to neutralize Iran's potential of nuclear because it's a threat to them. They do not want a power that can challenge them in the Middle East.
I'm to be hypnotized, he says. I'm to be hypnotized, he says. Let's hypnotize.
No, I said that, I'm sure they want money from the U.S., but no, what I said was, I'm sure there's some bribery that has happened or is happening where Netanyahu would end the war in Gaza and Israel would get something for it.
So everything that he had been planning for 76, 78 years, and he's just going to throw it out the window.
I don't think he wasn't planning, what do you mean, Gaza?
It is part of the plan, and if you look at what's happening now, it's going off an opportunity for them. I'm not going to say it's a plan, but from their perspective, it's an opportunity.
It is an opportunity. Go ahead, Wednesday.
Netanyahu wants to end this. I told you. And I say this because it's going to be, this October is going to be, 2 years of this? They even in between, they bombed Lebanon, Syria. They even had like a 12-day war with Iran. And they go straight back to killing the people in the Gaza Strip, like Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and to doing horrendous things to the people in the West Bank. This is their go-to. This is all they know. So I don't really think he wants to end this. He needs to keep the loyalty. He doesn't make that Palestinian.
I don't think that. I don't want anything good for the Palestinians. I'm not saying that. Maybe you want something good for themselves.
Maybe you want something because all of this that is happening now is affecting the U.S. along with everything that's happening in the U.S. in the next 5-10 years. Let's see a disaster falling on the U.S. government. I'm not saying he doesn't want to. Maybe he doesn't want to stop it or end it. At the end of the day, he's not going to go against Netanyahu. Like at the end of the day, whatever Netanyahu says.
I understand what you're saying, but our education sense of marketing.
Well, no, where I grew up in the outskirts, the areas of Philly, the suburbs, and also a shout out to Kobe Bryant, who went to Marion. Those kids are in public school, and it's equal to a lot of the high-end private schools, which is going to pay to live in that neighborhood. And the houses are warm, so that's fantastic.
A Palestinian state or an agreement to have a Palestinian state and be working on one language.
Why do you? I'm a bit confused, to be fair, with all due respect. We've seen time and time again the GCC, even to an extent, proudly, they say one thing publicly, and privately they're saying something completely the opposite. With regards to what you just said, publicly they say this, privately it's the complete opposite. We've got to stop taking them at face value simply because they've said something. Is that really what they want?
I don't think so, yeah. I'm not going to witness a shift in alliances of this whole Abraham Accords. I don't really
investing in Israeli technology and Israeli companies. When they want to support militarily, they supported Israel. So what are we doing publicly? They're saying we're not going to recognize. Fair enough. I'll concede to that. But materially, but it's public relations, isn't it? Publicly, they won't accept it. But materially, when it comes to when it comes to the foundation or the crux of the matter, they're supporting it militarily. They're aiding and abetting it. They're financially investing in it. So what have they got left publicly to say over here? That's all that is left, to be fair. All that is left to say that we accept it, or we acknowledge that they exist, or we accept that we're acting out of diplomatic relations. Everything else is already hunky-dory. It's already, it's already in the process. Investments are going through. Some of the biggest arms manufacturers in Israel, the bombs that are being dropped on Gaza, the aeroplanes that are being used on Gaza, the companies that are building this technology, half of our financed by the GCC.
And we don't do it.
So how can we say that?
I don't know if you're enhanced by 30, 40, 50 illegal immigrants. I did say this earlier. So when you said earlier not to take them at face value, and for like 20 minutes now I've been saying I don't take anyone at face value. I look at their motivation. And for the Saudis, no, the MBS doesn't want anything to do with the Palestinians. The Saudi family, has a distinct for Palestinians. I think it's, I don't want to get into why, but however, the Saudi people and the Islamic world, if Saudi Arabia wants to be a player within the Islamic world, being representative of the Islamic world, that's how they see themselves. I think that's their judgment.
They don't care about they don't care about keeping face. Those days where you needed
where's your, what are you pointing to that makes you think they don't care? Because MBS did say that my own people would tell me if I don't.
They would show some freaking response right from the beginning when everything was in the air. People were getting all flustered. The world was just Saudi got very quiet. And I talked to that shook hands on the table. They don't give a shit. And they don't care about representing Islamic world anymore. I mean, you see it with the recent, or you just around the calendar, calling Minaj, and your Kanye is, etc., doing concerts by the camera. He doesn't care. The
Islamic world is a very powerful position.
His brain damage and brainwashing all his intellectual brainwashing.
If you care, you wouldn't write Minaj.
Well, I don't think Minaj is going to affect Saudi Arabia.
They know they've established a very singular principle, going off of the hadith that says, do not revolt against the hakim or the ruler.
There are great numbers
of a very popular Wahhabi hadith circulating in those circles. Why do you think there was no revolt? They are Muslims, and they can do what they want, when they want, and how they want to.
Okay, that's how they are pretty involved. MBS has said so. MBS has said so. He doesn't care about the Palestinian cause, but his people do, and they would kill him if he doesn't. Number two, to give up being the head of the Islamic world, or the representative of the Islamic world, voluntarily just giving it up.
It's a powerful position to go. I mean, he wouldn't.
Okay, why would you give up such a powerful position?
Say that again.
Why would a nation give up such a powerful, geopolitically powerful position?
He's never going to lose it. He has it all set up.
They said they don't care about it anymore.
If there were to be a revolt, there would have been one a while ago. When he came and said, oh, the Ahadis, I'm going to kind of reduce them, make them, whatever.
Okay, today we got your US video, but still kind of looks big. Yeah, it's too small.
He does what he wants. I mean, he's never going to lose his position. And that's who the
Have a bite. Let's have some guac. Chips and guac. Let's eat the chilies mozzarella sticks. Ranch. Have a bite. My day off as a mom I started my day off by going to my favorite matcha place called Domo. I got the matcha and then mixing up the chestnut nightstand. I absolutely love their matcha. It's high quality and their stuff is so nice. And they also have a lot of perk. And they also sell fishes. If a strand of her hair was trying this week's crumble cookies. Starting off with a biscuit cheesecake. Why not? Have a bite. That was an out of 10. Up next, we have a raspberry cookie. Let's unbox a baby Molly pocket heads. These were $50 each. These are. Okay, we're gonna let's take some wing stock. Okay, got the garlic parm and then the Mexican street spice. Ranch. Have a bite. I never knew I needed this flavor. Cheese sauce. Let's unbox this $300 Dubai box. Trying more beautiful dessert.
Said you have to invest with insurance, all that or whatever. And then I think it was Kuwait that said, no, we're not going to do any of this. Obviously, and everything. Trump and I, like I said, I don't get charged. Actually, about all the that's and it was very stressful for those 4 years about what was going on. Now, with that being said, Trump again, when he does all these things, these countries also understand that Trump is so like kind of hostile towards them that if they don't do what he's doing, then there's not just talk about bombing over and over again. So it's kind of like this weird song and dance about like how do these United States while also doing really hands off as well. But that GCC weapons like F-35 sales, that's strictly and directly from the UAE, and that is under the direct supervision of the U.S. as well. None of the other GCCs allow for that to happen, including Saudi Arabia. So that's the problem in that sense. And then they always use up the information there. As for this whole this whole claim about like how Saudi wants to be like whatever Muslim nation or whatever, it doesn't really help the conversation when we have to understand that we need to look at the substantial facts and the reason behind them as to why the actions were taking place. And I solely think that, at least right now, under a Trump administration, a Trump presidency, if I have to look at Saudi Arabia's involvement with the GCC and it has to do something with Israel, I know 100% is because Trump has this entire thing about like going banana modes on them, and they have to kind of respond to that because under every other presidency, they cannot respond in kind when another U.S. president requests the same thing out of them.
We'll see. Hopefully a ceasefire will come soon.
I have a feeling that the UAE will be very problematic in this whole ceasefire thing, and it just makes Israel's life completely, because the UAE has sold out Palestinians completely.
Well, it was the UAE and Egypt, or was it Egypt and the UAE that Israel was talking about coming in and initially to transition to a new government in Gaza.
None of those Bahrain. No, it wasn't Bahrain. I don't work for Bahrain. I'm going to be involved. Bahrain is my views on Bahrain is they're like they're humiliating assholes where they go ahead and like runs with them behind like those doors. Maybe some of them shit.
If I don't, that the name doesn't sound familiar. I think it was UAE and Egypt, I want to say.
What was the claimant? What were you saying, sorry?
This was a couple of weeks ago when they were saying, it was, I believe it was the UAE and Egypt going in after the ceasefire and taking charge of Gaza and until it transitions into a new government, so taking it away from Hamas. Hamas responded with whoever comes in would have to ask us for permission first, or else they'll be treated as enemies. They didn't say no. They just said you have to deal with us first. You have to deal with us also. I thought it was Egypt and the UAE that was floated around. I could be wrong.
Also, I'm just kind of curious because I was hearing this a little bit in the background. Well, how did Wahhabism come in? Like,
Nargis was mentioning that. I don't know how much Wahhabism has to play in this because Saudi Arabia has, been in the last decade neutralizing the Wahhabi movement in Saudi Arabia. Not that it's gone, but they've been actively ousting Wahhabi people from positions of power.
Saudi Arabia actually was not utilizing just Wahhabis. Saudi Arabia, like as my previous colleagues, they mentioned earlier, they want to turn the page on the ancient image of Saudi Arabia as a reference, as a leader of the Muslim world. They don't want that. They don't want any of that. They want to change that, how can I say this? That stereotype that Saudi Arabia is basically the leader and the main representative of the Islamic world. They just not trying, it's envious basically. Is so inspired by the advancement according to them of the UAE, and at some level he sees the Emirati leaders as his competitors, even though both countries, they are allies, and they led a lot of coups, whether in Yemen or the attempt to occupy Qatar, at least on 3 occasions. The last one was in 2017. He's just like, he wants to change everything. Okay? He's a guy who was raised as this boy's boy. He practically had no serious education. He's basically the loser child who wants to shine up, and he made it clear that okay, we don't want to happen. We want that modest Islam. Okay, he would that is which is open to all religions and all ethnic groups and so on. But it's not really that. Again here, I'm going to support the thing you said earlier, that Saudi Arabia is sacred. It's never Saudi Arabia in public. Never. There's two faces. There's two images of Saudi Arabia. Okay? There's Saudi Arabia, the one, okay, and as he mentioned, we want a peaceful Islam, okay, that is can deal with everyone and
like show Zionism as the same as Judaism. Okay, so if we like talk about an Islam, it's open to everyone. Okay, everyone is welcome, and we have no problem with Christians or Jews. Yeah, it's okay to have a problem with Christians. I mean, there's Jews. Yeah, that would include Zionists basically. So that's a big change, and that was like a lot of people. I'm not sure if Hamas said that publicly, but a lot of analysts on Al Jazeera, for instance, they mentioned that when Hamas launched the war back in October 2023, they were actually doing that because Saudi Arabia was in talk with the anti-Arab talks with Israelis about a normalization agreement. Like to follow the steps of the UAE and Bahrain, and they were targeting and utilizing Syrian tools with Iran in the future. So if you were like Ukraine in the last let's say 3 to 4 weeks, it feels like a very controversial picture. It was like on the streets of Arabia, a very big picture. I have it on my phone even because it was very shocking. Showing those leaders with Netanyahu, with Trump, and around them some have more MBS, the Omani Sultan, okay, out of Ben Haytham, okay, the new president, Sisi, the King of Jordan, all the guys that they think they are the good ones, and if you are a good one according to the Israelis, according to Zions, you know which club you belong. So it's not a secret. Actually, yeah.
It's also not like black and white, like how you painted. There's something called balance of power, and you think people that embedded in politics for 70 freaking years in that region wouldn't understand what America is for the Israelis and how they are protective of it. People that went into wars on several freaking occasions, like the people in power, either CC or MBS or MBZ or all of these people, they also understand the balance of power and what kind of capabilities that they can.
I was answering Edward about the Saudi Arabia, okay? If you accept, a normalization agreement, regardless of the state.
I wasn't asking that question. The claim that I made was, and I don't know who brought it up first. I was saying that Saudi Arabia would be crazy. They would be insane to give up. No, not that. They would not give up their position as the so-called representative of the Islamic world. That's not a position that they would give up because that's a very, very powerful position geopolitically, especially when it comes to soft power. And it's also, being, what's the king of Saudi Arabia? The official title is, custodian of the two holy sites of Islam. So this is directly tied to legitimacy of the royal family, of the monarch in Saudi Arabia.
They did. They already did. They gave up that position. Wait.
To who? To what? Zionists? Are you going to tell me Medina, Mecca, and all the Zionists?
It's not in the eyes of Arabs, okay? They had no shame when Gaza was bombed. They had this festival.
Totally different here. I'm saying that Saudi Arabia, okay, their legitimacy depends on being the custodians or caretakers of the two holiest sites of Islam.
They have that position to kill Redwood. I'm telling you, they have that position to kill Redwood.
It's secure.
If the Muslim world wants to revolt, they would have done it a long time ago when they were partying.
No one
mentioned it. For being killed.
Nobody went saying revolt. No one is saying revolting. I'm saying the legitimacy of the Saudis is dependent, and I don't know why everybody's arguing with me about this. This is really basic.
They already established
basic.
already. They can do whatever they
No,
want.
this is basic.
They can't. Something
Okay, but you're okay. It's fine.
In the past, every subject king had a title called Khalid al-Haramain al-Sharifain, that's the servant of the two holy places of Islam. That title they gave up. They gave up the title.
They did not give up the title. What do you mean, sir? The Saudi king did not give up the title.
The Saudi king is no longer called Khalid al-Haramain. The only king, first, it began with King Fahd. He was the first one to adopt the title. So there were there were like 3 or 4 kings before him. Okay, they gained King Fahd following the revolution that happened in Mecca. Okay, I don't remember like it was I think in the 70s.
And Jordan.
What? Yeah, Juhayman revolution. So he decided to have the title in order to give himself the legitimacy you are talking about. But currently, it's not doing that. Don't care. Do you know that Islamically again, and from a historical perspective, that title was specific to the Khalifa. Okay, so and since the fall of Khalifa, like a lot of families, a lot of monarchs, they wanted
the great leader
of Islam. So the royal family of Morocco, they call the king Amir Mu'minin, as mean, the prince of prince of believers, or the leader of believers. Same thing in Jordan, they call them
Do you have anything that says that the Saudi king Salman has abdicated his responsibility for the 2 holy sites of Islam?
Actually, Edward, I completely because here's the thing. Hold on. I'm going to actually speak with facts now. Because this whole what do you say, thinking whatever MPS is supposed to do, that's not factual at all. So the custodian of the two holy mosques, yes, was first realized. It was a king.
In 1986.
Yeah, King Fahd. Sorry, I don't remember the name. Yeah, but it was King Fahd, right? And then there was a king Abdullah
after him.
Yeah, and there was a king Abdullah after him, and Salman. Yeah. So the thing is, they all still kept the title. However, in 2023, Saudi Arabia went ahead and added 2 titles onto this. So one that was established in, I think, the 2010s, and one that's being established currently right now. One being the presidency of affairs for the 2 holy mosques, and then the general authority, right? The reason why I remember this is when NBS was like trying to argue this point about wanting to become the authority of Islam, he went ahead and called Iran or the Ayatollah the modern day emperor several times over, right? He even said that he was the United States solely for the fact that the president at the time, I think it was Obama at the time, to ensure like a kind of understanding
Like you're saying that in context, that the Arab Spring, that
actions, but we did establish we shouldn't look at face, what Saudi Arabia does publicly, at face value versus what they do internally. And can I just point out real quick, Sam, when you go back and when you mentioned Iran, so Iran is actually one of the major variables here regarding Saudi Arabia not giving up the claim of and strengthening the claim of being the representative of the Islamic world, because Iran wants to be the representative of the Islamic world. And it's not really a competition. Well, they're in competition. However, it's not a competition that Iran can win. However, but at the same time, it is still enough of a threat to the Saudi royal family to where that they would actively want to strengthen their position as the supreme leaders of basically the Islamic world.
It's not even it's not what Shias. They consider each other.
Yeah, no, Shias and Sunnis.
It's a competition.
No,
there's only that many minority Shias
in the region than Iran. We're not people plus the Shias outside of Iran. But these are all still Muslims, and they still fall under the purview of the King of Saudi Arabia. If he's the
population in Saudi is Shiites.
70?
Google.
Oh, okay. I was like 70.
Bahrain is Shia, Qatar is Shia.
But Iranian Shias, though, they fall under the purview of the Saudi king, because the king is the custodian. This is his official title of the two holy sites of Islam, and the Shias still, perform Hajj and consider them the two holy sites of Islam. Therefore, they fall under the Saudi king's purview when it comes to Islam, or Islam. That's what I'm saying, Mike.
And to add to your point, Edward, right, the thing is that the Ayatollah, especially, the first Ayatollah, I forget his name, he's even pointed out the entire idea that the Persian empires have always wanted to take a hold of the Khilafat or the Khalifat, and they always should have talked about reuniting the so now what we say this whole struggle between the Saudi Arabian kingdom and the Iranian government, there's a reason why they point fingers at each other most of the time. Exactly what everyone has to say. Because you're trying to install a caliphate under one of their names, and whoever is the most victorious out of this ends up going ahead and controlling the entire Islamic narrative. Something Saudi Arabia doesn't want to get on. Look at the way Saudi Arabia is even responding in 2025. Like, okay, we'll highlight some actions that Saudi Arabia has done, right? Saudi Arabia, it has went ahead and decided that it wanted to be allies with the United States. Many people questioned why. Well, one of the things was they understood, and this was actually like something spoken about in the Saudi government, they understood that if they were in constant war with the United States or constant struggle with the Zionist regime or anything like that, then they would basically be on a gigantic back foot. And when it comes to the idea of them being the general authority, which they were trying to establish ever since they came behind and made the custodian title. That's a talk to her. That's what I did. A year or so ago, he was heavily pushing for Christian nationalism and making fun of him for it. And first of all, he's like, he married a woman, he's raising her kids, he's a fucking cuck. There's a lot of things I'm sorry, I don't want to change it about him. No, I'm just like, he just only him it's not much of a that's an easy word. I mean, he did pretty good against the Jubilee black chick with the dreadlocks, the braids, whatever. And you're talking down to uneducated black people that not really like the football. Charlie Kirk, you guys, actual college students.
You may not like. I love Ben Shapiro, and he does the same thing. When you watch him debating, he just destroys them. And also like when he did it at Oxford, I guess it was Oxford, Cambridge. He was amazing.
Charlie Kirk and Kitover. That was really good.
Did you have? I mean, Ben Shapiro's a good debater. He graduated from Harvard Law. I mean, he could have easily outclassed these college students.
Yeah, but
it was funny to
you
watch.
don't have to have a Harvard degree in order to be a good debater. Like, he is just a good debater.
Well, not that you have to have a Harvard degree. I mean, I would say he's a lot more intelligent and verbally gifted than 99% of the population. That really helps.
Yeah, I think
What year are they saying like she's so successful now, I think?
When did it seem
it's a joke that they have this joke?
Yeah, I mean, did you see when Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk debated Catholicism? And oh my gosh, that was, and they're like friends. So it was really, really awesome hearing that. Like they were like dunking at each other like in good faith. That was really, really good. And it's kind of fun. And then Shapiro did that with Michael Knowles.
I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't Michael Knowles work for him?
Michael Knowles works for
Or does he work for Prager?
he works for it's with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, so he works for
The one that Daily Wire. Yeah.
Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro's company.
How great was that movie they put out? Am I racist? I assume you guys haven't seen it.
No.
Oh my god! If you haven't, you've got to download this movie. It's beyond. It's so good.
Did you watch Ben Shapiro when he did the interview with the British older guy on the British television on BBC?
Not here.
No, it was the older heavy set guy. He's kind of one of those like old school, reporters where he doesn't really take. He's actually a little more, I guess, conservative minded, but he'll attack like conservative ideas and also progressive ideas just to like get to the facts, and try to like push back on it. And fucking Shapiro went out there and he like crashed out, like got pissed off and like just got up and walked out of the interview while they were on live television and shit. It was the only time I've seen Shapiro crash out.
Yeah, because there are specific things that all of these personalities do in terms of debate. And the guy was, I've seen that interview, and the guy was just having none of it. And that's when Ben Shapiro didn't know what to do. And that was like at least 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I think now.
Yeah, Andrew Neil. It's Andrew Neil destroys Ben Shapiro and BBC.
So, Alan, what was the name of? I'm losing it. The two guys that I'm going to date myself in age. That it was Buckley and who did he used to? Was it Gorby Dahl? He debated.
Yeah, William F. Buckley. I forget what he would.
I feel like it was Gorby Dahl, but maybe.
Yeah,
I watched a bunch of his debates.
Hey, Abby, I sent you in the match.
Okay. I mean, those were great. And then, do you remember the SNL did the spoof on Jane, You Ignorant Slut? And that was off of Shane Alexander, right?
Point counterpoint. Yeah.
But that used to be great. I mean, they used to have debates on TV.
Yeah, you know what's a good debate is Peter Hitchens and Christopher Hitchens arguing about religion and God. That was, if you haven't seen that, that's a really good debate. Because at the time, Peter was very, liberal, almost, he was a Marxist, I believe. And now Peter Hitchens has completely changed his tune in terms of
like that you brought up capitalism, but I don't understand is a lot of people, like quote unquote conservatives, it's almost like they think capitalism can do no wrong, and that they'll like get on their knees and suck off the billionaire class. And I don't know, just because at least they're not communists, I don't quite get it. If there's an offensive capitalism, even I would say even that's still like disgusting in a way.
Well, look. Let's make it simple, okay? The right and capitalists idealize the rich and the billionaire class, whereas the left, they idealize the poor and the downtrodden. You know, someone like George Floyd. Now, if you gotta suck off somebody's dick, would you rather suck off Elon Musk's dick or George Floyd's dick? Okay, it's a simple choice. Whose dick would you rather suck off?
I'm not going to answer that, but I would say I have more negative feelings towards George Floyd.
well, there is I agree with you that yes, there is this idealization of the rich in terms of capitalists, and that they glorify rich people. Haven't we always had an elite class?
I don't care about elites. Like, I think you're always...
Well, elite maybe isn't but haven't we always had royalty? And isn't like, the difference is that, and I agree, I mean, to over idealize millionaires and billionaires, some of whom would sell out their own grandmothers if it meant they could get, $2 more on their stocks for a quarter, is probably not healthy. And in the same way, you see the left idealizing, some of the most disgusting people on the planet under the name of, they're the representative of our cause. I think it goes both ways.
I still look at Bill Gates as being, I have to hold them way more accountable than the downtrodden, because the downtrodden aren't in control of anything. They can't even really control their own lives.
I agree with that assessment. The issue is, when it comes to capitalism, how does the second largest population of how does it impact your own life? It's like 4,500 people in Iran. If I work 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, I think I have enough control. I have the wherewithal to decide what I'm going to do with that money.
Yeah, I'll give you a brief example. Like, just a tiny example of something I level to discuss. Like, I guess investment firms started investing in like mobile home or trailer parks, and these are for people rentals. And they're doing minimal makeovers, whatever, but they automatically jack the prices way the fuck up. And they got a pretty efficient system going to where, they're just going to kick your ass right out Wall Street as soon as you have the property to pay their rent. And like, to me, and this is just to make money. And I look at it as just like incredibly, the level of greed to take advantage of the most vulnerable people financially in the country. Like, to me, this is just disgusting, and just, I would say, immoral. I could go on to many examples, but that was just one that stood out. And I don't think companies have any loyalty to their workers, like, whatsoever. I mean, they would love to find a way to get rid of you right before you give birth. Don't let you go 20 years in, next to nothing. I mean, there was a race that provides you less benefits than the previous generations, so, like, especially in terms of retirement. I feel like it's I feel like we kind of have a perverse system. Maybe at least in Japan, it used to be that, like, CEOs would take for bad decisions that were made, the cuts came at the top. You had to lose your salary, not the devoted worker. Because in Japan, they believe that the key to a healthy society is good workers. When you go to prison there, it's because you don't know how to be a good worker. That's what they drill into you. The worker is kind of like sacred. The last thing you do is abuse the Japanese worker. But here it's different. They pretty much say fuck the workers, and it's all about money. And I just, like,
it's pronounced that.
I don't see it like the conservatives who try to, like, be unapologetically capitalist. It's all like, oh, there's winners and losers, baby. Like, I just think they're just kind of disgusting. Like, what are you trying to conserve? Do you want to conserve the American dream, where, you know, if people can, I don't know, have fucking kids and buy a house, you know, before they're middle age? What is it that you want? I want to conserve that stuff.
Yeah, but see, I'm amazed at how many people don't understand the word conservative. Conservative doesn't mean conserve as in hoard
frugal,
or not release or hang on to. Conservative, the best way to explain it is, I am going to apply a liberal coat of moisturizer to my skin. The opposite would be, well, we are going to take a well-measured and well-thought-out approach to solving this problem. Hence, or in other words, a conservative approach to solving this problem. That's what conservative means. It's like, well, can you give us a conservative estimate on how much this will cost us in the next 10 years in order to build this? That's the real definition of conservative. And you know, it's gone out into the ether that conservative means, you know, hanging, you know, hoarding.
Fiscally and culturally real out.
As far as
explanation,
the other things you said, yes, that is the downside of capitalism. And that is, here's the ultimate, here's the question in my mind, is that there are always bad people in the world. And there was always been corruption in the world. And in which system, if you're going to compare capitalism versus, say, socialism or Marxism or communism, which system has the best potential for eliminating that?
No, I know I'm against socialism.
Well, I know. See, yeah, well, I know you are. And what you point out, that corruption that you talk about is not a bug, but a feature of Marxism and all of its incarnations, because the government essentially, now you have an entity.
I'm totally gonna set up a date with this chick that goes through.
Controlling everything. You know, in the example.
Are you here? Are you here? I'm here. By the bar. Where are you at? I don't see you. Are you catfishing me?
And I understand how difficult it is to move.
Okay, I'm leaving. Fuck this. Bye. I'm here. Where are you?
And find another place.
place.
That was true until they started buying them all up. So leaving them with no options like that. I mean, I'm just bringing out exploitation of the poorest.
I understand, but the argument without using that specific example, the idea was within a free market, there will be, various entities competing, and if one doesn't provide a service, then there will be another one that does. That doesn't always happen, but at least that potential was there compared to someplace like Russia. No, you don't have that option. This is the car you buy, and you will like it.
What the fuck does it even mean to be an American anymore, dude? I mean, honestly. You have so many, you get to have, I'm going to get into it.
Freedom of choice, and more choices, unlimited decisions. Have you ever lived overseas?
No, I don't know. I mean, it's just like you can get some, weird fucking smelly Pakistani that can move here and, I don't know, he can call himself American and he'll have a bunch of shit that will tell him he's also an American, but he has some, there's nothing American about him. I mean,
Yeah. It takes 3 generations before they're American. The immigrant still has ties to their own country. And while they may embrace American ideals, there's
The show about Pepe is the question of lack of sex.
the next generation will still be have that same allyship that they grow up in American culture. So they're torn between pleasing their parents' sense of culture and the American one. And by the 3rd generation, the grandkids of those immigrants, they're fully American. And even if they still speak the same language and still have the same customs, they're now fully indoctrinated in, I won't even say American culture, but just I guess that's a good word as any, but they take for granted what the previous 2 generations did not.
well, I would say that the problem is that and a lot of us saw, especially during George Floyd riots, you have these dark-skinned people that are not like native to Britain or America, and they're ungrateful. They'll say "fuck you, whitey," "fuck you, pilgrim," "go back home to Europe if you don't like it." So now we're here. They're racing us with their presence. They tear down our fucking statues, shit on our history, and it's just I would rather see China literally nuke them into fucking mutants than to allow these pieces of shit inherit this country. Go die of fucking tuberculosis or whatever fucking diseases you get back in your, Ecuador or wherever the fuck it is you came from, Well, these aren't Americans in my opinion.
Well, there was always...
Ilhan Omar's not an American. She's a fucking dirty bitch.
Yeah, well, there was always the American hating. There was an element of most of them who come here legally because they waited their turn and didn't just jump over the border. They appreciate the opportunity that the country has. But if it doesn't cost you anything to come here and it's given to you, well, then you don't appreciate it. And that right there is part of the problem. They were given here's a free ticket to a concert. What is it? Oh, well, we don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a free concert. It's better than what you're doing now.
What I am liking is that U.S. aid is like being cut off. So we thought it was smart to give like the people who love spreading AIDS the most to each other, which is Africans, like AIDS treatment drugs. But these people aren't really like taking them reliably like they should. But basically, we've been extending the life expectancy of these Africans. Which, I don't know why you would want to do that. They don't produce anything. And then they just have more kids.
Rat, loser, bastard,
They'll want to come here to the West. Like, hopefully, USA is going to stop this from happening. I think it cuts to USA, it'll slow it down. Maybe more of these people will just, die from AIDS, I guess.
Well, if we were dying from AIDS, what's happening? You guys are just one solution. Everything else is just it's like, we got a surgery for this cancer. Here it is. Everything else is not going to work. You can talk about everything else, or you can just do surgery, and the surgery is to have a Messiah world.
But that's one of the funny thing about, like, Africans is that, or even some Black Americans, they're like, yeah, we're having all the babies, the future is ours. And we start cutting the medicine and the AIDS drugs, and you stop getting food aid, and our military's not intervened. I mean, you guys are going to go back to, like, dying in your 30s. Unfortunately, it's probably a good thing for the world.
Let me talk about America. America's white people and black people and Hispanic people and Asian people. There aren't so many Mediterranean people in America. Everybody wants to be Mediterranean. The top white actors look Mediterranean.
What do you mean people want to be Mediterranean? So it's bullshit.
Like Henry Cavill, George Clooney. They go Ben Affleck.
I don't even know why that, brother. No, it sounds like COVID. Where do you from? Are you
brothers.
Are you Armenian?
I'm Greek and Armenian.
Okay, well, so I would say if anything, the archetypical person or like that was always kind of more revered in Western Europe and in America is like tall, dark, not really. I mean, maybe a tan is what they mean by dark, but generally like blonde. Well, I mean, how many of you Mediterranean faggots are even tall? Like, you guys are like, you don't see Mediterraneans. That's fine. I mean, I'm like more Mediterranean too, but I'm just saying, like,
actually Mediterranean, yeah. The most
tall speed is gonna. So you're trying to tell me there's some like tall speed?
Shady game, sorry. I don't love the blonde. I don't love the blonde blue-eyed thing.
I'm taking back there.
Well, they're just like I personally like dark-haired girls.
I like dark-haired.
But at the end of the day, Americans love blondes, and they always have, but it's not like controversial.
Okay, yeah, great. Western civilization is like the most important thing. So everyone just uses once for them to make you off. And they Jewish.
Hello, John.
We introduced an ancient civilization class to high school curriculum for senior year.
he's just sick of Israel. He's trying to, in the most palatable way possible, like attack Israel. Do you think any like support the
Happy show about Happy's underlying depression.
Yeah, I got you. Do you think that
show
the people
about
that
nothing, as always.
he would probably say this is like free speech, but the people that have been more or less terrorizing the country on college campuses, across the country with Hamas headbands and whatever flag, do you think they should be citizens?
I don't. I mean, I have more controversial. I don't think Muslims should be allowed to immigrate. Period.
You're not Muslim. They're.
Oh yeah.
It's just like some of those. You can be a dual citizen. I mean, the thing is, the U.S. allows for dual citizenship. I think in most countries, right? So, like naturally, like you.
Oh, I don't have a problem with dual citizens. Two in Congress, which none of them are. There's no dual Israeli citizen in Congress. I mean, yeah, it kind of doesn't sit well with me if you're a dual citizen of anywhere. As far as just dual citizen Americans, yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah, Tucker has a lot of sway, so it's interesting to see that this stance. I don't think I don't know what he's. I don't think he's thought about Israel much before the war, so.
He also got let go of Fox, from Fox, so he's been able to maybe speak his mind more. I think even people like me think. I'm not going to necessarily blame Israelis for it because evangelicals, I think, are rabid supporters of Israel for very different reasons than Jews would be. But I do think that Israel is willing to center themselves politically in America, which most of us, we don't really care or think about Israel that much. It's not. It's kind of like
probably not. We like for you not to think about it so much.
Yeah, so it's like most Americans, depending on where you live, aren't even going to know an Israeli. So they don't really keep it. It's just not on their top list of things to care about as a country.
Every child deserves a Shabbat every year. And there should be an ancient civilizations class senior year in high school where they learn the Greeks and the Bible. The Greeks and the Bible have been in summer school. Ancient civilization. That had the whole Bible in summer school and the whole Greeks.
That would be amazing.
They haven't invented anything in a long time.
But in Hebrew.
Well, they were, I guess they were kind of like the...
Sorry, they should start learning French and Hebrew and Spanish in elementary school, so sorry.
I think Greeks were...
Yeah, Spanish.
I guess the start of the Western civilization.
I'm sorry, Hebrew is just an ugly language.
Oh my god.
Hello.
It is very harsh.
It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful. It's probably the most beautiful. I'm sorry, French. I love French. French is the most beautiful.
Imagine if Shuki was cussing people out. You fucking
Shuki. I don't know what the world is with what Shuki is. I don't know who Shuki is and what he is, but he's...
But if he was cussing out somebody with a French accent, it would probably sound cool. But it's just so harsh. It just sounds so...
No, it's more about the things he says, right? He says some really bad things. He's vile, yes. He's disgusting. He makes me sick.
It makes me sad when he puts his daughter on and has her repeat the things that he says, and she's like,
oh my god.
It's disgusting.
You know what fucking we have an Armenian.
You know what I find funny is that we were all just talking and you just came right up and just fucking started talking.
right in. So basically what I'm saying is about he's actually a big ass dude. That's great. Then he has a Jewish soul. What can I say?
You know what's funny, Pepe? We have a survivor of a genocide that supports the Islamist regime that is implementing a policy of genocide against minorities. I will fucking punch you in the face until the Turks come and grab you with the Azeris, bitch. I support Israel.
The Armenians colonized my speech. Oh my.
So is like genocide. Like
Genocide. Hamas started the war and you didn't get acid into you Armenian.
Is there a genocide?
Islamists.
Okay, what's happening, guys? I gotta catch up. What is happening? Players at stay your terms. What is happening? My body is warm. I'm ready for commanding approach. I don't know. I'm the guy who doesn't know when he speaks with your boyfriend.
Habibi, stop. Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, Alpha, who are you talking about your mother that oppresses ethnic minorities?
The Islamist regime of Iran.
Okay, and which
always do options.
Yours.
I'm so sorry. Just let me butt in.
Yeah, no, don't butt in. And what regime do you think is better for Armenians?
What do you mean what regime is better for the Armenians? We're not talking about Armenians.
We're talking about the genocide. Fucking car.
You were just talking to Ludwig about Uzbekistan.
The genocide in 1950. You ever look at the receipt, you bubblehead?
Yeah, I'm just wondering
about that.
Who do you think is better, Alpha?
Let's talk about it.
Better in what?
Well, what's a better government or country for the Armenians to align themselves with at this time?
Israel.
Oh, so wait. So Armenians should align themselves with the country that sold drones to Azerbaijan, which Azerbaijan then used to kill Armenians in 2020 in their war, and now has those videos of drones. Stop interrupting me, George. Now has the videos of those drones killing Armenians as part of their sales package to sell those drones to other countries.
Okay, shall I
That's the country that Armenia should align itself to.
Shall I answer you? The United States of America supports that. The United States of America that was killing Kurds. Shall we be against that?
Are you Kurdish?
United States.
Are you Kurdish?
Shall we be against the United States?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no?
Are you Kurdish?
Yes or no? You have no argument.
What do you mean? You mean fair? Hold on, George. We're talking about 20 years.
To Turkey.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah.
Armenians and Kurds and Assyrians. What's your point?
Okay, so respectfully, sir, you came up and just immediately started to trauma dump. So can you just not hijack Pepe's room? This is Pepe's room. You just came right up. I'm talking to Alpha. You came right up and just we were having a discussion. You came right up and just fucking inserted yourself and just trauma dumped. So no, this isn't about you. This room isn't about you. We were having a discussion. We're continuing having that discussion. You inserted yourself.
is the point. You supported many countries that have committed acts of crime. What's your point? No, we still did. Yeah, are you Middle Eastern? Come on, stop it. Are you Middle Eastern? Unfortunately. Why unfortunately? Because it's a shithole. It is a shithole. I agree with you. Absolutely. But what happened 20 years ago with Saddam, if you're Kurdish, okay, maybe you and I have a beef too. Now I can appreciate the fact that the Kurds apologize for the fact of all their mercenary groups that raped and killed Armenians while they were on their forced marches. And at least they made some recognition of that. Armenians do apologize for the start and all the I'm not on talking. I'll let you speak about you. Yeah, I'll let you speak after I speak. I can appreciate that they did that compared to Israel, which can't even acknowledge that it was a genocide, because heaven forbid there should be some other country and other people in the world that had a genocide that might take away from their own attention. But that's my own conjecture. We don't know if that's actually the case. Sure. Selective history. Maybe the Armenians, they just apologize for being mercenaries at the start of Russia. The curse of the Caucasus. Oh my God, alpha stuff. Selective history. Please don't. I'm sure you know personal Middle Eastern history. That's the problem with the United States people in the United States. Oh, language they speak. Yeah, you saying we were mercenary. What language they speak, Alpha? I speak another language.
You know what? There's finally a ceasefire, and
is that a
people.
joke?
What?
Is that a joke or is it a ceasefire?
Okay, so
I'm serious.
we have done a lot of talking, a lot of hours, a lot of months talking about the war in the Middle East, and now it's kind of like somewhat at peace right now. So can we just move to a different subject and talk about America?
Yeah, fuck Israel. So that's what it is.
Alright, so, yeah, I really don't care about talking about this. So what were we talking about before this all this state?
That's why you don't let Middle Easterners into the United States. Except for Armenians and people from America, great. Fantastic logic.
What we can ask, okay.
Really quick, George Costanza that's on stage, that's making fucking his dog confident. You can come to my side of the ocean, say whatever you want in my face. Time and place, just let me know. If you're that confident that I'm not, you are.
Okay, let's not.
Just wait, what? Okay, what are you talking about? George Costanza. Wait, Ludwig, I'm so sorry I blanked out. What did he say? They're taking out a lot of cocaine, maybe you'll wake up. I'd love some cocaine. I know what you do. Thanks, Bill. Ludwig,
Alright, shut the fuck up, George. We're not even going, George. Drop it. No, drop it.
You don't come on now. It's not pure shit. Guys, you're gonna hear some beautiful.
George, you have the timeout section.
Words, not forge.
Jesus Christ.
Why are we hearing so many accents, right?
Exactly.
Hey guys. What was the subject, man?
We were talking about Tucker Carlson earlier and stuff he was saying about Israel, and then just other things, economics.
So how do you guys feel about Diddy running for office?
No.
What office is he running for?
I heard he was trying to become vice president.
Oh my God,
So what do you guys think of that? If any of you guys have seen like the tweet that Trump put out after it's like a large diatribe talking about how like, oh, King Bundy's great. Why do you guys care about Epstein? We need to move on. We need to, focus on this, and that. It's like, dude, like, how many fucking people do you actually need to work on releasing the fucking Epstein files? Like, what a guy, like, what a fucking cop out.
Yeah, he's doubling down on it. On the good look. He's not going to look. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, fella. And anyway, it's gossip, right? We need Trump leading the country, bro. Fixing the country. The release of the Epstein files ain't going to change. What is it going to change?
No, but what about the JFK? What about Martin Luther King? What about, I'm going to have the wars ended within my first 3 days in office. Now, mind you, he makes these bold claims and these bold promises. But because he makes these promises, it's supposed to be promises made, promises kept. So, like, why would you be saying all of these things, Trump?
Exactly.
You promised, and you didn't come through. And it's disappointing.
Well, how did you know he has worked out? I mean, he's been in office for 120 days. He's not going to be able to fix everything immediately. He can't wave a magic wand and knock down all of his ideas in the first 120 days.
And I completely agree with you.
You're starting to sound like the Democrats now.
Well, no, but I'm saying I'm just repeating what Donald Trump said to us. So, like, when he said he would have the wars ended within the first 3 days, I thought that was, like, crazy. I was like, no. Like, and that didn't happen, but he said it. So, I mean, he made promises, and so far he hasn't.
And just question, how many wars does he need to stop to satisfy that?
I just think that America needed to withdraw from being actively involved in the Middle East and with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, just completely withdraw.
Guys, I think the Olympics, are you going to do the love?
Holy shit, why are you starting this again?
I'm here my life with that.
Yeah, the Epstein files. I have a scan. You put it into the scanner, it scans it, it turns it into JPEGs, and then you send it by email to all your news sources. Or you just put it out on Twitter, saying, here's the Epstein files. Easy. It's done.
Let me ask you, do you think that the federal government sits on bombshell information locked away in a safe, and just when someone gets elected, it's like, oh, okay, well, we've been sitting on all this information that wasn't used, so now it's going to be used. I mean, there was definitely some sort of evidence used during the Ghislaine Maxwell case, right? Is that the stuff that we want released? Like, I'm curious though, how much information is it? Do we want all of his hard drive, like all of Epstein's hard drive? I mean, what are people looking for? It's the smoking gun, is what I'm fulfilling my own answer with.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got, and I wouldn't care, except then I heard other people talking about it, and like Ann talked about, they talked about it. Trump talked about it, if I'm not mistaken. Pam Bondi said, it's sitting on my desk. They talked about it. They created the expectation. So to turn around and say, well, no, there's nothing here. Maybe there is nothing there. Release it and let the public decide for themselves if it's nothing or not. Whatever that thing was, I don't know what it is, but they kept calling it the list, the Epstein list. You know,
that's a great point, Diane, and you. That's a great point, both of you.
Hey Joe, by the way, I found out today on Twitter. I saw a couple posts where Pam Bondi was a Qatari representative or something like that. Like she was representing Qatar for whatever reason, and I think it had to do something with Israel, and I can't remember what it was, but it was.
Yeah, we heard about that. That came out a while back. She was a foreign lobbyist. You know how that works, right?
Okay. Not really, but it's okay.
I don't know. They got people come to you, and if you're a person in politics, and say, "Hey, we'll give you $100,000 if you go to this, lobby on behalf of us for a certain amount of time." And they go, I'm not sure of the details, but yes, I think she was. I heard about that when they put Pam Bondi up as AG. I think some of that stuff came out at her confirmation hearing.
I think it was like Qatar or one of those countries.
Yeah, one has to take those with a grain of salt, because you have to remember politicians really are fools. And I believe it was Democrat Dick Gephardt, though I could be wrong, spent years lobbying on behalf, while he was in Congress, lobbying on behalf of the Armenians and Armenian causes. And then when he left office, what does he do? Whoops. He now goes on, becomes a lobbyist for the Turkish government to the tune of $2 million a year. So, yeah, it's, wow. Yeah, it's a matter of, oh, you got money, okay.
He just died recently, just a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was, I want to say he was 83 or something. I can't remember, but yeah, he died.
Oh, well.
I get the Tiger Cross, and before he was related with Ted Cruz, that was one of the less journalistic views. As much as I don't like Tiger, he gave a little bit. The one that he gave about Ted Cruz on Iran.
Oh, Ted Cruz. Yeah. I mean, I wonder, how Christian these people even are. How can you... He's like, I believe it's in the Bible. I'm not support race or unwavering. I can't even give a gay accent. But it's like... It's because speaking of gay whores, that's how I look at Ted Cruz. You know what the thing is they hide beneath the, spirit of the God, the word of the God, and stuff like that. So
Yeah. In general, it's like Ted Cruz. I mean, he lost everything when he lost to Donald Trump back in 2016. I mean, it was pretty clear that he has had no spine since then.
I'm going to disagree with people's sentiment about him, and I will tell you why. First of all, my first impression of him was him arguing with Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart, which I can't stand now, but in the day I thought he was funny and articulate. Ted Cruz kept up for him point for point and matched not only the arguments, but the humor with which Jon Stewart was presenting things. And then in terms of just the conservative cause, if you watch him in Congress, if you watch on C-SPAN, when he's grilling judicial candidates or arguing points, he is an extremely good debater. And
really good person to have in the conservative arsenal. So whilst we may not like particular parts of his personality, I don't think you can take that away from him. Now, other things, be it as it may, I'm not going to argue that he's a great person or that he's presidential. He rises up to the level of presidential potential. But for what he's done, I think he deserves less shade, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, like John Stewart, because his dual loyalty to the U.S. and to years. But you better be careful out. They're going to start calling you a Jewish shield.
They're going to what?
They're going to start calling you a Jewish shield.
No one would.
You ever come to Avery Justice? Yeah, well, I said he's like agreeing with, some things that says. I mean, John Stewart has to deal with being called a self-hating Jew all the time.
You know what? I gotta say, Alan is one of the coolest, most truthful gentlemen on this fucking app. I don't give a fuck who says whatever about Alan. He's number one in my book. He's just a great guy. Just, if you ever get a chance to talk to him for 5 minutes and you'll be fucking wild.
I'll just say this, like, even when it comes to Israel, I don't even hate, I'm like, I guess you could say Zionist, believe Israel has right to exist and defend itself, all of that shit, but, like, do I buy, like, most of the narratives they give about, like, their history, like, no, not really. Do I, like, and I guess, like, I do think they're, like, injected into our, Israel's injected into our politics a lot, and, like, I truly, which I have to, I'm not gonna lie, it gets annoying. It's very annoying. And I think a lot of Americans feel the same way. They're not like extremists on the left or the right. They're just like, all right, yeah. I stand by Israel. I have to say that. I'm a politician. Like, what is that? Why should we even give a fuck? And it's obnoxious. Like, out of all the countries in the world, it's the only one you have to be like, I support Israel, guys.
I think that's contradicting what you're saying when you're not really willing to believe that the whole founding of Israel, and then you're like, yeah, well, they have the right to exist. Like, yeah, but he has a lot of contention with the United States too, dipshit. Well, I mean, what was that, cockroach? Wait, hold on, the faggots at something. Oh, what was he saying?
Right? No, let's not. I don't want to hear people fighting on the phone.
Okay, don't you think you're contradicting when you say, like, yeah, Israel should exist, but then again, you don't believe, like, the whole, how Israel was founded, yada more.
Well, I would say, Bill, if we look at the modern country of Israel, I mean, to be fair, they're the ones who built it. They have their own country now. It's fine. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, you guys should just, like, I don't know, give it to the fucking Palestinians. Not really.
Should they bomb Iran, Lebanon, Syria?
Yes.
Whatever.
I mean, I personally, I'm against, like, I'm personally against, starting wars.
So you get the person, if you want to go by person, the state of Israel is actually the instigator of all the injustice and like the not being peaceful in that region. They're actually the ones that are causing
both ways, to be fair.
Really? So which countries in that region are
does fuck with them. They have been funding terrorism.
That's because the United States are the founders. Hold on. So is the United States are the founders of ISIS? Yeah, like we all know it works with the Mujahideen and whatnot, so-called terror nation war. But like, who's actually bombing over in that region? It's only Israel that's like shooting missiles.
There are a lot of people in that ISIS took control, and ISIS had to be stomped out because of they're just causing way too much trouble. And that was spilling out into terrorist attacks in the West too. So we were in Syria doing that. When it comes to Israel, yeah, I think they start shit that way too much for my liking. But
you also went to Afghanistan, right? Twice, always intelligence coming from Israel themselves. The same thing with Iraq.
No,
this man is like, and ever since what was it, late 90s, that Benjamin Netanyahu is gaslighting the shit out of Iran. It's like, they are weeks away from developing nuclear warheads. So it was a massacre literally ever since the 90s, right? Before this man even was running their country. And it became, and he's like, it's been literally, it's almost like a broken record. He's like, Iran, we gotta focus on it. Doesn't stop. He cannot get that thing out of his mouth called Iran. It's like Iran for literally decades. It's like, now you wanna go to Iran? What is this guy even? Why is Israel even existing? What is it really contributing to the world? They're not developing anything. All the tech they have, you guys pretty much can build it yourself and develop it, right? These guys are not contributing. They have free healthcare while the average veteran is fucking homeless. Yeah, $400 billion. It's making big sense.
Yeah, you have veterans that are homeless or ones with mental health issues who refuse to get help with the VA.
I would say this. I agree with you. They have a budget surplus, and we have a budget deficit, and they insist on us giving them money. And yes, they have free healthcare. We don't, and so I'm 100% against giving Israel any kind of fucking aid. They big boys and girls need to do it themselves.
We're talking about hundreds of billions have been sent into Israel. Your tax money. Probably
which they turn around and buy missiles and munitions.
See that?
In which they turn around and use to buy munitions from the United States.
Buying? You really think Israel is buying?
Yes.
How much?
Yes, they get. Say they get $100 million. They did have to turn around and spend that money on munitions.
Which doesn't go to Americans, just those are defense contractors.
Yeah, but American-based companies.
Lobby for the politician will also keep giving Israel money to buy weapons because it goes back in their pockets.
Yeah,
and so it makes people wealthy, but not the everyday American.
Because they say it's around capitalism, right?
Not really. But I do think that after World War II, there's a lot of collective guilt, and they have their own little country, and if we look at the media, and
what is Israel, by the best of your knowledge, contributing to the world or the United States? How are they lying about what not all has been destruction and they're gonna allegedly use? What is Israel really contributing?
The Bible, the glue that holds civilization together.
We'll let that drop back.
No, come on, we're not talking. That's not even a real answer, but I would say that today, that's a good question. I don't know. I would say they were strategic allies, in particular during the Cold War. They were the one neighbor that was standing with the West and the U.S., while the others were pretty much cooperating with the Soviets. And of course, with the Suez Canal, they pretty much were able to make sure that was going to keep operating. So there was definitely they were absolutely important.
But the U.S. had Turkey for that, so we never really Israel. And that was the whole point. Turkey was the investment in Turkey from the United States during the Cold War was crucial, actually, to it, to the point where they were using
ideologies. So these like Pepe's one of us. That I'm like, Pepe, who would you choose? The Muslims and the Jews. These like the Jews, the 100% the Jews. Fuck those. He's so dense.
But he's hurt me. Ludwig's hurt me and saying like horrible things about Arabs and Muslims. So it's not nobody's surprised here.
He just took so hard for them. He just
Cuckold for little hats. We're gonna look another cuckold for little hats. You got an outsider for little hat. With all the big shoes. Little bark.
Well, I mean, I will say this. There was, like, when it came to Israel, like, for decades, people could not say anything about, like, I mean, even Nixon and Jimmy Carter decades ago, you know, I can go play with fucking tapes, actually. I'll just go get my laptop out. You know, what they had to say about, you know, the Jewish lobby in the U.S. And it's, you know, they were obnoxious. And of course, the Nixon tapes, if you got those jewels out, what he had to say about the... Wow.
We think the real... I got a thing or two to say.
As long as you're not going to start a fight, like, Ludwig, don't search it.
I thought the Jews are my Kitover dreams. Turned out in my youth, I was going to be a rabbi. I still want to be a rabbi, but I just don't want to be Oh my God, I'm saying the best things you've ever heard. Who are you?
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Sassy ass fucking was a retard. Bitch.
Tap me out in Greece, I guess.
Would you think that region would be better off without
Not necessarily, but I do think that it would be better off for us if we didn't have to fucking deal with Israel and they just fought amongst themselves. I mean, if I'm being bluntly honest, but do I think that there would be peace in that region? No, not at all. I mean, really.
You're a Zionist, right?
Yes, I think Israel should exist.
This is I'm just an independent. Let me ask this question. How do you wrap your mind around that in the MENA region, which is the Middle East, 94% of everyone that lives there is Muslim. Okay? Roughly about 3 to 5% are Christians, and about 2% are Jews. And we had someone here from the Middle East said it's a shithole. I don't think all of it's a shithole. I mean, Dubai definitely is not a shithole. But the majority of it is. The majority of it's ran by Muslims, right? So, like, how do you wrap your mind around, like, well, if we just get rid of the 2%, everything's going to be better? Does that occur? I can tell you honestly, Joe, and I can speak from experience, me going to pretty much every corner of Europe. And if you go to Eastern Europe, which is like 95, 96, 97, perhaps 98% is all Christian countries, where like 95, 96, 97, 98% of all their citizens of all the Eastern European countries, apart from Bosnia and Albania, are Muslim countries, or a majority of the people who live there are Muslims. But apart from those two countries, which is in Bosnia and Albania, there is a shitload of poverty and a lot of misery in Eastern Europe.
What does that have to do with Christianity? That's more to do with East versus West, like the East former Soviet bloc countries.
No, not Soviet. It's Eastern Europe. Soviet is Russia.
Sure, but the Eastern bloc countries that were, I mean, Yugoslavia, I don't think it's technically part of the Soviet Union, but they were obviously aligned with them. That's where Bosnia is. What was the other one? You said Serbia.
The two countries I mentioned were Albania and Bosnia.
Yeah, Albania and Bosnia, those are both obviously Muslim majority countries. Well, I think Albania just switched to Christian.
No, Albania is predominantly Muslims.
Here's the problem. So you mentioned, Christian. My problem is that, like, just within a century, I mean, Lebanon, for example, was a traditionally Christian country. Parts in Egypt, we can look at many parts of the Middle East that had large, thriving Christian communities.
Lebanon is mainly Catholic.
Yeah, and I mean, fucking in Mesopotamia, you had like the Chaldeans and Assyrians that were living there forever, and like in their homelands, they were like ancestrally been living there for thousands of years, and it was Arabs, that had gone throughout the region and pretty much ethnically cleansed them from their own homelands, and so. You have to admit there's been like a huge element of this with Jews in Israel too. It doesn't stop with just Christians.
Did you know there's more Lebanese living in Brazil than there is in all of Lebanon?
I'm not surprised.
They're almost all Christians, because all the Christians had to flee Lebanon when the Muslims wanted to kill them.
Yeah, it used to be a beautiful country, but no, that is true. The Muslims destroyed it.
Yeah, look how big if there's more Lebanese living in Brazil.
No, I know. But I mean, Lebanon used to be a nice place. It was actually a very beautiful place. It's after Muslims took over that it's kind of gone to shit.
No, it used to be French and Ottoman.
Wait.
You know the aliens from
Hold on.
Were they Roman Catholic? Yeah.
Maronite.
No, the opposite.
They were Christians, but they were like Baptists.
Yeah, I was being facetious. Yeah, my point is, it was listening to the Muslims. The Muslims are a bunch of pieces of shit.
Well, yeah, I know, but there was also with the French too.
Oh yeah, of course. But
yes.
What did the French do to the Lebanese?
Colonized Lebanon.
So, oh my God, best thing for the Lebanese was.
Well, the French took over Lebanon after the fall of the Turkish Empire, after World War I ended.
I mean, even when France had it as one of their colonies, it was still like a thriving, nice place.
Yeah, the French are the reason that the Lebanese Christians were allowed to leave the city were massacred.
The French and the Lebanese are George.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to do you guys do
No, I'm not doing the George thing. I'm from
the prison nations. There's some prison nations.
Shut the fuck up, George. Well, I'm just curious though. When I see like a native Christian population, and so we want to focus on Israel, right? But before Israel was a state, you have Christians being driven out of Muslim countries, like totally abused, and they had to flee. And these were like and you guys like to talk about the Israelis and the colonizers, but we're talking about like ethnically, or I should say, indigenous people to the lands that have been there for thousands of years. And I don't know. I just find it.
Right, but when the Arab settlement in the latter part of the latter part of the 600s into the mid 700s under the Umayyad Empire.
But the Muslim population, much later than that, like in the 18 and 1900s, still continued to drive Christians out of their fucking land. And these were not Christians that came from afar. These were native-born groups. And nobody's going to say the fuck do you call it? The Coptic Christians in Egypt, or the Lebanese Maronites, or Chaldeans, Assyrians. We go through the list of all of the different people that are native.
Well, if you're Christian in the Middle East, both the Jews and the Muslims hate you. So let's
but Alan, which one kills them?
Acknowledge that. I should probably leave the stage and get off the app. I will just end with the story. first year of college, one of my good friends from high school was visiting me, and he was Jewish, American born. I forget his exact lineage, whether his parents, maybe they survived the Holocaust, I don't know, but American born Jew. In that particular week, and this is late 70s, so we're in the thick of it between Israel and the Palestinians. That week there was some guy from Palestine, from Gaza, visiting, and he was friends with somebody else on the dorm room floor. And this guy happened to be in my room, and my friend came to visit, who now currently lives in Israel. And we're talking, and it seems like it's a pleasant conversation. Then it comes out, my friend says, "Oh, you're Palestinian?" And he lost it. He was like, "My God, if we were in the Middle East, we'd be at each other's throats right now." And the Palestinian guy was like, look, it's okay, calm down. And my friend, he just lost it. Which is not the point of the story. The point of the story, as an American, I'm looking at the two of them, and for the life of me, I cannot see the difference between either of them. They both look the same to me. And I think the biggest lie, and if we go back to our history in the Bible, weren't they half brothers or something? The whole thing with the blessing.
Oh, you mean Isaac and Ishmael?
Yeah.
There's 43 people between Muhammad and Ishmael missing. So Ishmael in the Bible went to Egypt.
Yeah. The point being is that, one could, if I'm going to be nice about it, we have brother against brother fighting each other. So that's the nice way of putting it. The American, or less nice way to put it, is, why are we fighting this war? Why are we even involving ourselves in this war that has been going on for 3,000 years? It's the Hatfields and McCoys. I came to the decision at least 15 years ago. Christianity and Islam are not compatible. They just, how many more centuries of warfare between the religions do we need before we just agree, okay, this is a hopeless cause? Okay, I'm sorry, honey, we've been married for 1,500 years, but the honeymoon is over. It's time for us to go our separate ways. And I think that's true for the United States. The United States does not need to be involved in this conflict any longer. And I think as far as, and I'll land with this, there really is, we can look at the particulars, but in the end, it's, to use the cliche, it's two sides of the same coin.
I'm touching on what you agreed. I'll just say this. There's like, I'm talking about one white friend. Hey, what's up, man? So I will say this. Do you look this up? Like all of the church, the different denominations of Christians that live in Judea and Samaria have all spoken out pretty harshly about how they feel Israel is also treating them. I will say something I didn't understand.
Have you spent time in Jerusalem with the Christian community? Sorry, I'm from a really noisy place, but that's just fucking bullshit, and it's not two sides of the same coin. And you wanna, if you are just not Christian, maybe take a trip to Jerusalem, go visit the Holy Sepulchre and the Statement of the Cross and the Mount of Olives. They are protected by the Jewish community and has been coveted by the Jewish community to make sure that Christian pilgrims can pray in peace. And then look at what happened when the Muslim community
thriving Christian community in Israel. And by the way, when y'all spend time in the old city, you see the high priests, the Greek Orthodox, the Roman Catholics, the Coptics. So there's 8 different forms of Catholicism that you see just controlling Holy Sepulchre alone. I mean, it's just bullshit. And I'm gonna land with something. You can post whatever fucking links you want, but take a look at the Israeli Knesset. Who sits in the government? There are Christians in the government. There are Christians that serve as ambassadors to other countries. There are Muslims in the government. There are Muslims on the Supreme Court. There are Muslims that are ambassadors to other countries. It's just bullshit. And I call it out. And you can have whatever testimonies you want from someone who is creating propaganda because, what area are they in? A, B, C? Where do they live? Where are they?
Judea and Samaria.
If they're in Judea and Samaria, are they in Area C?
I don't know which side of that.
Makes a big fucking difference. And I'm sorry, but I will also tell you that the biggest majority of tourism to Israel are Christian pilgrims. That's who goes to Israel. By the way, from Eastern Europe, the area that he was crashing. So that's just, it's crap. And I've been there enough times, and you just go and bear witness yourself and see the Christian community in Israel. I mean, it's just bullshit. And thank God. And no, by the way, let's not forget the Mount of Olives, the Sermon on the Mount, the area of the Beatitudes, the area by the Sea of Galilee, and those.
I'm with you, Abby.
I mean, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. And as a Jew, I will tell you, I love going to visit them. They're beautiful areas, and they're preserved and protected by the Israeli government. So I'm done.
Well, I would say this: it's not individuals from Judea and Samaria. It's actually even the denominations. So that they even the Catholic Church has said that like they were not happy with what they felt with some of the shit that they do.
Which Catholic Church? Because the Pope doesn't like the Coptics. And if you want to know about how they all fight within Catholicism, the ones that control Holy Sepulchre, there's scaffolding from the late 1800s at Holy Sepulchre because they can't agree on how to do repairs. The 8 churches that have the control of that holy site. You can go see the scaffolding there. They cannot do repairs on the building because they fight with each other. So what the Pope says and what someone is saying in Egypt that's controlling the Coptics and the Greek Orthodox, they're all coming from different directions.
So, do you know the number one reason that...
and go see the scaffolding yourself because it's still there.
Do you know the number one reason why Palestinian Christians they end up leaving? And there's been a bunch of polls on this.
Well, in defense of Palestinian.
No, answer my question.
Okay, one thing I was going to mention about.
No, I don't care about you. I don't care about you mentioning something. I want to don't care. But no, they cite the Israeli occupation. You're correct. You said that Christians from all out throughout the world would come, particularly to Jerusalem, for tourism. That was actually how a lot of them made money. But you can blame it on the Muslims that commit terrorism and make travel very difficult in the region. But the obstacles they ended up putting up in place, right, like their ability to travel and operate, they can't.
I'm telling you firsthand how many pilgrims there are that visit, and even during wartime, it was still coming in. So you're absolutely incorrect. I don't know what you're reading or where you're hearing this, but you can go see it. There's hundreds of thousands of pilgrims that visit there. Now, right now, they can't because they canceled flights. They canceled all flights in. But they are coming mostly from Eastern Europe. And, by the way, the evangelicals from the United States, which is over 10 million, are part of Houthi.
main reason Palestinian Christians leave.
What Palestinian Christians? Israeli Christians. Israeli citizens that are Christians that live
No, I'm not talking. I said Judea and Samaria.
Judea.
I'm not talking about Israeli citizens. I'm not talking about Israeli.
Israeli citizens that are Christian are in the cabinet, in the government.
But I'm not talking about that.
What are you missing? And why don't you look at Pastor Iggy and Kufi? And look how big that organization is.
What percent of Israel is Christians? Like what, 1 or 2%?
1% is Baha'i. 1%.
I don't know, but I'm talking about those in Judea and Samaria for a reason.
Are you talking about Area C? You're talking about Area A?
I'm talking about you.
Well,
I can only talk about
Samaria. Where are you talking about? What area in Judea and Samaria?
I can only talk about the news. Every time I've read these polls and seen the news coverage, they just say the West Bank, basically.
Well, what's the West Bank? Define it.
Judea and Samaria.
Define it. Where? What towns were they living in that they don't live in anymore than Christian? Because they're living in Jerusalem, and the Christian quarter, you can go visit the Armenian quarter. There's beautiful areas of the old city. And that's why sadly, the war has hurt them in business, because their business is for tourism. And especially the ones that sell the icons and all the olive wood majors and all the Christian items, the holy water. I mean, they got hurt because of the war. But they're normally thriving businesses in the old city. In the old city.
Right in the 1950s, where it's like, I believe it was like Jerusalem and Bethlehem were both about 90% Christian. Now they're like in the teens.
Was controlled until 1967. East Jerusalem was controlled by Jordan. And take a look at how they treated the holy sites of Christianity until 67.
I'm not saying Muslims treat Christians well. It's well documented that they don't treat Christians well.
I can tell you firsthand and ask people that have been to Israel and go there what it's like to visit the Christian holy sites. You see Israeli police patrolling and protecting it.
You do.
And it's kept up and kept clean and kept safe. So you can either pick up the line or talk to
I know there's a lot of soldiers there. I know there's a lot of soldiers in the house there.
They protect Christians that are going in.
Blew up all the churches and the mosques in Gaza.
That's irrelevant. We're talking about the West Bank.
Well, we're talking about churches.
No, the churches. I don't think they hit next to an old church in Gaza. They actually hit it.
I must be looking at AI all the time. My bad.
No, I'm not like attacking Jews. I do think.
Well, but you need to know that what you're saying with respect to the old Christian communities, especially in East Jerusalem, is just bullshit. And they need to get along with each other. Again, I got a PTR, I'm gonna find it, but I'm sorry.
They're Middle Easterners. They're not gonna get along with each other.
Look at the Christian. I always said the word because I can't agree.
That's a Middle Eastern culture. It's not as
And then talk to the Coptic, what's happened to the Coptic community in Egypt, and how their church is getting Egypt.
The article also markets the vision for the interjection as the cell 1957, destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech, and then does not into truth. This also must be struck before now it bursts into the silence.
All the problems in the region. Because there's they're a small percentage of the Middle East. Well, even when the Christians. No, I know.
Correct? 57.
Yes, and there used to be Christian majorities in the Middle East, but they no longer exist. And these were the indigenous people of these lands, and they all got pushed out by the Muslims. And I do think that
radio for what, 20 years?
Yeah, I do think that I don't think they look at Jews as an exception. In fact, if we were really to look at Islam, they kind of really don't like Jews. So they're us.
We haven't paid for a dinner date in 20 years.
Yeah. And Christians have never been treated well in their country, so.
No,
pushed out of Muslim countries.
Hold on. No group has been kicked out of countries more than, I have to say a little as otherwise I'm going to get flagged. There's a reason for that. Why is this transgender interrupting me? Which people kicking them out on that? Which group of people have been kicked? They've been kicked for them in the emergency. You fucking killed them.
George, shut the fuck up. Finish, George.
Your mother with 3 dicks in her ass. Which group of people have been removed over 106 times?
109, by the way. It's 109.
109. Can you imagine that? Me traveling the world and in the 109 countries that I have visited, right? There are give or take 220 countries. Let's say I travel more than half the countries in the entire fucking world, and every Saturday night that Lucy goes into a club, he's getting removed from the club. What do you think it is? Is it like something that has to do with my facial features, my bone structure, my height, my broad shoulders? What is it? Why am I getting kicked out of 109 clubs?
Broad shoulders.
Do you really think it's the clubs, or is it this guy you think?
Well, I would say there's like a lot of things. Do I think that? Yeah. Do I think that is? Hold on a second. Do I think that Jews were that in every instance they were kicked out? They were just being perfect angels, and no, I don't think that. Nobody has like a record of 109 and 0, so no, I don't believe that.
Well, the little mats do.
Well,
it's hard to deny. I mean,
I haven't heard them quite.
I was 106. You said 109.
Well, it's been 109 for years, bro. Like I was like in circles with the far right where like there's a lot of neo-Nazis here that show up.
Neo-Nazis have to do with them being kicked out of 109 countries.
No, because I hear that exact number over and over again. It's 109 and then I forget the 1,000 number, but it's like 109 times. 109 places, but over 1,000 times. Yeah, they're repeatedly kicked out of the same places over and over.
They must be doing something that is like time to get removed from the club again.
But let's look at this though. If you were to look at Muslims, 100% of the time, them coming into contact with Europeans has involved basically conquering and expulsion, or conquest and expulsion. We've never had a peaceful history with them. No other religion has had a peaceful coexistence with them. It's literally has a 100% failure rate. So I can use like that same thing against Muslims. Why is that?
Has there been one group of people being kicked 109 times out of all types of countries?
Has there been one group of people that have always genocided, conquered, or subjugated another group of people 100% of the time? Not that I know of, but Islam stands out.
Was it not the Muslims that were protecting the Jews from getting slaughtered by the Christians? Where? You're kidding me, right?
Where?
This is the first time you ever heard this?
I mean, but I want to know where you're talking about. It's happened more than once. That was an exception to the rule.
So
basically, the Muslims were already in power. When the invading Christians were seeking to basically expel them from where the Muslims had conquered, they were going to push them out. And in some cases, the Jews sided with the Muslims, and so they ended up going after the Jews too. So
bombed the USS Liberty, killing 34 men.
Israel.
It was beyond 9/11.
I don't think the Jews are behind it.
That has been proven fully admitted by
It's bullshit. It's retardation.
You're gonna join my room on 9/11? You're gonna join my room on 9/11? A couple of months from now?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you all the receipts instead of
guess that's something that covers.
Okay, so you don't think that's...
You're not jumping tree bombs on me, like I've heard all of this shit many times.
Okay, so then how do you think it was not this with people? How are you still denying that?
Sure, because Osama bin Laden ended up, first of all, he issued a fatwa on live television against the U.S. in, like, I believe it was 1998.
It's never happened.
No, it was on live television.
It doesn't usually go around.
Cool.
Are you telling me they mistranslated Amazing?
Oh, that the United States would never gas them all this up ridiculous. The United States has never bombed or invaded the country. I'm just that would be preposterous too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it stated like it is,
which country were the hijackers from?
Saudi Arabia. Yeah, look, to be fair, look, 19 of the hijackers were all Muslims. Regardless, they didn't have any regret, any fear. They went forward with their mission. They were Muslims that hijacked it.
Are you enjoying my 9/11?
I'm just saying there's 19 Muslims. Can you deny that 19 Muslims hijacked the airplanes, including and attacked America?
Okay, can you deny that? Let me ask you this: if you're so educated regarding this,
you just asking, are you going to deny it?
I'm going
You're personalizing it. Are you going to deny it?
I'm going to deny it because where's the plane that so allegedly struck the Pentagon?
Okay, so the 19 hijackers did not exist, is what you're saying?
Do you know that there are two?
Who flew the airplanes then? I'm asking. It's just going to deflect. This is not.
Hold on, I'm not going to deflect. Can I respond to John that we can't get this arrest till 9/11?
I don't know why you 9/11. Look, I want you to say it now. Do you deny that the 19 hijackers were Muslims?
Opposites attract. Why is it that there are three letter agencies within the United States?
That's another question you're asking. But at the root of it, was it 19 hijackers were Muslim that hijacked the airplane?
There were no 19 hijackers.
There were none. They did not exist.
I did not say that. I said there were.
Okay, they did not. So, according to the Levitic, 19 hijackers did not hijack airplanes. They did take down that one plane over Pennsylvania that we had all the audio recordings of, that we were aware of who was hijacking at the time.
No.
Yeah.
And if you're going to let me respond, are you going to let me respond again over time?
I'm the one that's oppressing you now. Very victimizing. You're victimizing yourself. You already said you denied this was it. So who hijacked the airplanes?
Let me respond.
Yeah, sure. Who hijacked the airplanes?
Okay. Why are there three letter agencies within the United States arguing whether it's 7 or 4 hijackers that are still alive? You tell me that, buddy. If you're so educated regarding the whole event on 9/11, you're going to embarrass yourself. I'm going to smoke you.
Okay, I'm going to get
on 9/11, if you're willing.
All I said was, were the 19 hijackers it's fucking July, bro.
Are you going to join us? Don't take this about this right now.
I'm joining your room 2 months from now. Do you hear? I don't know what I'm doing on. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, just Make your statements. Don't ask questions.
You don't have to repeat the question 2-3 times. Where's the degree of Flight 93? Show that.
Okay, again, you ask your question. Just be assertive. Assert what you're like. Why can't you just make your point? Like, I made my point. 19 of the hijackers are, listen, I made my point. 19 of the hijackers were Muslims. You deny that. That's okay. Assert your point rather than ask questions. This is just garbage. We're trying to spam. I just want to move on. Yes, please.
Well, by the way, baby, this is white American. I think you're white. You're not white.
I'm a Mexican, and here's the problem. problem, guys, is that we're taking over the United States of America. What they like to say is white. We consider ourselves white. The gringos are not willing to fight what the Mexicans are, so we're taking over. Viva la raza, white / brown power. We're fucking over these people.
Literally, the illegal immigrants are there to invade America.
I'm an Anglo-Canadian bitch. My mom was pregnant, backstroking across the Rio Grande. She was 9 months pregnant, and she dropped. Yep, and she waited, but she had enough discipline to drop me when she got onto the American side of the border. So I am American brown fucking power.
Yeah, but you are literally saying, declaring that Latinos and Mexicans and those illegal immigrants are gonna take over America.
And the whites, is we love white people. We wish we could be white. We're actually propping up the whites because we love the whites so much. We look, the white people in Latin American countries all do really well. Us browns, sometimes we do well. So we're pushing them up, and so. Yeah, you dirty Indian. Okay, I don't know what kind of bullshit the gringos may be a little afraid to call you out as a dirty Indian. You filthy fucking cheat. Shut up.
She's in a cool bitch. She's a chica.
Okay, I understand that you're mad because you got a hemorrhoid from squeezing the last smelly curry cake shit out on the street in public, and people had to watch it. You're a disgusting motherfucker.
You gotta be
totally fucking Indian fetish.
The fucking Mexican gang member, famous 13 gang member, piece of shit, cartel bitch.
That's all Salvadorian, you stupid fuck. I'm not Mexican.
Fuck, you don't belong, you're gonna ruin America, bro. Nobody gonna
No, you dirty fucking Indians are gonna ruin America. Fuck you.
Fucking ruin American freedom, bro. You fucking gang member. You fucking drug like cartel.
Go back to coding. Go back to your coding job. Thank you very much.
You fucking went back, you fucking loser. Fucking piece of shit. They are building a wall. Literally a wall for you, for your people, you shitty people. Trump is building a fucking wall to stop you, bro. You are unwanted in this country. Nobody wants you.
No, most of the immigrants that are coming here are not from Mexico anymore. No, they're putting up the walls to stop the South Americans and to stop the dirty, and you dirty cheats, you dirty chicks, and all of you filthy fucking people that are coming here.
I mean, the Marines in the American cities.
Tell me what is nice about you filthy fucking. Tell me what is nice about you filthy fucking Indians.
Puta negro.
Puta negro. You're not even saying it correctly.
Let's Pitanayan, bro. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Pitanayan.
¿Cómo estás, amigo? I am just fine. How are you?
I'm just giving you language shit. You don't have like
what is your language? Why do you talk like this? Why do you want to motherfucking something, motherfucker? I tell you fucking bitch. You fucking fuck up. I squeeze really hard and take curry, stinky, smelly shit. I squat in the middle of your sweet white man. You do nothing. I take smelly curry shits in Western countries. They got smelly curry shits. That's all I work for cheap and in coding centers. Your jobs are outsourced to me, the brown man, from India. That's what I do. Dirty, smelly Indian cheats. We rule the world.
cocaine, bro. Cocaine.
Cocaine is more fun than smelly curry shits. The Mexicans know how to party, but us chicks do not. Why do we not party like the Mexicans? We have ugly bitches. Why do we have ugly bitches? The Latinos have big butt-ass Latinas. Why do they have big booty Latinas? And we have smelly, dirty, hairy women that smell like curry and poop.
America hates you, bro. America hates Mexico.
They hate you, people.
How do you Mexico?
Fuck you, motherfucker. Okay, fuck off. I know he wasn't. I was just fucking.
He had no friends here.
No, I know he's a troll. It's amazing. He got the Indian accent down pretty good, so I was like, well, fuck. This level of effort, I gotta go with it.
I think it was from your case from Three Kings. It was from that. He sounded like that guy. What's wrong with Michael Jackson?
like the next casualty between, in the West we have, our fights with regarding immigration, and then you have really well-mannered, educated, nice Indians, and then all of a sudden they're just like thrown into the cultural war, and we're just like calling them all cheats, and we're making fun of them and their accents, and they're like, oh my God, what did we do? Why did they do this to me? And it's, which is kind of funny, and Indians are just funny because they sound so fucking funny. Like, we all made fun of Arnold Schwarzenegger, not because he wasn't like a white Aryan Chad, but he just like, he spoke English like in a really goofy way.
I had a friend that went over to India a couple times, and he said it's the dirtiest fucking place ever. Like out of all the countries that he's been in, he said India was the worst.
It's in the tracks.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch about India, go look up on YouTube called Bald and Bankrupt. And he's kind of a street shooter. And he'll tell you about, oh, look, more feces with the filthy fucking Indians. It's a really good video.
There was this guy on X that his name was Barry Stanton or some shit like that. And he was like a young dude, but he had like this old guy's picture for his PTR, and he would just bitch about, like, he would troll like cheats all the time, and unfortunately his account got nuked. But he was
spot on. That's one thing, and the second thing is Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. I just want to say that truth.
I don't think so, but that's
I'm just going to say that. Mr. Marshall, he's a former tax guy. So, like, he's a tax nerd. I say that respectfully. I don't know nothing about taxes. He does. So, if he says he's pissed off over taxes, there's something there.
yeah, okay. Well, I'm trying to think of something else. Everything he's done, even if I'm happy with it, there are parts that I'm not happy.
Was he that we upscaled to like today, and he like has this lecture and he tries to factor in AI into the situation, and it's really interesting to see how that all works out. You can see that there's kind of an inevitability that is in his head. He's like, yes, there is an inevitability to this, but there's also an element of surprise in that the expansion was actually a lot faster than you could have projected in the past using the same logic, right? Things are happening a lot quicker than they once were. It's not the same.
It's like, it's like breaking exponential, like Moore's law kind of stuff. It's like what happened in a year, 10 years ago is happening in like a week now. And yeah, there's a lot of catch up, and then there's like also a lot of just new novelty that like people have to learn how to cope with. Almost like, I don't know, it's like you see people like freak out a little bit on like the fun stuff. Like, I mean, like there's always an opportunity that you could 10x your wealth, your like